DragonCast. 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 Flames of sound, Lavistro wakes in the underground. Cyber Dragon host seizes the helm. Dive into the forbidden lore of virtual realms. Welcome to DragonCast. Fire-breathing worms screaming loud.
Lavistro's here to shake the crowd.
Psychotic dragon ready to ignite.
Hold on tight.
We're taking flight. DragonCast. Gate to Guna Gate, tribes spew their hate. Unethical urinalists face the score. Truth burns with a psychotic roar. Corrupt suits sneer what they despise. DragonCast will open your eyes. Integrity found in DragonCast. Fire-breathing worms
screaming loud.
Lavistro's here to
shake the crowd.
Psychotic dragon ready to ignite.
Hold on tight.
We're taking flight. DragonCast. Worlds clash in endless collision. Gaming news with a fierce precision. With a spark so wild it breaks the norm in the tempest's eye. A cyber storm. Kara scouts the indie scene. Dash hits the front, sharp and lean. Bo brings the lens of a Gen X soul, while Hattie's energy is on the roll.
Nouveau fails, corpus not burning down. Gamer cake is the talk of town. Milestones reach, new games ignite.
Gaming's news with a dragon bite. This is DragonCast. DragonCast.
And we're live, everybody, and welcome to another edition of DragonCast. Yes, I know last week we said we might have a dev on or have the last episode of Blue Teal Brotherhood, but me and Character talking, we couldn't get the dev in contact before this episode, but we're still trying. We're still trying on that one. And well, I think we harped on the benefits of games enough. I have a bunch of clips coming with everybody talking about it that y'all can share out there for knowledge and get the awareness known. But instead, we kind of can't ignore the fact that GTA 6 is the biggest upcoming expected launch in history, and there's so much shit about it. So much shit. Like, Karis just pointed out something today in the DMs, and I was like, oh my God, this is going to be a long episode.
It wasn't like we have to talk about this. It was more like, look at this. Look at this.
And yeah, it's going to go exactly to what we're talking about. So I'm like, yeah, this is going to come up. I already know this. It's going to be a fair warning. This could be a long episode. We're going to talk about the GameCube, but we're going to push that to next week. Since
6
it
hours
relates to Sharma and Xbox. So we're going to do that later. But before we get to intros and stuff, there's something I did notice, Karis, during my research, and it's in the thumbnail. It's in the background, too. It's in the background, too. We refuse to sell empty boxes, real physical.
Okay, yeah. I saw that. I was like, what is this? The stack of PS5 physical games? Is there a joke here? There's so
Yeah.
much to analyze.
Yeah, but apparently we're gonna showcase it in Dragon Bites. But it seems like there's more people saying fuck no, fuck you, Take Two Interactive, fuck you, Rockstar. We're not doing this because it's hurting everybody. Now I will say, and we'll probably get into it more, but I do want to point out because someone's gonna say it, someone's gonna go, well, actually, well, I'm gonna point out, yes,
Actually.
no. Most people who are going to want digital media are going to buy it from the store. But that's the point. Why would you have a physical media copy? I want y'all to think about it because we'll discuss it in the main topic. Why would you make or pay to have made a case with nothing but a digital code in it? I want y'all to think about that because, well, technically, I want to say that it's good. Like, this is going to be illegal. Like, I'm pretty sure this is a false advertising and stuff like that. But I'm no lawyer. But speaking of people who might be lawyers, Karis, are you a lawyer?
In my imagination, no. I am glad to be back though, and I've been gone 2 weeks in Texas, living out of the same damn hotel. It is fantastic to be back. It was quite a journey to get back, though. I was supposed to be back last night, but then work happened. So, but we're not going to dredge on that. I sometimes wonder, like, should I have gone for the bar? Should I have done the Total Biscuit thing and become a lawyer and then become a video games, not journalist, but like advocate? That seems like that could have been a possibility.
Yeah. But we do have a lawyer coming up in Dragon Bites.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Saying the same things I said about Unreal Engine 6. So, yeah. But that being said, other than your little hiccup at work, how have you been? I noticed you've been putting a lot of tweets out to shout out game devs. I did want to point out, I think I mentioned before, but you should record yourself saying the stuff you're saying in your tweet, add it to the video, right? Go ahead and post it on X, but also you just made content for YouTube Shorts.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that till now. But yeah, I have been experimenting with reaching out with specific hashtags, and I've gotten, like, I put that thing out early this morning. It was Texas time, like 4 a.m. or something like that, and within 2 hours, I was just getting like all bunch of random people who clearly follow those particular hashtags, liking it, and a few people retweeting it. And I'm thinking, okay, we got something here. And I've been getting messages from devs saying, hey, Steam Fest is going on. Would you like a key to try our game out? And I'm like, absolutely. So yeah, I like where this is going. I'm able to talk to devs and reach out and see what they've got. And there's a bunch that I just don't see because not all of them market or have the capability or know how to market. And so doing this, trying to reach out to them to let them reach out to me, I think is really great.
Yeah, I wish I had your luck when it comes to that kind of responses, because I posted mine, and shortly afterwards I saw yours. But I posted mine where I was talking about the Luminary devs. I was like, this is the best one I have so far. That's because the rest of them are scheduled. But I eventually, like, this is why I started DragonCast, and I'd like to showcase your stuff. I got one like that was not from people that followed me, and I was like, okay, I understand.
They're afraid you're going to burn their house down. Let's be real.
Possibly. But yeah, no. Other than that, I obviously, for my end, I haven't done any videos because I got surprise everyone. I got G-Fiber.
Yes.
And I'm looking at my Ethernet, and I haven't had an actual bottleneck yet. I do see one spike, but I haven't been able to test it out really. So we're testing out now. Plus, they put a hole in my wall just to put the cable in there. Then I had to. They at least fixed the drywall back. I will say that.
Oh wow, that's cool.
But I had to paint it. So I painted it, and it's on the other side of my studio. So that means my whole layout is changed. So this is going to be interesting. I haven't had a chance to test it out because I own a lot of books. I mean, have you ever heard of the series back in the early 2000s, How to Draw Manga? They were written by actual manga artists, not like a white man who did like Marvel superheroes and thinks he knows how to draw manga. I'm talking about like actual Japanese artists. And it was translated to English. And I still have all those books, like 50 books total, and they're heavy. And some are worth like $900.
Damn.
Yeah, because they're so rare. In fact, one of them I still have my Photoshop disc for the early 2000s.
Ooh.
Obviously, it would not work anymore. I mean, it's still in working order. It's just it's not compatible with today's technology or whatever. I don't know how to explain it. I just know it ain't going to be working. But I had to move those in there. It hurt my back doing it. I still got more books to move in. I have yet to set up my background, which is similar to yours. My son says, "Daddy, you don't show yourself. You don't show the room in the background. So why would you do it?" I was like, "Because that's my trophy wall. That's my wall of doom. That's my collection. I'm proud of it. Just because I don't show it with everyone else doesn't mean I don't see it." So yeah, that was what I've been doing for the whole past week. Almost done.
That is possible, Mikey.
Yeah, it is possible. But that being said, let's say hello to everyone in the chat. We have Hataru. I'm just gonna say Hataru. I know I keep trying to say that last part, but I am not going to say it right because I when I look at it, the I and U is squeezed in, so I don't see it. I almost said Hataru Himachi.
I was like, Mimiuchi?
Yeah,
Hataru Mimiuchi. Yeah.
Yeah. But there's Hataru. Hello, Hataru. I promise I won't keep your boyfriend away from you too long. Maybe-ish. I don't know. I don't understand time.
She'll just start charging a fee.
Yeah.
She'll turn me into a service.
Alan Jones. Hello.
Alan.
Great guy. Great mod. For those who don't know, he's the one I gave the mods access to all our links for games we discussed. So he'll be posting that out, so make sure you give him some love and support. Awesome mod. We have Valkyria winner. Hail all, Food of Time, and Skull. And he's excited to go. Yes, you can subscribe to both of us. We are live on the Rumbles, the Kicks, the YouTubes, and the X's. I'm pretty sure I'm forgetting one, but I only see 4. So
Mikey brings up a good point.
We'll scroll down. Hello, Wade. How you
Wade.
doing? And there's Mikey. Yeah, exactly. We'll go with that. Now I see what you two were talking about. Let's see. Hello. And here we go. Yes. Here we go. First, you two are retarded. Why do I watch you?
Only you can answer that, man. Only you can
I don't know.
prevent forest fires.
I don't know. I see. I tried getting y'all to stop watching me. I tried.
You failed.
I know. Y'all kept coming back. I gave y'all all these content creators last year. Even though I could still stream, even despite my granddad dying, I chose not to stream. And y'all still waited for me to come on. Y'all made me go to 500 subs, and y'all give me $1 to give me shit. So it's on y'all. I don't know why y'all watch me. I mean, it's not like I say anything that's totally different from anyone else. But all right. So that being said, I think we're ready to go. Bruh, those content creators are gay as well. Yes, we are. We are. It is Pride Month, and we will come out and say we are gay. And they're gay, very happy. But that being said, I know what else everyone is happy about. If I can get it to load up. Yes, Dragon Bites, small dragon size bites for gaming news that everyone else is bitching about, talking about, or wah, I'm a little bitch and I want to make rage bait content, or just things we find interesting in general. So Owlcat Games has removed this new launcher less than a day after it went live after massive player backlash. Um, People said the launcher was unnecessary and only added an extra step before starting their games. In response, Owlcat apologized, so, shocker, and decided to scrap it. We heard your feedback loud and clear, the studio said. We understand that the launcher caused frustration and wasn't the experience you expected. Complaining works. I wouldn't call it complaining. How many of us are getting tired of seeing third-party launchers as notifications when we buy a game? I've mentioned this many times. I buy a game off Steam. I want it to launch off Steam. I don't want it to launch off Steam to another launcher that launches to another launcher that then launches to another launcher. Then I can play it. Makes no fucking sense, especially if you're going to have me play an always online game. You're just hogging up bandwidth. Let's streamline the process. So this is shocking, and I technically think this is a gaming milestone because the devs actually listened. But I still think it's news. We need more companies following this example.
So this is a single developer who decided to get creative and do a executable wrapper within an executable wrapper. Am I understanding that?
Yes. Okay. Have you played? Well, actually, let's look at Ubisoft. I like dissing Ubisoft. We'll use them for example. You buy Assassin's Creed, any Assassin's Creed game except for the first one. So we're talking Assassin's Creed 2 on up, right?
Yep.
You will find out that you go straight to the Ubisoft launcher.
Yep, that damn Uplay thing.
Yeah, that's what this is. It's you go to another launcher to launch the games. I like Conan Exiles, but they have a third-party launcher. I limit how many third-party launcher games I have. So, for example, I want to play Red Dead Redemption, but I will never get Red Dead Redemption. So automatically I will not get GTA 6 because chances are there's a third-party launcher on it. So it doesn't matter if it's an $80 or $20. The fact that it has a third-party launcher and I'm tired as fuck about that stuff, I probably won't get it unless I really want to play it. Which, obviously, I wanted to play Conan Exiles more than I want to play Red Dead Redemption.
Mikey's on a roll today. Like he took his Ovaltine, man.
Yep, we were talking about last night. When Russia rolled out its launcher for all its games, I found out my account was banned, and with it, my Steam account thus I lost all access to all R Plus games. Trust me, you're not missing anything. Sorry that happened. You're not missing anything. There are better games out there.
Oh yeah, I'd say this is pretty reasonable. Yeah, we need less code in the game, not more code.
Yes. Speaking of codes and priorities, Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 6 remakes are reportedly not a priority for Capcom. New reports claim that Capcom is not currently focused on remakes of Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 6. Instead, the company is prioritizing other Resident Evil projects. Good. Hopefully, he makes it in bold, fresh, and new, not something fucking gay and dumb. That's not going to cost $80 to $100. I'm just going to say that, Capcom. Just going to say that. Just because you get most of your money from Steam does not mean you can do more microtransactions or a Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm going to mention that right now. I did the math when Dragon's Dogma 2 came out because they had all those microtransactions, like all their DLCs that came out on launch equaled $45. So technically, if you want the full game, because they say, "Oh, bruh, the character creator is in there," it's like, yeah, you're gonna have to grind for all this stuff they have in there. You have to grind for it. There has not been one single fucking game, for example, that has the fast travel system behind a paywall until this game. I did the math, and it was about $125 for the full game if you bought all the stuff.
Jeez.
So that's how long ago this stuff was been planned out. But that's Capcom for you.
If I could correct you, Mikey, what part are you talking about? The entire industry, indies and the small devs combined? Because I don't think they're the problem. I think what you're referring to is the AAA industry. The AAA aspect of the industry needs to burn. I would agree with you there, but the smaller devs, we don't need it. We don't need to burn them. They're doing just fine. They're doing what they're doing. They're
Not
busy
yet.
building.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's a couple of devs that are small devs that ruin gaming for everyone.
Oh,
That we
yeah.
could say burn the witch, so to speak. Not literally burn the witch, but burn them in Minecraft. Let's just put it that way.
I don't remember the name of it, but it was the Real Game Awards a year or two ago, and there was an indie dev that was showcased, and apparently the dev themselves had a real problem with it because they didn't want to be associated with sexist, misogynist, and I had that dev's game on my wish list, gone. It's like you're gonna have an attitude, and you're gonna this award show was happy to showcase your game, and you just like flip the bird at him. All right, you want to make it political? I'm not interested in your game anymore. So yes, there are those small devs that have their head too far up their ass for their own good.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But speaking of expensive $100 games, let's take a look at this one. A new Steam game called Congratulations on Your Purchases, priced at $999.99, making it one of the most expensive titles on the platform. According to creators, this game is not for everyone. It is for those who understand that prestige has a price. They also describe it as the most expensive game on Steam. Player enters a palace, walks the red carpet, and sees their names displayed for future owners. No idea if this game is a joke or it's a screen. I think it's a joke. It could be both. But there's a lot of troll games on there. Now, some people have pointed out that there was an app that was like a scam. And they're trying to say that's what this is. I don't think so. I think they're making fun. Like, remember Yakuza Simulator? That was a troll game. They trolled on all the things wrong with Ubisoft.
Yeah.
And just went to town on everything that was said as an actual game. Here, I'm thinking they're trolling if we don't stop this $100 nonsense, we'll be paying $1,000 eventually. I think that's the joke, and it's so spirit. Who's actually going to say swallow up? Oh, look who that is! Look, scroll it.
Yep, I was noticing. Familiar face.
Yeah.
I got mine in here somewhere. I post something like, so it's basically.
Oh, I love that. Scroll up. A little more.
Yes.
There. That's exactly what these type of games from AAA is representing.
Banana art. This actually isn't the. What would be considered the most expensive game? Because years ago, I think it was like Train Simulator. I ran the numbers on all of DLC. It was over $2,000 for like all the different trains and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So like, is that encompassing all the DLC? Is that just the one purchase? Like, where are we drawing the line on the most expensive game?
And also, are we including DLCs and microtransactions, all that other stuff?
Exactly. This is quite a joke, though. Like, obviously, people bought this, or were tempted to buy this. I'm wondering, like, where's the verified reviews? Where's the 1 or 2 verified reviews on this? Said, good game.
Well, I want to say, if you think we should support the devs and shut up and not balk at the price, why aren't you paying $1,000 for this game? Don't you want to support the devs and have your name on the wall? I mean, that's your logic. Why aren't you putting it? Oh yeah, you're fucking poor, so shut the fuck up. And that's a reference for later.
Yeah. This is pretty rich. Oh, that's funny. I'm doing my job fraud.
I would too, but I just left it alone. I was like, you know what? I'm going to leave it alone. I'm not meant to with this. Steam doesn't exist.
Oh, and here we go. This is what I was just talking about. Yes, Train Simulator.
Mm-hmm.
Just thousands. That's great.
Now there is a way. Oh no, I'm thinking of a different thing. I'm just going to say right now, it's a trolled one, and if you did fall for it, number one, you're rich, so that I can explain why you're so fucking stupid for buying it at $1,000. Since you're rich, you're probably fucking inbred as fuck. All you rich people, y'all just intermingle like fucking lords in the Middle Ages. Y'all just like, I'm gonna fuck my cousin. That's your cousin, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck her cousin because she's noble blood.
The rich white people also jump out of helicopters and they wrestle sharks in the water. That's one. I think that's one hobby one rich guy attempted once. I don't know if it was real, but I believe it is real. I believe it's possible.
Oh, Mike is a good point. Sims 4 is also up.
Yes, that is now like we have scientific data basically that shows that entire game's existence was purely for just gouging and stripping the wallet of everything you had. Never had I heard of DLC below DLC below DLC. I'd never heard of that, like 3 tiers deep of DLC until that game came out. Maybe it had been done before in other games, but I just never heard of it until Sims 4.
I think Sims 3 or Sims 2 had multiple expansions. Now, I'm going to say I don't mind expansions, right? Where you can have the base game and you can maybe pick or choose which expansions you want. I don't mind that because if I really want the official EA expansion, I'll get the official EA expansion. If I don't, look, mods. Oh, wait, that's why they don't like mods anymore. Money. But
yeah.
See, I think there's nuance when it comes to these things. It depends on the purpose, but EA, we already know they're always money grubbing. That's why they got bought by Saudi princes or princesses. It's one of the two. They're always I can never tell because they're always wearing a gown, like a dress of some sort.
I need to check on them and see how that company's good. How that company's rolling along since that buyout.
Yeah. But speaking of which, with all that money and stuff, and scams, we do have another scam to talk about. Yes,
you expanded it.
Huh?
You expanded it.
I didn't expand it.
You didn't? Oh, I thought it was a new video.
No.
Sorry.
No, it's still the same one. But yes, Denuvo fails. We chronicleize every time a game company decides to add Denuvo and when they fail. This one here I found. I couldn't find a tweet for it, so we're just showing the article. This is from the Dark Side of Gaming. Hogwarts Legacy is the latest Denuvo game that has been cracked. Yeah, it was cracked June 24th, 2026. So that was 3 days ago.
Well done.
Official crack, not a hypervisor, by the way. Official. Yeah. And then we have another one.
Well, before we move on, I gotta say, like, the one's a little late, but well done.
Still.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, like, here's the thing. These are done like Voices 38, right? He's a hobbyist. People want to point out, oh, it's been a little late. Yeah, you're assuming he's sitting there. He wakes up in the morning, boils his coffee, sits on his computer, and cracks the code. Goes to sleep, tries to crack it, go to get. No, he's a hobbyist, which means he has a job, and he probably has. We don't know who Voices 38 is. All right, I don't know much about him. But I'm going to assume he has family obligations too, possibly, or maybe he doesn't. Maybe he has a life. You know, he goes touch grass. He has responsibilities, work, and everything else. Comes home, and when he's not too tired, he decides, I'm going to crack. So if you take all that long time of cracking and put it together, it's probably going to be like the Lego Batman game that came out, and he cracked within the same day, within hours.
Yeah.
Either way you shake it, you could say, oh, yeah, it's a long time. And it's like when we cover games, there's so many games we want to cover. We don't cover. I have games on here that we're going to cover that I had bookmarked on Twitter since February this year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And every now and then we have the long ass Dragon Bites because I'm trying to clear out my list a little bit. Just a little bit. But yeah, no, so yeah, Hogwarts Legacy was cracked. Now how long it took him? I don't know. Someone, unless I have news where he says how long it took him to do it, I'll wait for that one. But so far, I'm just going to say it's cracked. I don't care how long it took because he's also working on a couple others.
I wonder if it's a sort of thing where the other games, the more recent ones that have been cracked, the 38 looked at the code and just thought, we haven't really done anything with that Hogwarts. Oh wow, it's the same thing we did with the others. Flip 2 pieces of the code. All right, you're done. 15 minutes later.
Yeah, the only one I will say is he did mention, or someone pointed out that he mentioned he's taking a break from Assassin's Creed Shadows, and that's around the same time the hypervisor passed. Because when you think about it, he's got to do the DRM, the de novo plus the Ubisoft DRM. He's got to crack 2 of them. So he's probably like, not like it's hard. He's probably like, I'm not doing this right now. It's too much of a hassle. Oh, look, hypervisor. Okay, I can focus on another game. Because who's really running Assassin's Creed Shadows? Just pointing it out there.
When you say that, the reality is I am reminded of it. You have the Ubisoft Uplay. That's already just disastrous. But then you have de novo. How long before we get a third-party launcher on these games? It's going to be like you get those low-budget movies that is like Georgia, Napalm Industries, or like you're just going to get 2 minutes of just these brand names. There was a joke done for Quake a couple years back of like if Quake were made today, and it's just like 2 minutes of logos. Like how long is it going to be before we get 2 minutes or so of like third-party launchers? Is ridiculous.
Exactly. But I think I'm gonna reserve my judgment, but I'm gonna say I wouldn't put past AAA to do it. They're already trying to do a lot of things that Hollywood does do. And you got SAG-AFTRA, who does the unions for both Hollywood actors and game voice actors.
Yeah.
And then you got voice actors that were also Hollywood, like Patrick Stewart, who was the king for Oblivion, right? He played the voice of Earl Septum, right? So you have that. You have a lot of people that intermix with games because of SAG-AFTRA. So there is a bit of a Hollywood influence there, and they rival Hollywood on how much money they generate in revenue for entertainment. They used to be a joke. Now they're making money. Everyone wants a piece of the action, and you got these Hollywood actors, Hollywood suits, right? They don't act, right? They're just suits that run money. Like, yeah, we know how to handle entertainment. Ignore the burning debris, burning and melting Hollywood sign in the background. We actually know what we're doing. We can help you out. And they let them in, and all these activists, right? And well, it just gets worse. So,
Want.
But yeah, speaking of things that got worse, we got another sad story. So I couldn't find this on a tweet. I found this on Reddit, and you can go ahead and open up the image. I had to be very careful on this one, okay? Because number one, YouTube doesn't like it when we showcase the Reddit that talks about piracy, and I can't show all the information on how to download that stuff. So basically, The Adventures of Elliot, the Millennium Tales, has de novo, and was bypassed the same day by the de novo group that we covered not too long ago, the hypervisor pass. This was 8 days ago when it launched. And in 8 days, then you can see it right there, and it says, "This is how I know it was released today." LMO. Because the Nouveau, as we covered before, and we first said there's not a real crack. Well, the Nouveau says it is. They admit that even a hypervisor pass like this is still a crack. They admitted that it's a flaw to their system.
So we're taking verified statements from de novo that says, yeah, this is our stuff is shit. They broke our shit. Yep, we verified.
When they admit to it, I'll take it as verifiable source, because what have we been documenting for almost 6 months now? So many fails. So when they admit they're wrong, I will point that out there. When they actually say something that's actually true, and even if it goes against what I believe, I will mention, here's what they said. This is the facts. But like I said, say it with me. Every de novo fails.
Yep.
Also, I want to point out that I mentioned it. Voices 38 is also doing a full crack on this. Yeah.
So we're going to give different flavors of the crack. Very nice.
Yeah. But remember, these are hobbyists. These aren't professionals. They're not paid to do this. This is what they do for fun.
This is their hobby. This is what they tism the fuck out on.
Yeah. But you're not talking about a professional hacker that has like 500 screens you see in Hollywood movies that get paid. That's like, I'm making a team. I need you on that team. No, this is something like, I'm bored. I know how to do this. I need a challenge. Oh, look, the unsinkable, unhackable coding ship called the Titanic. I mean, the Nouveau. Challenge accepted. Maybe it was good back in the day, but not good now.
Have we ruled out whether or not this is like one of a former high senior disgruntled developer from Denuvo who is now going through just cracking the hell out of this stuff? If all these different groups have like one person in it and they're all just like former Denuvo devs that were just like fired.
Maybe they didn't get paid enough. I would even care if they're like equal pay and Denuvo said, LOL, no. You're getting paid based on your merit. And they're like, okay. And they leave and then start cracking everything. Or maybe they don't agree with Denuvo, but they're the insiders running it from the inside out.
Yep.
If that's actually true, someone needs to make a movie of that. I don't care if I'm 50 years old or 60 years old. So we made a movie on Facebook. So come on, give me a movie about how Denuvo fell. I will pay $99 for a ticket.
Yeah, to experience that.
Yeah, just to see the full story.
Make it happen, Markiplier.
But speaking of fallen empires,
Roma ordet nokte hak.
yes, Roma Ardell, where we discovered the downfall of big empires, heavy investors, or legends that have passed away. So in this case, we have From Software President Hideki Miyazaki, and I apologize if I didn't say his name right, has made it clear that the studio will continue focusing on creativity instead of making safe sequels just to satisfy. What?
I got the wrong one.
Yes, you did.
I have. It's Legend of Zelda. What did I do? What did I do?
Okay, maybe it was me because I was switching these things around. I thought I verified every single one. Not to worry, I'll double check. Hold on.
I'm looking for From Soft. What?
Okay. Well, it's the one that you have ending in 3.9 for the URL.
I don't know.
It's the one you're supposed to have, because I have it here for mine. I just verified it. The one I have is 8.1 for the URL, the last two numbers on the sheet. Here, I'm going to put it in a private chat. But we're covering that next. Oh, fuck. We'll cover this first, and then we'll go to From Software. So after more than 10 years, band developer CryXenix has officially stopped his Unreal Engine remake of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. CryXenix said he made the decision himself after Nintendo announced its own remake of the classic game because he was afraid of getting sued the hell out of. I mean, I'm sorry. He declared the project over with no further updates. Nintendo did not force him to shut it down. They just threatened him with legal I'm sorry. Why am I doing that for? I'm sorry. That's not what it says. Nintendo did not force him to shut it down. CryXenix said he was proud of what he achieved and believes that the remake is a lasting impact on Legend of Zelda community. Please ignore the laser sight pointed towards his head. Okay, I know it's snarky. All that stuff is not in there, but I guarantee you he actually shut it down because he's afraid of Nintendo attacking him. Because we all know Nintendo's very litigious. They don't have to say anything.
That's true. They simply just need to send like an Agent 47 to walk by their house. And this brings up a thought for us. It's a series that I watch on YouTube called Muldoon's Log.
Mm-hmm.
And it's made by this independent filmmaker, Ollie Wanda. And he makes this show in Blender. And it's done very janky. So you're never going to confuse it as possibly being like Resident Evil film quality. But there is that fear, especially now with the like litigation excuse me, that went on where a bunch of Jurassic Park devs had to go radio silent because contract disputes were going on with the the Crichton estate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried that Allie, like someone either within the Crichton estate or at Universal, is going to sniff out a Wanda's series, and they're going to go, no, this is ours. You can't have this. And the nice thing is going to go away. Like, I'm genuinely worried because the writing is so damn good in that show. The visuals are like not great, like the hand movement on some stuff's terrible, but the writing is so close to the book. It's like, I love it, but I have that genuine fear that Ollie's going to keep doing this until he gets a C&D.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it is possible.
But I went ahead and sent the link in a private chat that you're supposed to have for the other one. But like I said, it's already happening. We're going to cover it here in a moment. I had a feeling we're going to mention that, but we'll get to it here in a second. What we will say is, however, From Software President Hideki Taka made it clear that the studio will continue focusing on creativity instead of making safe sequels to just satisfy investors. Good for him. He believes that giving developers the freedom to create what they are passionate about is the key to making truly valuable games. I've been bitching about this for over a year, and I have a game development background. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned to you. I think we've all had this conversation, beat the dead horse about it. But here you have someone that's like a AA to AAA quality developer saying the same thing. You need to be passionate about what you're making. This isn't like go into a factory and mass produce a thing where you just have like you're dead inside. This is literally art. And when you make art, you have to be careful about what you make. You have to keep, you're building on an investment that you made with your customers who are investing in a thing with you, right? Not in the same way as investors, but they're investing time, money, and consuming your product.
Mm-hmm.
The moment you sever that, regardless of it's breaking the lore or making the game boring, whatever it is, once you sever that, it's lost. You have to work doubly hard to bring it back. What was the game?
Exactly.
But I want to say it was Cyberpunk. I'm not sure. But there was a game developer company that made a game that was so ass backwards and ate up as shit. The dev said, "I'm sorry. We'll do better." They tried fixing the game. It's not No Man's Sky. It's another one because they already had a reputation.
CDPR did Cyberpunk 2077, and that's the one.
Yeah,
I don't trust CDPR anymore. They started as an indie in like Poland or something, and they worked their way up with the Witcher series, and they were loved. Everyone was like, "You need to be like CDPR."
That's the one.
Then Cyberpunk came out, and they became a AAA the moment they decided, screw quality, let's throw NDAs out, and let's focus on the image and making money back, and let's focus on doing the business. You're done.
Yep.
You're on my shit list now. Goodbye.
They lost a lot. Now, to be fair, they did improve Cyberpunk, right? So they owned mistakes, but people forget the context of what happened before. Here, we're seeing the same thing with investors forcing, it's like, why can't you just mass? But it's just that they don't understand what a game is. They don't understand it's an art. So why can't you? It's just a piece of software. Why can't you mass produce it like anyone would with Adobe Photoshop or Microsoft 11 or whatever? They don't understand it's an art. You have to treat it delicately. The moment you don't have passion, the moment the corporation sucks the soul out of its developers and employees, that's the moment like with CD Projekt Red, it's dead. You might not recover from that. There are people, if they did a good job with Cyberpunk 2077, right? If they did a really good job on it from the get-go, to where they're like, oh, we did not see these problems. We're working on it. Here's what we're going to do to fix it for you. We'll refund you part of the money if you want it. We fucked up. It's our bad. We didn't do enough oversight on this, or we failed to see these problems. We're going to fix it, and they fix it. I guarantee you, people wouldn't have cared about Ciri being the main protagonist for Witcher 4. I guarantee
No,
you.
they wouldn't have.
Because there's not a lot of argument to be had about Siri with the male gaze and stuff. Because when you look at it, it takes a very hard reach, in my view, to see Siri as being made mannish. I will agree
Yeah.
that she's not. It doesn't make sense with the lore of The Witcher that she's a Witcher. Guaranteed that. But people wouldn't have cared as much. The fact that it's CD Projekt Red and they've done this, they betrayed their customer trust. People are looking for something to prove. It's just another Cyberpunk. Here, From Software says we want our devs to have passion. We are able to freely create the games we want to make without excessive interference. He says, adding to the maintaining this environment is important to the delivering truly valuable games. Another point, you want valuable games, you have to be passionate about the game, and you have to make it good. Just having passion alone doesn't mean shit. You still have to make the game good. But it's that passion and that care that's going to make it good. It's called pride in your work. Miyazaki wants future entries in the series like Elden Ring or Bloodborne to happen because the team has strong ideas for them. So basically, kind of like Pocket Pair saying, we only want gamers.
That's a very interesting perspective. While you were talking, I went looking up to see if anyone actually owns From Software, like any kind of parent companies, and I don't see anything. What I do see is a whole lot of income.
Never
mind.
Yeah.
Nope, scratch that. I didn't see that before.
I think if I remember, I'm not sure. If I remember correctly, I could be mixing it with someone else. They also owned the RPG Maker series. Oh, and Tencent too. What the fuck? And Sony Interactive.
14%. Where do you see Tencent?
When you highlighted the Hong Kong one, I think it was. I saw there's the Tencent is a Chinese multi right there.
That's coy. That's really clever. The wording, Six Joy Hong Kong is really Tencent. All right, well, there you go. Tencent has 16%.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. But here's the thing I'm going to say. I wouldn't trust Wikipedia's too much unless you have a backing source for it.
Yeah, there's
because
no
it
cliff
can be
notes.
edited.
There's no cliff note. There's no bullet points like here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where they're getting this information from. So
yeah, because even academia does not trust Wikipedia.
So an ocean of salt for this, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. But still, they have not betrayed their player trust. And until they do, go to Kawa Corporation, which is owned by Sony. Yep. So, but Kodakawa, I also believe, is the one that did the RPG Maker series.
They do films. They do.
Oh, okay. Then I got the wrong one. Yeah.
So, if Sony owns Kodakawa, that means that would be 14 plus 70. Like just combine those essentially. So this statement here, I don't know how accurate to take that, considering the amount of ownership then from this. Like, you essentially have a board of directors who at any point can just toss this guy and say, we don't like what you're doing, we want to mainstreamify things. So little bit questionable, in my opinion. Just a touch. Still no Bloodborne on PC, so to hell with them. I hear that a lot. I for one would like a Bloodborne on PC. I have Bloodborne on for, when did it come out? PS3, PS4? I have it. And I'm terrible at it. But then again, it's controller. I'm not great with controller. That's why I don't really do very much with the twin stick stuff. But that doesn't mean I think it's bad. The game looks great. Like Bloodborne, whenever I would load it up, the that very just dirty steampunk look. Everything looks oily and just nasty. I love that. That's a great aesthetic. I would like it to be on PC, but I'm not holding my breath. For whatever reason, Sony has enough influence, or somebody has enough influence to say, nope. I mean, we do have it on PC.
Hey, Karis.
In some form. Yeah.
I gotta step away, guys, for a quick second. Something happened right outside my house, and I need to make sure everyone's okay.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll keep going on here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I see this statement, like, now that I've gone through, and it would take some doing probably to find out what are the statistical accuracies to this statement of 70%, 16%, 14%. If that's the case, that means there is a board of directors that decides the who, what, and where, that has, especially this company, 70% that you own From Software. Not this guy. He runs the day-to-day operations. But if someone within the board of directors decided to nudge things in a particular direction, he can advise only so far. He is not the owner. People don't quite realize what president actually means. Like, you run day-to-day operations, but you answer. When you have owners like this, you answer to them. And it's obviously in the interest of the true owners want to make money. And so it's their interest to either nudge things or not nudge things in a certain direction. But if you get someone suddenly one day who is going on the board that happens to be part of the ownership of From Software, and they just suddenly get a hair up their ass and they say, no, I want things to go in a different direction, you're going to have some conflict there. And if there's someone that has a lot of pull, that can say, you either need to do this thing, or maybe we need to replace you. Suddenly, you're no longer the president leading the company. I have seen that firsthand. We do have the 60 frames per PC, but getting it. That's true. There's that mod that I have heard of quite a bit. I have not tried it myself, but I keep wanting to.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. It's an interesting.
That's
happened.
okay.
I don't know if y'all heard it in the back in my mic, but
nope.
Some Uber delivery guy was speeding down my road, hit my neighbor's car so hard it went into my yard.
Oh, jeez.
Yes. Now my neighbor. Ironically, the Uber was for my neighbor. And by the time I went out there to tell you I'm going to be back, I thought it was going to be gone longer. But they were already taking pictures of my yard because they're going to have their insurance cover it in a claim against the driver. So I'm like, so you don't need anything from me? He's like, no. I trust the guy and I, we were good friends. We're both Army buddies, or veteran buddies, if you will. But I was like, no one got hurt. And the guy is freaking out. I was like, yeah, I would be freaking out too. You were going like, I didn't say anything to him. I was like looking at him like, you went, what? You had to be going like 90 miles an hour to kick that thing 10 feet off the road.
Yeah. Pretty fast.
Yeah.
Like, the small story, I was hit going 35, 40, and I had a heavy Toyota Camry. I didn't move very much, but the car that hit me was actually going even faster, like 50 or 60. They were a lighter car. They went down the road in the opposite direction. I just and then came to a stop. So yeah, that's quite a speed factor.
Yeah, and I could hear them yelling outside. So hopefully it's not catching in the mic because it's all going to dox me.
No, we surprisingly the radius was short enough. we only heard, or at least I only heard you get up from the table, and then everything else I think was silent for the most part.
I wasn't
So-
getting up. I nearly dove. if you get my drift.
Yep.
I was like, oh wait, that's not an ID. But anyways, yeah, moving on. I don't know if you were finishing what you're saying. I just literally came back.
Oh, I was just kind of expanding on the fact that now that there's potential likely ownership, especially with a company that has a good 70%, someone owns From Software.
Yeah.
And I was stating that this guy may be the president of day-to-day operations, but he does not decide the company's vision. If someone gets a hair up their ass and says, well, I want this thing to happen, it's like Zalosi said, like, if the money man makes a suggestion, you better listen.
Yep.
So,
It's like we said, money talks, bullshit walks. And we'll get into that later on. But moving on, let's go ahead and talk about Sony. You sent this to me earlier. Sony has removed nearly 1,000 games after publisher AFL games from the PlayStation Store. In a statement, AFL Games said that PlayStation's new publishing rules are incompatible with our business model, and that it no longer possible to continue publishing on the platform under the current conditions. The publisher thanked PlayStation players for their support and confirmed it will continue releasing games on Xbox, Nintendo Switch, and PC. Now, I took a look. AFL Games, their games that I looked at, look like like they're mostly mobile style games.
okay.
All right, I didn't look at all of them, but when I looked at the Steam page, that's what they seem to be, and even their website. And I was like, huh. But still,
This is the second time, right?
yeah.
The second time Sony has just gone and said, yoink, you can't have that anymore, even though you put your money into that. You can't have this anymore. It's gone.
Oh, I
Too
think I know
fucking
what you're
bad.
talking about because that's coming up. You're talking about the matinee.
No, the one
Oh.
before. There's one like
before.
a year or two ago from where Sony removed, it was movies that were removed.
That's
It's
what I'm
like-
saying.
So this is 2 and 3 now from Sony. Strike 3. They're just removing more and more and more. So yeah. That's
Speaking of movies, you can no longer access on PlayStation. PlayStation is deleting over 500 purchased movies from its customers' accounts. These include Terminator 2, Rambo, Apocalypse Now, Hot Fuzz, and Moonlight. Comes after a licensing deal ended. All right. A licensing deal. You would think the corporations would stand up and say, no. Instead, they're like, yeah, we're not going to fight this. We're just going to take it. So it's basically false advertising. And we're going to get into it more. But before we say it's just Sony, all right, it's happening on Amazon too. This is from Tugs.
yeah.
All right, that Tug Life. Friendly reminder to everyone that you're not actually buying a copy of the film. When it's digital, you're paying for the license that runs out eventually and revoked. And it says here, hey, at Amazon, I was about to watch this movie we bought, and I get hit with this. What the crap is that? Give me my money back or give us digital purchases. And that's the thing, right? Like the Protect Our Games Act says that if you take it away, you have to refund it or make it available offline or something. You can't just take it away. You have to do something that compensates for that. But people are starting to wake up now. Normies are starting to wake up and realizing the problem going here. Hello, Lord Dragneel.
Welcome. I wanted to point this out. That just made me laugh. Play has no limits. I need to Photoshop that so it says play has limits.
Yep. Play has no limits if it's a physical copy. And yet that's going away too.
I'm going to rub it in.
Yeah.
No limits. No limits.
Yep. Exactly, Alan. Exactly. But you know what's funny? And the irony of all this? Sony's facing a proposed class action lawsuit over this.
Ooh.
Yes. Sony is facing a proposed, just like with Ubisoft. Sony is facing a proposed class action lawsuit over how digital purchases are presented on the PlayStation Store. Platonists argue the buttons like buy now and confirm purchase give customers the impression they are purchasing and owning a game. We just saw that. We just showed that, right? When they are
Yep.
actually receiving a license to use it, which is why I keep saying you need to read the fucking EULAs. In fact, I haven't used this in a while. I think I've been a good boy. I think I deserve to use
Are
it.
you saying you want out? Fine, you don't want to be part of this? Then just sign right here. No, you didn't read it! This says we don't ever have to let you out and then we can do whatever we want! Damn it, why won't it read?
Yeah. The case is based on a California law, which I covered on a separate video before DragonCast, like in 2024. No one in our circles were talking about it. I noticed. I was like, why is someone talking about this? So I covered it. One of my most watched videos, right? But it took effect in 2025, requiring companies to clearly inform customers when they are buying a license instead of owning a digital product. Sony's checkout page includes a notice stating that purchases are licensed under its software product license agreement, but the lawsuit claims to disclose is too easy to overlook. The complaint argues that the labels such as buy now and confirm purchase can lead consumers to believe they are obtaining a permanent ownership. Now, here's the reason why corporations don't do that. And we've talked about it before. If they say you're just renting, they're like, then why am I paying the same price for a physical copy if I'm just renting this?
Yep.
And it's going to add more lawsuits, more issues, more things. So they at face value and lip service say buy now, but then they know you don't read the EULAs. They're going to say licensed, not owned. This is why nowadays, while I don't support licenses, I'm trying to stress when we mention copies sold, I try to say licensed, because even on Steam, even if they don't have a third party EULA, even on Steam, it's licensed, not sold. I think even GOG has something similar, even though you have your thing. I think there's some parts that still might have, but it might not have DRMs. It might still have a EULA that we have to acknowledge.
Probably like a handful of titles that the owner was just like, no, it's licensed, and like, okay, but it's not the vast majority of GOG.
Mm-hmm.
I do like rentals, though. I am perfectly fine. Like, you go to YouTube, there's the buy or rent. Like, I grew up with renting games and movies. Mm-hmm. If you put rent on there, I would have no problem with that. I would know in my brain, okay, I'm going to have this for either 24 to 48 hours. After that, it gets taken from my account. I can acknowledge that. But my brain also says, when I see the buy, that copy is sitting on a server and I have a thin client access to it. I have to go through the hoops of watching that on someone else's computer. It's never going to be, unless I go get it physically, it's never going to be sitting right here where I can just turn around and grab it and use it as a reference. And like you said, slowly people are starting to realize that.
Yep. I thought first I thought it was a great thing too, being in the military. I was like, I can't carry 500 video games everywhere, but look at this. I can have a digital copy of it, and it just saves me physical space. I just have to make sure I have enough memory for it. I'm down with that. But then after time went on, I was like, wait a minute. Why can't I use this? Like when Steam came out, right? We used to be able to just download the disc on our computer, right? And we had the .exe, no platform, right?
Yep.
And I could just copy that file over to another computer or a thumb drive if I had enough. Again, I had to have enough for the thumb drive, or external hard drive, whatever. I had enough space. I didn't have enough space for it. I could plug that external storage space into another computer and play that game. Then I realized when Steam came, I was like, I can't do that anymore. I still chalked it up to like Xbox and everything else. It's a console thing. So I was like, okay, that would kind of make sense, especially with live service games. But over time, I was like, it's not mine. And when I read the EULAs, the first time I read a EULA that said that, I nearly spat out my coffee.
I don't know.
I was like, this has got to be a joke. So I read another one, and another one, and another one. Then it's like, it can't be that bad. I never read Steam's, and I was like, it's that bad. And then I read the article about how when Disney bought Lucas and all that stuff, they said when they shut down LucasArts, he said, we're going for a licensed model. So companies deliberately made that choice.
I forgot they made that statement, but yeah.
Yeah. So it puts another layer on the licensing thing. It's corporate greed. It's what it is. And then the activists came in and found out that these things existed. So they're like, oh, we can control this. Please don't mod Tifa. And the gamers and all our angst and stuff are like, our game, our copy, we paid full price for.
It's free real estate.
Yeah. But anyways, speaking of lawyers, we do have more going on. So this is the video game lawyer Haley McLean discussing concerns regarding Unreal Engine 6 generative AI integration, which I ranted about before. Basically, she points out that there are people who don't want AI. But how she points out is like AI can't be copyrighted. And well, how do I put this? Because she's speaking too fast. Certain companies, if they want out of a deal, all they have to do is say, "Up, you used AI." And you said all your assets are original, and you own the copyright for all the assets. But this one piece here, it could be a texture, it could be a mesh, it could be anything, right? This one piece, it could be a voice acting file, right? Like in, you don't own the copyrights for that. You don't. It's not made by a human being, so therefore, we can pull out of the deal.
Yeah,
it's going to make it easy for people to especially corporations and publishers to weasel out of a deal. But Tim Sweeney's harping on it, and the reason why he's harping on it is because he for years he's been trying to get to rival Steam, and he thinks he found his window, which is all the AI bros. So I don't think he really believes in the AI. I think he's doing it because he's desperate for a not platform. What do you call it? A target audience, right? The AI bro devs. Now, personally, I'm not 100% AI. I'm not 100% anti-AI. I believe in nuance. There's just like there could be human slop, there could be AI slop. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
But the Supreme Court said that AI generated content can't be copyrighted. So terms of services are going to have to be updated in conference to that. But all that, like she said, all they have to do now is see if the game was worked on Unreal Engine. If it's UE6, they have an out if they want to get out of the deal with the company they're working with. So like Ninja Theory, right? Let's say Ninja Theory is still around, right? And they're doing the same thing they did with the Senua game that's coming out. They spent $5 billion, and the company that they're working with, this is not going to make us any profit. What are they working with again? Unreal Engine 6. Okay, yeah, let's cancel the deal. Just pointing that out there. Because there's an AI in it. They don't have to bother to check if the AI is actually using the thing, because Tim Sweeney even said Unreal Engine 6 will have AI encoded into it.
Whether you want it or not.
Yeah. And
here's a question.
Go ahead.
Unreal Engine 3, that's been removed. You can't dev on that anymore, can you?
I don't know. All I know is I can go as early as Unreal Engine 4.11 because that's when I downloaded first.
Here's a concern I have, and like I've used Suno. I was using Suno since version 3. With each release of like 4, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, whatnot, earlier versions get depreciated and eventually removed. Is Unreal Engine 4 going to be removed, as well as 5 at a certain point, to where you're only going to be able to use 6? Is Tim going to do that kind of bullshittery to where he's going to just like yank out all of 4 and you're going to have to deal with the bullshit of 6 because, oh, it's AI and we want to push it, so we're going to take away what was working in order to force you to use what we want you to use?
They could, but then you guys have to remember Unity does the same thing. When anything gets depreciated, it gets removed. Now they'll keep it there if you download it before, you still have access. It's kind of like when the game gets removed from the shelves and Steam and stuff. Like Transformers War of Cybertron got removed last year, right? I bought it for like $6. It's no longer on the shelves, but I still have access to it. I think it's going to be like that. Now, when they start removing that, I'll find out, but I know you can't download Unreal Engine 4 anymore, if I remember correctly. I still have access to 4.11, 4.12, because what if I made a game in there and I had to access that part of the engine first to port it over to the next one, right?
Yeah.
That's the reason why. But who knows, right?
Because also, Baylor News, there was it was a Unity leak or something, like a security breach on Unity, and you had to go back to those versions that you dev'd on and updated your engines for those games. So like, if something like that were to, well, it's not if, it's just a matter of when a security breach will happen in Unreal. If you can't access 4.7, you can't update your stuff. You can't update your engine. Like, where's the line drawn?
Yep. Well, I will say that the devs have made their own statements on AI. For example, the former Dragon Age writer David Gator, say what you will about him, but he says AI could make game development frustrating as hell because developers may end up spending more time fixing AI-generated work. That is true. Sometimes when I write scripts, I talk with AI to see if I'm to kind of like be the opposition to see if to fact check me, and they'll hedge everything I wrote. And I'm like, why the fuck did you do that? And I'll sit there fixing it. It's not an AI script at all. Like, don't get me wrong. Everything I wrote is mine. I just double check to make sure I'm factual because I owe you all that. Because there are some AI will pull from facts, and I have to go verify these facts that they're actual facts, not a framing that the AI thinks is a fact, right? Mm-hmm. I still want to address all those things. So I'm not reading, I don't try to read from an article anymore. I rate my own. And I use Grammarly. Now, Grammarly used to have a grammar editing tool. Now it's just integrated in AI. So I have to use, I kind of have to use AI in a sense, because I can't seem to find a way to get the old system back. But he points out here, he also worries the future of the industry, asking, how are we going to train up the next generation of devs if we eliminate every entry-level task? That's a valid point. People, even before AI, the common meme argument and joke was, I want you to have 6 years of development experience, but also a bachelor's degree. So, like, how are you going to get that experience if you don't have it and all you have is a degree? So, like, how am I going to get hired if I don't have the experience? You kind of have to fit. The thing is, I will answer that one, is you kind of had to work as an intern. You had to do your own work. You had to show, they want a trail of competency, right?
Yeah.
So people read too much into that. But at the same time, if you remove that with just AI, right, then yeah, there no one's going to be working in the industry, and then you just screwed yourself. What these corporals don't understand.
Yeah, those rungs are gone. I once went to an interview in town for an IT job, and it was listed as entry level. I wasn't quite entry level. I was from between entry level and like mid-range experience. And literally the hiring manager said, I know this job says entry level, but what we really want is someone who has 10 years of experience and has just kind of done everything. What he wasn't saying is he wanted an ex-employee. He wanted to hire an ex-employee who knew everything already. He didn't want to train anyone. And I said, well, why didn't you list that you want that person? Well, HR wouldn't let me, but this is what I want. And it's like, why am I even here then? Why the fuck am I even here? Because they don't care. It's like they'll keep going and executives know that they can keep going, and they'll eventually find the screwdriver or the wrench that they want that will fit into their little perfectly curtailed box. They have the numbers, they have the psychology, everything will eventually work out for them because it always has in the past, or so they claim. And they think AI will do the same thing. We don't need entry level anymore. We've got AI as the entry level. Okay, go 20 years down the road. You're not going to have your experience because no one will have been entry level to be able to get to the experience. It's like if you eliminate all indies now, like every indie, Hideworks, O'Dale Studios, you eliminate all indies now and you only have AAA. When those AAAs go away, who's going to replace them? No one. There won't be anybody left. It's stupid. It's so dumb.
Yep. Exactly. But we do have Tim Sweeney's take on it.
Oh yeah.
Tim Sweeney replies to the backlash against his stance on Valve's Steam AI disclosure policy, and this has been a back and forth between Steam and, well, not back and forth between Steam. It's just more like Tim just throwing shit on the Steam, but he's always been responding to his AI stance, right? He goes, argues it enables an opposition mobs to target and attack games using AI tools and their Steam partner developers. This is the same talking point that the AI bros have.
Yep.
All right. Now, we did mention
Exactly.
the moral panic of AI. Like, I won't lie. We did talk about it. But because I know someone's going to click that or be like, Levistro is fucking being a fucking double talking piece of shit. I'm like, then you don't understand nuance. There is a use for AI. And then there is, I'm so fucking lazy or greedy, I want AI to run everything. And then it fucks everything up. There are people on, let me put it this way, there are people on X, they'll see something and they're so fucking lazy they won't go do a simple research. They'll say, at Grok, is this true?
What the fuck is all that about?
And what does this thing say on what is every AI say, from ChatGPT to Gemini to Ask AI for YouTube to Grok? What does it say in the bottom? That little disclaimer. AI isn't perfect. It can sometimes get things wrong. But they take it as the gospel truth because they don't fucking do the research. I once asked AI, I told AI, I was like, because for one of the videos, I had trouble finding a trailer for one of the this was for one of the past ones. Tidy Up. Remember Tidy Up? We talked about it. I wanted to find a trailer that showed the Tidy Up available on Steam wishlist now, right? So I didn't have to do too much work. And I told Google, I want to find a trailer for this, right? And it sent me to 5 different sites. I was like, no, I want to find a trailer for this game. I showed the link to the thing. It's like, well, I don't know where this would be, but I would look at the Tidy Up devs website. You know, we go look at debug scheme websites. I was like, wait a minute, you're Google. You have access. Like, you know what? Fine, I'll do it myself. I mean, I'm not lazy, but you know, it could, you know, streamline the process, right? I had to go to debug games because I didn't think about this, right? About press kits. I never used a press kit, but at least it gave me that, right? I had to go down there, go to the website. They had a press kit that went to a Google Drive where I could download the trailer that I used for, and it's coming up next week, but for that thing. But people won't do that, even go that far in research. They'll just go whatever Google says or whatever AI says. And they're the same people that will just read the headlines of a Facebook fact check and not the context around it. So they believe it's the gospel truth. And it shows you the true intelligence of people, right? I went off on a tangent here, but
no, it's a good thing you bring that up. I love press kits. Press kits are one of my favorite things. Like the last several videos that I did, like Hideworks of Salt and Solace, those were all press kits that those devs sent me, and they were all Google Drives. They were all Google Drives. It's like the best place. It's like, yes, I love this. I can cut all this in, but I had to go looking for that. And in some cases, like with Sam, it wasn't public. He had to send it to me. But it's very weird. AI doesn't know how to look for a press kit. It's like it doesn't understand what it is.
Yeah. But I understand that you go, like most people look for press kits. Like, then why can't you look for it? You're how I thought, like it broke my brain last night. I was sitting there, because I realized I hadn't posted any shorts, so I needed to get my short schedule. It broke my brain. I'm standing there staring at it. I'm like, how? But like I said, going back to what Tim Sweeney's saying here, it's like Valve well knows there are opposition mobs using this as a signal to attack games and developers that Steam partners and 30% taxpayers. So he's still trying to do the 30%. All right. He's still trying to throw that out there. Like, Steam charges 30%. Yeah. Well, Steam charges 30%. But the thing is that you're forgetting, Tim, I'm going to say this right now, that Tim's forgetting, is Epic Games is dev friendly. It's friendly to developers, right? But it's not customer friendly. It's already trying to implement reviews that Steam already has. Steam, however, on the other side, is more customer friendly. That's why they're successful. And Tim, I hate to say this, buddy, but PlayStation is more successful than you, and they also had a 30% tax. Microsoft, Xbox, Google Play, and Apple are more successful than GOG is more successful than you, Tim. GOG. Itch.io.
Itch.io. Yeah.
They're more successful than you, Tim. Maybe you shouldn't have had an Unreal Engine marketplace and just had the Unreal engine like Unity. Have your free game assets a month for everyone else. Be grateful for what you have. You're not going to beat Gabe. You're not going to beat Itch.io. And you need to fix your machines before you even start bitching. Because right now you're saying AI because you're like, I know someone's going to, on Rumble's going to be upset and downvote me. I don't fucking care. You're like Rumble in 2020. They were been around before 2020. They were around before the YouTube censorship. And when they realized people were getting censorship, they got desperate and started marketing themselves not for everybody, but they started pitching it for the political types that were getting banned. So they would have a platform. So hoping they would bring their thing. Well, unfortunately, Rumble, it took them years to do this. They finally have a thing where it's not always politics on the top of their page. They finally had Rumble Shorts, what content creators wanted, but they've lost the majority of their base. When they said they gained a lot of supporters during the election year in 2020, was it 2024, I believe, right?
Yeah.
And they were covering elections. As soon as November hit, the monthly active users dropped by 10 to 20,000. And then by the end of 2025, they like to say they have 80 million. That was their peak in 2020. Jeez. Even they said they need to do something. Even the CEO said they need to do something to gain users, even though they'll say something different on X. Their quarterly budget meetings, right? Because I wanted to support Rumble. I believe competition drives American business, right? I wanted everyone to, I wanted alternatives just in case something happens, right? They have 40 million users now. Probably I'll go and say maybe 50 million, because that's what someone's pointing out, and I haven't been able to verify it. But 40 to 50, they haven't reached their peak that they had 80 million. Because people go onto it, they realize it's a political channel because they advertise the politics. The political types are out there. Even the gamer types are all politics types. I still stream on Rumble because I believe what I have to say, what we have to say here on DragonCast, should be reached to everybody. But I'm not political. If I could find a way, I think I can only do 4. But if I could find a way to do 5 streams, I would also stream on Odyssey as well, or some of these other places. Just so that message is heard, but I don't see an interest to do the Odyssey. I got YouTube, I got X, I got Kick, which I get more viewers on all of those. Then I got Rumble, which I do have some people like Bakley Genie who rated me last week, right? He's always sharing my streams. There's some people that watch me on Rumble, so I share that, right? But I'm not stupid enough to say I believe in free speech and Rumble's the best there is. But I look at the program and realize they have some rules that are against free speech. And they market it to a political type. So what if I say something that was because they have a rule, you're not allowed to post anything that the online community finds offensive. What an odd thing to say for a free speech platform. So what if I say something that a bunch of right-wing party men, right, that are no better than the Gestapo and the Soviets of the left? What if I say something that's out of line for them and they want me removed? Well, Rumble also says they can remove my content, edit my content, use my content without my knowledge and or consent. But yet that's my creative property. They admit that. So that's the same thing. But like, I know people are saying, okay, you're spreading out about Rumble, you're ranting about Rumble, or crashing out Rumble. No, I'm saying that I'm using all that to point to Tim Sweeney. Tim Sweeney I don't think he really believes in AI. He just wants to win against Valve so bad, just like Rumble wants to win against YouTube so bad. You're willing to say and do anything to get it because, well, that's the meme said when he first crashed out about Valve back, 10 years ago. You mad, bro?
Someone brought that email up yesterday in some thread or discussion on Twitter, and I saw it. I was like, oh, yeah, it was some developer named Scott or something. The email was sent to Gabe. And then, I think Gabe sent it to a round of people, and then someone named Scott sent it back to Tim saying, "You mad, bro?" So that's how that started. Yeah, I am getting more and more convinced that Tim Sweeney wanted to either partner with Valve or like buy out or do something on the back end with Valve, and Gabe said no, and he's just been so fucking salty ever since then, and he will not let it go. Like Gabe Newell is the fucking white whale for Tim Sweeney. He is not going to stop. It's billionaire after another billionaire until the end of time.
Yeah,
and it's fucking
the thing
hilarious
is,
to
like
watch.
Gabe and Valve are not even acknowledging it. They just do their own thing,
No.
their own business.
How many times has Tim changed up Epic or the Unreal Engine or something about his own business model to try and counter Valve? And Valve has only had to change stuff through circumstantial bullshit, like the Visa censorship or whatnot, that they didn't willingly choose to do it themselves. Tim is like in meetings, just like, I'm instituting this, I'm instituting that, we're doing this, we're doing that. And it's like, Tim, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
Irony is even all these other storefronts are competing with Steam and Tim can't eat. People only go to Epic for the free game, and they probably won't even play it on Epic. So I got my free game, and I'll go back to Steam because number one, Steam's the it place. Sorry, it is, and I do agree. I'm worried about when Gabe passes away. He is old. Okay, he is fat. He's obese. He is old. I'm worried every year. I'm worried every time I hear Gabe fucking passed away. I guarantee you, if that happens, I'm gonna have one big DragonCast episode honoring Gabe because he did so much for the customers, right? But then I'm gonna be like, who is his replacement? And should I be saying, oh fuck?
Oh, I think an oh fuck is already just preemptively put your oh fuck sticky note on your monitor because
it's already there.
it's already there. It just says Valve : oh fuck. That's what it's gonna be.
That's I actually put it. Here's what it says. Hold on, let me pull it. It says, if Gabe dies, title, stream, or video, oh fuck. Like that's literally what it says.
Yes,
that's literally what it says.
Title, stream, oh fuck. I'm making an unsubstantiated prediction. When that day comes, Tim, who is technically a billionaire, he was like $8 billion, he will attempt to buy Valve or Steam.
You'll be ironic. You'll be ironic. So, but the founding fathers, there's two fathers. I forget. It was Jefferson and someone else. I think I can't remember who it was.
Jackson.
They had a rivalry. Okay, and they died within 5 minutes of each other.
Oh wow! Oh jeez. Right. I know where you're going.
And the one founder, he goes, "I can't believe Jefferson or whoever it was still lives." Didn't know that the other one died 5 minutes earlier. So what if Gabe dies? He doesn't get that note, and he's like, I can't believe Gabe still lives. And Gabe died like 10 minutes earlier. John Adams. Thank you, Ellen Joseph. It was John Adams. John Adams and stuff. But yeah, that would be okay. It's dark joke. I know it would be sad if Gabe dies, but when you look at it later on, like it's one of those look at it in the past and laugh like it would be a hilarious like ironic ending. Both born on the both on the 4th of July. Thank you, Alan. Thank you. Yes, so I knew it was one of them. It has been a while since I mentioned it, so I'm not going to just go look for it now. But we did spurg a little bit. We need to move on. Let's talk about Sega and Sonic, because Sonic did have a happy birthday, but Sega got community noted. So they said, breaking news from Sonic HQ, the Chaos Emeralds have destabilized and are scattered across the U.S. We need your help to recover them before Dr. Eggman finds them so we can power Club Chaos this fall. And it sounds awesome, right? It sounds very fanfic, but you remember how the Sonic fan club is, right? Very toxic right now, right?
Oh.
So, and if you mention anything bad about Sonic, they're like, leave Daddy Corporal alone. Let me eat my shit. That Corporal just shit in my bowl for me, right? But here's what's funny. The readers community noted them. It says, in order to partake in this, Users must consent to have their data used for AI training. Womp womp.
Bullshit-o.
Yeah, for the chaos hunt. Yeah,
Oh, that is
that's going to
snappy.
target kids too. We're not just talking about adult fans. We're also talking about kids.
Yeah, this is gonna. People will sign up for this though.
Mm-hmm.
The people, and this is something. No, not that one. This is something people like Smash AT don't realize is that there is a large portion of gamers that do not touch the internet. Not in the way that you or I do. They don't go on Twitter.
Yeah.
They don't go on YouTube. They go on YouTube to maybe find a recipe for how to make pancakes because they don't know how to fucking cook. They don't go looking around about, oh, what does this mean? What is this going to be used for? Oh, there's EULAs and shit. What is this? No, they just fucking consume. They are consumers. They are the people that the Edward Bernays and the Walt Whitmans of the world love to have exist.
They're the actual modern audience.
Yes.
Just don't ask questions. Just consume product. Let me put it this way: one of my neighbors, right? He's a teacher, very bright man, right? He teaches middle schoolers, if I remember correctly. I know he's in education, so I can't remember what his full thing is. But his boys and my son are friends, and we were at the pool last week, right? And he talks to me about PlayStation 5 and Spider-Man. He didn't know what a DRM was. He didn't know what Denuvo was. And all he said was, I don't understand. It was the Miles Morales Spider-Man game. He didn't understand why they had the Deaf Girl. He was asking me questions about the game and how games are made and stuff. And to understand it, I was like, well, that was a SBI type thing. And he's like, SBI. And I said, Sweet Baby Inc. And I realized, oh, that's right. You don't know this stuff. Okay, so I explained this to him. I explained that to him. I explained how games were made. And he then he asked, how are they making money from all this? It's like, they're not. They're making money from you because you don't know anything. I was like,
yep.
I told him, I'm not saying that's a bad thing for you. I'm not trying to put you down. I'm just saying he talked to me because he knew I was a game developer. He doesn't know I'm also Levisto the Dragon to cyberspace. He doesn't know that.
Yeah.
Like I keep my YouTube persona and my real life persona two separate things for the safety of my son. But he also does know, he does kind of understand, because one neighbor figured it out. I cover gaming news. I know a lot about this stuff. And so he asked me those questions. And then another parent came by, and I'm in the middle. I'm just wanting to be there just to watch my son do his little splashes and stuff. It's like my time off, right? I'm in the middle pool. I'm in the middle pool. People are giving me beers. Thankfully, we walked to the pool and back. But people giving me beers, ask me all these questions because they didn't know all this stuff. And this is why I do DragonCast. Is because I hope a lot of you have friends. I hope a lot of you get asked questions, or when things come up about your friends or kids, you can say, hey, did you know about this? Do you know about that? This is why I do the YouTube shorts. That's another reason I do YouTube shorts, because a lot of people do the doom scrolling. So that's why I started doing YouTube shorts. Yes, do I want millions of followers? Yes, sure. But there's a different reason for that. I want to get the truth and spread that message out, because if one person likes it, that means that it's going to be shown in someone else's feed. If one person shares that, it's going to be out there. I don't really care about the super chats. That's why I bitch at y'all for it. Do I like them? Yeah, but I don't really feel the need to make y'all do super chats. I want, but I feel it's important being shared. And look, watch. Kirsty's going to be a member of the Sonic Squad. I tried to tell them about the data and AI.
I'm reading what it has to say. By clicking join above, you confirm you are 18. Recurring messages. Maybe marketing.
Well, look at that.
Made on behalf of Sega.
But look at it. Look how small that print is.
That's
gonna
tiny.
read that. Yeah,
Like,
you have to be 18 years old. Let's do this. Let's do something humorous. Let's put a pseudonym name. Let's go ahead and act like we're gonna make one. Okay.
Let's see here.
Boo boo. La Asas. Do you remember the Rock movie 8675309?
Yep.
That's them over from 8675309.
I got to do an area code. Let's see.
0101
1900. Zip code.
90210. It's just right there, 90210. Okay, there's something I want to see here. Go ahead, join the squad. Welcome. Oh, wow, they don't even ask you for confirmation if you're 18 years old. Look at that.
No, I was expecting a verify code to be sent to the number, but no,
They
it didn't
don't.
do that.
I certainly hope no one has that real number. I feel sorry for them.
Who the hell signed me up for Sonic Adventure?
I'm not gonna lie. YouTube, don't ban me for this. We used the number from a song, which I hope no one has ever designated that as an actual number, because people are gonna call it, see if it's a real number.
It depends on area code. I think it was AT&T did a commercial. Somebody actually has 8675309, but they didn't say what the area code number was. So potentially, if you just like rattled through area codes, you'd eventually find that person. But it's through just sifting of time. But
I need to make sure I clip that around the age verification, how we did the thing, and there was no verification that you're 18. You said you have to be 18. So I need to make sure I put that, because that's scummy right there. You require 18, but you don't do no age verification. And yet all these people say, oh, we need age verification, yet they're not talking about this. Just point out there. Just pointing out there. But we need to speed up because we are in the hour and a half thing.
Yeah.
But we got some more studio closers. So Aquatic Dream, the makers of Detroit Beyond Human, is in big trouble. Employees have gone on strike over plans to lay off 115 workers after the failure of Spellcasters Online. According to developers, Star Wars Eclipse is dying and cannot be completed under current circumstances. According to them, Star Wars Eclipse is already facing delays, staff shortages, and internal issues. Developers believe the game can't be finished if the layoffs go ahead. We believe that as things stand, the game simply cannot be completed if the layoff plan is implemented as currently proposed. The protest took place on the same day Lucasfilm representatives were reportedly visiting the studio to check on the game's progress. Star Wars is dead. I'm just going to say that right now. I'm sorry. I'm a Star Wars fan too. I have some crazy knowledge in Star Wars. But unions ain't going to save your ass. We've already seen the corporals get away with it.
I don't think I ever knew this was a thing. Did we talk about this?
I didn't see the need to.
I knew there was like some spiritual successor to Star Wars 1313 by the former Dead Space developer. That's still like people are still trying to make that, but this I didn't know about this, people.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yep. But yeah, so because the failure of Spellcasters Online, a lot of people are getting laid off that are also working on Star Wars Eclipse. But EA, speaking of Star Wars, is that EA also has their own issues. So Electronic Arts has reportedly undergone its third round of layoffs this year, with employees in the U.S. and India among those affected. According to reports, the latest cuts mainly hit support teams, including recruiting, customer support, trust, safety, and IT, but not around HR, which is interesting. And internal messages to EA fan care staff said the changes were being made to better meet players' needs. Well, I hope so, but I'm going to hold my breath.
There's a hidden word. Meet money players' needs. They should have put an extra word there, so I fixed it for them.
But this comes after the buyout by the Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, which people were like, even I was thinking like, yeah, I was laughing. I was like, oh, this is funny. This is ironic. This is hilarious. But all I was like, yeah, this means that Saudi prince is going to make sure everything's good. Like, no, they're going to implement their own agenda. They're not going to have LGBTQ, but I guarantee you they're going to implement their Sharia law or Islamic beliefs into the game, which the rest of the Western world is going to like, the fuck are you doing, EA?
Yeah, it's been about little over 6 months since the buyout.
Yeah.
So
and now we're seeing what's going on. Like I said, it takes 6 months a year to see what the new regime changes being made affect the company. It's already affecting it. I will say, sorry you guys lost your jobs, but you know what? Some of y'all came there for the wrong reasons and got called out and are getting shipped out. Some of y'all came there for the right reasons and were dead inside of getting shipped out. And EA, well, EA's been a money grubbing piece of shit like Ubisoft for decades. So,
I don't know if I have
I'm not
any
going to hold my
thoughts.
breath that it's going to be changed. I've already lost a lot of faith in EA.
We had basically the Dance Dance Revolution with Star Wars
Mm-hmm.
by EA. So yeah, that was under Lucas, ladies and gentlemen. That
Yeah.
wasn't Disney.
I was under Lucas. Yep. But moving on, we have some from the makers of Halo. Go ahead and you can go ahead and highlight that one. I'm going to read my notes here. Bungie's layouts have affected most of Destiny development teams, some Marathon team members, and several Sony employees who worked with Bungie. Also, I heard that the founder of Bungie is also leaving. But it says, with great sadness, we are announcing a reduction in force to reorganize as we organize Bungie. As leaders of Bungie's past and present, we recognize Destiny 2 fell short of expectations. Our final content update for Destiny 2 and our future projects will still in sort of incubation. We unfortunately could not continue operating at our previous size, so on and so forth. Basically, the same. Yeah, we're losing everybody. We're sorry to see this happen. And people are and they're asking, we don't even understand how this can happen. But some people point to the signs.
There's the signs.
Yeah, this goes down. If only there were signs. And yes, I do believe this was another issue. Like I don't always attack the culture war, but people have been having to shut down their front that they got sick and tired of it. Right? People like at first it was like, oh, this is brave, this is cool. They're trying to recognize people. Like the ignorant people are like, oh, this like most people saw the writing on the wall, what this is going on. And then the corporations started entering it, and they were like, oh, this is tokenism. They're like, that's racist. You can't say that because they don't want to acknowledge the fact that this was corporate tokenism. This was saying, hey, look at us. This is what we're doing. We're not the bad guys here. And then it went into the,
Wait.
It went into the, pandering, right? Like tokenism, pandering. And then we're getting now is fatigue. We're getting a lot of fatigue. Like for example, Karen, I won't mention it, but there was that nightmare joke that I put in your server that Sky said 10 out of 10 would marry her.
Yep.
I was like, I don't care if this isn't allowed, I'll remove it. I have to. I just thought it was funny.
Oh yeah, that's why I didn't.
And it's because people are having fatigue over this bullshit. They're like, you know what? I'm going to get called racist, sexist, homophobic, no matter what I do. I'm tired of it. So you know what? I'm going to make these jokes because I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't, and I need to let it out somehow. I'm gonna fight back somehow. So they stop buying the games. They stop making fun of these type of issues. They start making the racist jokes, the sexist jokes, even though they're not racist or sexist themselves. It's because they're tired of it, and it's starting to affect companies like Bungie because, well, Bungie started doing the whole corporate kumbaya thing, which is also, I didn't mention, we watched He-Man, right? The beginning of He-Man actually, ironically, makes fun of all this. Because He-Man works, Prince Adam, when he goes to Earth, spoilers here, he works in HR.
Yeah.
And they do this. So they have a black chick that's all bald that says, we're family, this and that. And how she handles things with Adam before he leaves, she's a colossal bitch. But it's like the whole openness HR thing. And then when Adam goes into Eternia, he tries using all this stuff he learned because, you know, that's what he learned. It makes sense why he would try that in Eternia, right? Because he was told it would work in the real world. And it doesn't work. So he has to change his tactics.
Yep.
But
I was noticing something Mikey was saying. I didn't know you ever wanted in my Discord. You want
I know you gotta understand he's a Tusundra. He'll say one thing, mean the next. Like, I don't want dick, I'm straight, but then he's like, oh yeah, I'm gay, daddy. That's just how he is. That's why he has long hair. Yeah. But but no, I just wanted to point that out there. But I also want to I also pointed this out because I want to talk about something else. I was trying to find a way to bring this in. Uh, but some people are saying Steam is censoring LGBT tags, and some people are saying it's China. So this is from Computer's Rambo, right? The gamer says Steam is censoring the reach of LGBTQ games, right? But Kabruchis puts a valid point here, or players are just censoring themselves. They say, I don't want to see this crap, right? That's why I was bringing the Steam part in here. Here's more context. Steam has blocked the LGBT tag in the China region. If you search for LGBT on Steam while using a Chinese account or accessing Steam from mainland China, you'll see this message. The content on this page has been flagged as inappropriate due to the violation of local laws and regulations, and therefore it's unavailable from your current location. Of course, you can still find the games you're looking for, but the LGBT tags, the Rainbow Brigade tag, is blocked. And people were asking in the chat, how could, like in the comments, how could I do it for myself? But they don't want to see this. So someone points out there, forever and asking, go to store preferences, then tags. Like you can see the link right there on the bottom. It's the third link.
Hang on.
Yeah, it has a picture of it.
Yeah.
This goes for any tag, by the way. You go to store preferences, right? Then tags to exclude, voila. You can write whatever tag you want to exclude. And you won't see those in any games you have. Now, my tags are 0. But there are times where I won't lie, I wanted to put the LGBTQ on there, but there are some games that has LGBTQ tags that do have, that representation that aren't woke and isn't the core identity of the game. So I just ignore all that. I don't usually do with the tags. The only thing I will say is, actually, no, I lied. There is one tag. Visual novels. It's a visual novel or two tags, visual novel and VN. I hate them. I don't consider them games. You have to have some sort of gameplay in the visual novel itself for me to consider it as a game. Oh, shit.
Time to do it.
All hail the patron saint of gooning!
The Sundre, Mike says, $2.
Much appreciated.
Yeah. But anyways, moving on.
I had something I wanted to add. I was waiting for you to finish. Why are people surprised that LGBT, like the Rainbow Brigade, is blocked in China? Do people not understand how fucking racist China actually is? Like, there's a reason Finn was shrunk down in the Star Wars poster, and they just tried to cut him out of the movie. The gay kiss was just like non-existent over there. Like, China doesn't care for the Rainbow Brigade shit that we have in the States.
I'm gonna add to that. People don't understand how the Asian community is towards Black people. For example, we'll do the humorous part, right? There's an ad that went viral in the West of an Asian woman and a Black dude. She puts a Black dude in the washing machine and then starts the washing machine and it comes out as an Asian dude. Yep. Just putting that out there. Now, it was hilarious as fuck. We're all laughing about it. We know it's racist. We know it's wrong. But part of it is I don't think the Asian company did that as that in the same, like, I don't think they understand what blackface and all that stuff is. I think they were just trying to say it cleans so well it'll clean the black out of you, like the dark, the dirt off you, right? Like, I don't think they put a lot of thought into it. I will say that, but I do understand because I lived there and my ex is Korean as well. They are racist, and then you have Johnny Somali and other Black Americans who came over, Black Westerners in general, not just Americans, but like Europeans and stuff, as well as Africans who come over to act the fool.
Oh,
and some of them even are Asian women. I'm not trying to be racist. I'm just saying this is why they have this viewpoint towards Black people over whites. And Korea does, like, as much as they love Americans, they also are very, I wouldn't say mistrusting, but wary of Westerners and Americans because of what Westerners have done. But black people over all things, yeah, they are very. It's nuanced, but to simplify the things, they make any racism claims in America seem laughable. They don't want to deal with
Yeah.
black people. They don't like black people. They don't want to acknowledge a movie with black people. You'd be extremely lucky. Actually, not everybody, but
I'm trying to think of the amount of Jackie Chan movies that I've seen when they were made over with the support of the Chinese film industry and the Chinese government. There wasn't a lot of black people in his movies. Just saying.
Rush Hour.
Like, that was an American movie. That wasn't a Chinese film. That's Hollywood. I'm talking about shit that was made with like Stanley Tong, who was, I think he was a filmmaker. Like, we're talking 80s and 90s Jackie Chan movies before he came into the US. Like, yeah, you're hard for, like, they're probably out there. You're gonna have to go digging because Jackie's made a lot of movies over there.
People forget the Bruce Lee movies. They try to say it was Chinese. They were all from Hong Kong. Yeah, but you forget Hong Kong was under British rule at that time. So even they might be a Hong Kong with Chinese name production studio, and said all things in Chinese. Even Enter the Dragon, right? It was under British rule, under British companies and stuff. Still, Hong Kong didn't become part of China again until the 2000s, I think, late 90s, early 2000s. But anyways, moving on because we do have to move on. God of War. We want to talk about the laundry machine. So the God of War was planned. This is how bad they're trying to justify this whole thing. Okay, I'm not a PlayStation owner. I only played God of War, the early God of War series in early 2000s when I was at a USO waiting for my flight, and it was delayed by a day, so I could beat the whole fucking game thanks to me playing God of War, being the only soldier at the USO place at the airport, right? But anyways, they're trying to say this is lore, right? They said God of War lore planned since 2018, says the star Deborah Allen Wald, as she reveals that the gelatinous cube is deeply part of the lore since 2018, right? Now, that may be fair, well, and good. And while he may be a locale, right? I just pulled a brain fart in his name, and I know him, and I just pulled a brain fart in his name. But the creator of God of War even said when he saw the gelatinous cube and everything, he called it a Disney fuck game thing. What the fuck is this shit? This is intended. So you can say, "Oh, we've been planning since 2018." Yes, well, he made the game in the early 2000s and has worked on it since the early 2000s. He's named as the creator of that. Yes, granted, PlayStation Santa Monica may own it, right? That's fine. But the person who originally created it is not part of the lore. You can just all you want. You forced it into the lore. It was not really part of the lore. There's no justification for what you did. All right. But because they're trying to justify this so much, game journalists have admitted something, that the game community is predominantly men in defense of God of War laundry edition. It says here, and people are so focused, like Kedbert said, this is rage click, right? And it's kind of true, but read this. God of War Laffy proves women are still gaining ground in gaming. And on Drill Kratos is sitting this one out. Now, notice, women are still gaining ground. But they cite that women are half of the gaming community. So that means that they're telling you, they're admitting that their own source that they cite is bunk. They're trying to say women are gaining ground. They're admitting that God of War is meant for men, and that since women are, air quotes, still gaining ground, technically it's still a male-dominated hobby. And we can go, like, if you scroll down, because we're going to talk about we can talk about all the God of War when we do the last two for Omar Debt. But female gamers have even confirmed gaming has always and will always be male-dominated. If you go look at the two, they're a tie-in with this. So, like, here we have Legacy Cult Classic Cage trending. She's a real one. Also lulled at this guy's gay-ass write-up. This is Millie K. We had her on before, right? Not Millie James, Millie K, the female partner of Millie Games, right? She posts this thing that says, content creator Cult Classic Cage posted a video, do not tying to the backlash against God of War Laundry Edition, the upcoming PS5 game where players control Kratos' wife Faye in a magic afterlife adventure. Women gamers like Onyxia, who played over 30 years, just because you play a game over 30 years ago doesn't make you necessarily a gamer. We'll go into it more detail, and I've always said it. There's more requirements to being a gamer other than I played a game once 30 years ago, or I play games, right? There's many people that play a game, right? Candy Crush does not make you a gamer. Who's been playing for 30 years, caught up the idea as a goofy gatekeeping, while others shared memories of early 90s floppy disks and Miss Pac-Man in the early 80s. Facts showed women make up 45. That's the sort they always try to say, right? They're like, it's an NPC thing. 45 women make up 45 to 48% of gamers worldwide. And then they try to say, and then we have Mabel Addis creating the first video game in 1964. Mabel Addis did not create the first video game.
No.
The first video game was created in the 50s. All right. And then you have Space War. All right. But basically proving gaming roots run deep for everyone. Yes, gaming is for everyone, right? Like you can play the game, you can play video games. Everyone can play video games. But there are gamers, and it just so happens that it's a male-dominated hobby. Because she even got to here, gaming was always a male hobby. She posted it, right? But you can say, well, Levistro, Melee K, Classic Cage, they're always in the culture war circles. Okay, that's fair. Show the next one.
Yep.
I don't know who this person is, but this just showed up randomly on my feed. Dear female gamers, gaming has always and will always be male-dominated. We can have small games made for us. All right. Yeah, I follow her. Do you see anyone else that we follow that's in there that she follows? Like no one I know follows her. I followed her after I saw this.
No, but I've seen her name before.
Yeah.
For some reason.
But anyways, the post is unavailable. They deleted the post, but let me read it real quick, okay? We can have a few big ones with us in mind. We can prove where we belong. Even if a game more than most men I know, even if I game more than most men I know, I cannot claim the hobby for an entire gender. So even she's putting the fact that it's still male dominated, and it will always be male dominated. We covered that last week.
Yep.
We covered that 2 weeks ago when the fMRI scans showed that men are more engaged in games than women are.
The numbers are just kind of there.
Won't play games, right? We acknowledge you're female gamers. We had Pouty on; she's a female gamer, but that doesn't mean that women. There will always be more women. Women always had access to games. It's just men loved it more. But when, like, for example, let me put it this way: when the first video game came out, when the first arcades came out, right? It was the youth that played it. Girls did not really care about Pac-Man or Miss Pac-Man too much. There were a few, yes, but men got more engrossed in it. Men got more engrossed. This is why PC gaming became a thing, because PCs used to be something you built as a hobby, right? In the beginning, we didn't have PC consoles like we have now. You can go buy Best Buy or whatever. You build order the pieces, built it over time, and from that, they had their own games and stuff like that. That's how the video game industry started. It started with PC gaming. Then you had your consoles, everything else. And most of the people in that field that were interested were men because of mathematics, because of hard data. Men are more into hard data than women. Women are more into social interaction type jobs. That's why they go for HR and this and that. I'm not saying women won't do that, just like I'm not saying that men won't do social type jobs. It's just those are usually the exception, not the rule. Women chose they may play Pac-Man back in the arcade days because their boyfriend Hank Williams, the captain of the football team, might play it, but they don't play it because it's not for them. They might read more 50 Shades of Grey for the 1970s or something like that. I'm just making something random. I did not choose that title out of purpose. I was just random. But the thing is, it's like, yeah, there's more men in gaming, and women even point that out. So, yeah. And even
while you were doing that, the same person, Mad, posted this information. So it's like, it's technically there, but then you go deeper, there's a curve.
Oh, match 3. What's the common game genre for match 3? Oh, what was it? I said that they try to skew into the thing for the 50%. Oh, mobile games.
Yep.
Yeah, I know that data because we take it out. The 22 billion gamers I mentioned in my original song. That's the math of how many gamers are total, men and women. I know
Yeah.
that that majority of that is men, like almost 99%. It's just how it is. My sisters are gamers, but they wouldn't be gamers if their big brother, Levistro, didn't play video games. They only play it because they want to spend time with me. Even now, they play it as a nostalgia. But
Wait.
my
What was that? What was that? It's a social thing?
Mhm. It is a social thing, but it has a lot of pattern recognition, hard data that the science are showing. While some women do respond to it, most women do not interact with games the way men do. They don't see it. Men see it as a competition because that's what games are. They're competition. Whether it be eating a computer, a machine, whatever, time, you're competing against something to solve a problem. And what do men do? Solve
Kick
problems.
ass.
Yeah.
We kick
So,
ass. And,
so what's funny is uh these journalists are so desperate to point out that God of War is going to be this bestest thing. They actually admitted it's a male-dominated hobby, and God of War is meant for men. So while it says here, game roots deep for everyone. Well, not every game is meant for everyone. Gaming is meant for everyone, but not every game.
yes.
Some men like cozy games. Some women like God of War.
Doom.
Okay, yeah, Doom.
Hutaro
yeah.
is actually excited about the idea of once she gets set up. She wants to play. I have to say it proper because I used to jokingly say it. Doom: The Dark Ages.
Well, first, I don't know Hataru. First, has she played OG Doom?
I think so, because
You
there are
better-
many stories of Doom in her upbringing. I believe. I think her mom played it and others played it or tried to play it. So there's like a story in there somewhere, dusty in memory warehouse. But
It also has
I
Doom:
believe-
The Dark Ages. Also has Denuvo. That's why I haven't played it yet, even though there's a fucking dragon.
See, I'm petty in the fact that Bethesda fucked over Mick Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not playing Doom: The Dark Ages
Yeah,
because like
that's what Mikey said a while back. He's the same way. So you two would get along on that one.
and I know there's people that have said, well, Mick said, I don't care what Mick said. Mick said that for moral reasons. I don't have to be a moral person. I can be a fucking cunt and say, fuck you, Bethesda. I'm not playing your third entry. Simple as that.
Yeah. Well, speaking
Yes.
of hunts,
Carrot cake.
all right. So, Gamer Cake, and where we acknowledge what the devs has called "Women of a Bygone Era" making a comeback in gaming, and this is from a scene from Dead or Alive Extreme Venus Vacation, and I thought it's great since it's summertime, even though it's a little late to remind people because some people probably got burnt and everything. Make sure you exercise before you go swimming.
Yep. Do
Just
your
like-
stretches or whatever this is.
bouncy jiggle physics stretches. But yeah. But I was gonna put this I didn't know where to put this, but I did want to talk about it. And it seems like our boy Yorch Torch is at it again.
Oh boy.
So Yorch Torch, among many others, are fuming over Stellar Blade, and some have even gone as far as to make petitions over it. I have 3 links here, right? But here he goes, and I quote, "Everyone knows I'm against reporting games to payment processors. But in the case of Stellar Blade Blood Rain, Shift Up is so responsible for this whole EV debacle. Its CEO was all cocky, reposting owns. Victory laps always come with a bill, always." Now, he says he's against censorship, but he's also doing this stupid thing where he's like Smash JT saying bisexual lightning. Thing is that Your Church has always done this thing. He's always said this about the First Ascendant. He was buddies with John Della Rose and wrote for Fanapple. I think he still does. He blocked me originally, my original account. He blocked my original account. And when people thought he might be, when people realized he was having a falling out with JDA, I mentioned, hey, you used to be buddies with this guy. He's like, yeah, but I seen the light. Blah, blah. I was like, well, I didn't believe him. I just said, well, I hope in the future you remember that and tell the truth. Why am I not surprised he hasn't done that? He's promoting censorship. Continuing on to the Dex Chan link. Their response is, you are pro censorship. Why are you trying to hide it from people? And if you click that, right, and there it says, this is a great cause, reposted. And he's talking about Eve Stellar Blade. Rain looks significantly younger than Evie. We support creative freedom, but we're sexualizing a character who virtually appears underage across the line. Now, for y'all to remember, if y'all don't remember, when York Church was buddies with John De La Rose, he also wrote the gay Henry thing that they were underage. And they removed the question mark of an in-game screenshot that means the earliest known record, but clearly was older, existed before this year. And then people jumped the bandwagon, including another person who hates me reminding you. So I told him, like, this is the last time I'll mention your name about it. But he did join that bandwagon. And when he got roasted in a live stream, someone else's live stream, he went back to try to prove all this stuff, bought the game, and found out that the game script actually acknowledges Henry and forget his fucking name,
other person,
the Lord, right, as adults, and that the reason why they weren't considered lords was because of a ritual, a vote to recognize him as a lord. That he has maturity of a man. Not that he was already a man, but he had the maturity of a man to be a lord and hold his station. And because a war was starting and all these things were happening, it got postponed. So by law, he can't hold his stature, and that he has someone, the guardian still being in that position by the law, even though he's already a man. York Church was one of those people that said, yeah, this is clearly a child. This is clear to he doesn't like something like I don't like the design because I'm not a big tomboy fan. I like women with long hair, right? But I'm not going to go sit there and say this is a fucking child. This is what they always do. Even the left has done this. That if you don't support this thing, then it must be that you're like they tried it with the anime. They try to say like we're not going to go too far into it, right? But they try to claim some things as child porn and this and that because they were being laughed at about wanting to ban anime because it demeans women or some shit. So then they try to say these women are children. Then it went out there. And then I'm not talking about the lolly thing. I'm talking about actual women. So the anti-woke, which I still consider them left-leaning because they're still totalitarian, are doing the same thing. Now I'll move it to Chibi Reviews.
Mm-hmm.
So Chibi also points this out. Pro censorship freaks make a petition to get Stellar Blade censored. It only gets 50 signatures. Fans make a petition to stop censorship. It gets over 1,000 signatures. You love to see it. And it's posting Pagan saying we smashed 1,000 signatures. This is what real fans think here looks like. For those who didn't know me and just part following, blah, 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 blah. Basically, they made a petition to defend Stellar Blade. Right, this is a creative. Now here's the thing: we say we want to protect free speech and all that stuff. We want to protect creative interests, but when we put our money where our mouth is, it shows who's actually who. So in this case, right, you have a woman with short hair. You gotta understand, and this is from someone who married, dated, and had kids with an Asian. All right, my first wife was Vietnamese. And it wasn't intentional. It's just she was a Washingtonian. She was psycho. My second wife was Korean. All right. Washingtonians have a lot of Asian communities. And then I went to Korea. Okay. Just putting it out there. All right. When I came to where I live now, I went to a church. And we were dating a little bit, but she was Filipina. Yes, I dated quite a few Asians, or people could accuse me of a yellow fever, but the reality was that church was a Korean church, and the Asian community usually stuck together regardless of their origin. So my son, I wanted to learn God, but I also wanted him to have a chance to practice his Korean. All right, because he's half Korean. So going to a Korean church. Well, he goes there. I dated a woman there, and they look young. It's hard to sometimes it can be hard to tell how young they are. I dated my wife when she was 18, almost turning 19, and she took an interest in me. I had to ask her for her ID to make sure she was of age. All right, but she was 18.
That's reasonable.
All right, and I dated her. I didn't think I would get married to her. I was just dating her just to like learn the Korean culture, get better at practicing because I was studying it and that kind of thing. I wanted to know the culture. Asians, there's even memes about how Asians will look young until they hit menopause, and then they look fat and ugly, like with glasses. Like there's I had to find it. They look fat and ugly, and then it shows like 119 or like a question mark, and it shows a woman who's so short. All you see is her eyeballs and her white hair bun on her head, like to the top of her head, like eyeballs and up. Because it makes a joke that the woman will stay young and pretty from her late teens, 20s, 30s, 40s, and then around 50 something, she looks old, like an old Aji model, like an old Asian lady. And then later on, when she's a senior citizen, maybe 100 and something, she looks like an actual 100-year-old mummified Asian woman. But the joke was they stay younger forever, which kind of true, kind of not. I'll just put that out there, but because it shows the ignorance of these people. Are like, oh, it's clearly a CP undertone. No, these are Asians who know their own country. They don't know their own people, and they make it for themselves first, and then they ship it out. But it shows you this is why I fucking hate politics in gaming, because these people will look for literally into every little thing without context or nuance, because they hate something so much. It's like I said about Kotaku. This game has this, which reminds me about colonialism, which is why Trump is bad, and this game supports building the wall. But we've seen that so many times. We're like, what the fuck? Well, that's what your church is doing. But I will say, if you would, I know you would add something, so you go ahead and.
I do want to add one thing, that Yorch Torch is he is full of shit.
Yeah.
He posted this the other day, which I thought, what am I supposed to glean from this? Like, the Grand Theft Auto protagonist, like, would he also say that Half-Life Alyx should have been a thing because there was a woman in it as the protagonist? Like, Half-Life Alyx was actually really good.
Yeah.
95% of it. But, there was a woman in it, so no, the game shouldn't have been made. Here's
the thing. It's like he's a rage bait grifter. He's not a real gamer. His content 9 times out of 10 is always rage bait grift, and the people that follow him are partisan men. And I say partisan men because I think of the Gestapo. I think of the Soviet KGB, the Communist Party. They were all party men. They were loyal to their party. If their party said this was bad, and you didn't toe the line, you got sent to the gulags and the trains, all that other stuff, right? The trains to your mandatory camping ground for free shower that you might not survive from. Mm-hmm. So when these people do take over the country, and I get sent to those trains for my mandatory camping shower, I'm going to say, at least let me pull the whistle once. I'm going to blow that fucking whistle. Yeah, I'm going to be like, yeah, I want to pull the whistle. Why? Because if I'm going to my death, I'm going to be as insane as I always am.
Go out with a bang. Yeah.
I'm gonna be that one person that they might not remember my name, or like, and there's this one gamer who was scum of the earth who said, at least let me pull the whistle. He actually broke out of the ranks, broke his chains, ran up on the train engine and pulled the whistle and got beat the shit out of. But his last words were, when he got in the shower, I get a free shower, but at least I got to pull the whistle, or some bullshit like that. Like, that's all it's going to say about me. So it's this legend about this guy, like kind of like the Chernobyl. Like, have you ever watched Chernobyl? And he mentioned a pilot that crashed into the crane.
Oh, right? Yeah, the helicopter.
Yeah, it's going to be similar to that. Like, they don't know the pilot. They might not know the pilot's name. I can't remember if they actually do know the pilot's name, but in the show they never really mention it. Right? They just show like he crashed into the crane going too far into the core. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, that's probably what I'm going to be like. when these parts happen. I'm gonna make the best of it.
Yeah. Well, to add some salt, like that's apparently what Yorch looks like.
Yeah,
So take that and do what you will with it. Like
he doesn't even look cool, but like his profile picture, like his actual profile picture, the real him just looks not even geeky. He looks like
it's probably AI.
I don't care about the AI part. I just know that's not him. But yeah, he looks not geeky. It's like derpy. It's like not even dweeb. It's not dweeb. It's not geek. It's not nerd. It's just derp. His original, and I'm not trying to be mean to him. It's just that's literally what it looks like. It's not an ad hominem. It's just like his facial expression. Also, like of all the pictures of you chose that one. He chose that one to represent him online.
Yeah.
Originally. But
fucking Mikey's comment.
Yeah.
It looks like JT's brother.
Yeah, but I will say
you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And I will say, because we've been having a lot of Spurg moments, there was someone who had a based response to all this.
That is, yes.
Yeah. So this is a response towards his actual thing. He's like, I'm against reporting games to payment processors, but is all he's quoting here. I'm against games to payment processors, but is all I need to see. But I raid on anyway. Sadly, it didn't get better. With your logic, it sounds like you're saying it does make a character that a minority of players don't like. They stick to their choices and commit on this fact, and they deserve to be reported. It sounds like history's repeating itself there from 5-10 years ago. It almost sounds like it. This logic applies to loads of games, including my own. So do we deserve to be reported also?
Yes. Report TJ. He needs to be banned or something.
But then he makes another base response.
Yes. Let me pull that one up.
This is my favorite one of all of them. Oh, you muted this one. You muted Pirate Nation? How dare you?
Pirate Nation gets on my nerves sometimes.
That happens. Yeah, that's fair. Because if anyone makes a petition about the character of my game, I will happily wipe it with my art off with it. That is the most base response I have ever heard.
Just fucking print it out on paper and then
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. That's the only good use of it. Like, and people think, well, why won't you say these about these other games? Like, no, that's true. I would. If you want to make a non-binary character game on your own, go right ahead. You want to make an ugly female game, go right ahead. Right? I'll let you. I'll do it. I'm not going to buy it. Right? But when you come into a game that already has pre-established IP, pre-established artistic creative vision, and you try to change that, that's when I had the issue. But we're the caretakers. No, you're not. You're an activist trying to put your vision in it. And if someone made your game and it was success, let's say that you made Levistro the non-binary purple dragon as a video game. We'll just use my name on there, just as shits and giggles. Use my name, right? And so it says they a non-binary dragon game, and it's a success. It's popular, whatever, right? And then some activists come into your studio when you're gone and starts making me a manosphere stud. I'm fucking bitches and making hoes and all this other shit, right? Does that create do your original vision? No. In which I would say that's not the original vision. How dare you fuck the original vision up? If you don't want to make the game as it is, don't make the fucking game in general. But it makes money. Then you're gonna have to do it right, or you ain't gonna make any money. You're just not. You're gonna kill the franchise. You're gonna kill the golden goose. That's literally the parable, the golden goose that laid the golden eggs. Is that she laid the eggs at the end of that fable. The farmer that got greedy, thinking he could get more eggs if he opened the goose up, only to find out the eggs were regular eggs, and he killed the only thing that could make them into golden eggs. That's literally the story of corporatism in ancient times. And that's what happens here. So I like this response from TJ.
It is great. TJ, now that you're going to watch and read my opinion, but if you do something like this, please, you need to do a collaboration with OCT and have frictionless wipe playing in the background while you do that. Just that needs to happen. That's my recommendation.
No, TJ, you should have a scene in there where someone's like an indie dev scene, like in that kind of like say someone indie gamer was like indie game developer was in there, and he had a fax machine, or whatever, in a cabin, where it's like a little hideaway to get away from everything, and it says, "We want you to make these changes," and the character can literally rip that. There's a bathroom, and literally get a stamina boost where we hear them taking a shit, the character taking a shit and wiping her ass with the paper just to send a message. You don't have to. I'm just saying. I will literally laugh. I will make that as a clip. I will make that as a clip for my video for every time it never happens. Whenever someone has a really dumb take in my chat, I'll just play that video clip of her doing that.
There probably is some, either a film, an anime, a video game, where someone has like has read something, said, "Oh, that's bullshit," and then like proceeds to wipe their ass or something. Just like keyframe that onto that clip and use that.
Yep,
it's got to be out there.
But speaking of TJ and Aftermath in his game, we do have some more cake.
Yes.
So he also has now added physics depth animations, so each one is unique and a little bit more entertaining.
Ooh.
I know how you did it too. You start the animation off, right? So the depth animation will play like normal depth animation, but then you stop it at a certain point so the physics takes over, and so the air quotes gravity falls.
Oh, so, does it like it? You randomize the timing of what the animation stops.
You stop it in a certain way you want it, and you let the physics take over.
Oh, that's why, clever.
That way, it's not the same fall every time. The way the bends knees and stuff, based on the position, angle, and all that stuff, you'll get different animations. Because physics, with loose joints and stuff, it will make the physics will make it random positions every time.
Yep.
He probably did something else as well, but yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. Like there's a good way to use physics, and I think this is one of them.
That is excellent. There was one of these posts. He made like a meme. I don't know where it was. He did the Star Wars meme. Yes, it was in regards to one of his posts. 254 bookmarks. You bookmark for the gameplay, right? Right.
I cannot confirm or deny that. I use bookmarks for every random thing. I have bookmarks in there from last year, and I'm like, why do I have this? And I don't remember. But I was like, I have it there for a reason. It's not related to gaming. It's not related to streams or anything. It's not related to anything related to games. It's something totally different. I was like, why do I have this? And I was like, well, I have it there for a reason. I'm going to regret if I don't remove it. If I remove it, I'm going to regret it.
Yep.
It's one of those things. But yeah, maybe this isn't more your thing. Maybe you like muscle mommies. This developer is making a 3D sword fighting action game which puts you at the center of a playable anime-style sword fight with a muscle mommy cat. You like cats. I don't know if you like muscle mommies, but you might like cats.
A muscle mommy cat with a giant sword that has to be set on your shoulder? Yeah, I'll buy it.
Otaru, I'm telling.
You're not telling, you're showing. You're showing at this point.
Caught in 4K. But yeah, so this one here, it's not out yet, so I did find the devs. It was in the comments, but I did find the devs page. And so I have it listed. So if my devs will put the dev page in the link, it's Polygonomicon for X. But yeah. See? And it's the Eastern dev, so they're not woke.
Oh, now that I see another angle of it, I like the animation and the art style even more now.
Mm-hmm.
Like the sword flash stretches in a very comic book-esque way. I like that.
Yeah,
that's good. All
It's
right,
also
I'm sold.
stylized, so it's gonna last longer too.
Yes,
People realize
stylized
that.
is always timeless.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not always, but it's often timeless.
Often timeless because like when I played the original Bioshock earlier this year, I didn't see much of a difference because the text because like I mean when you kind of can with like really early games, the textures are smeared or stretched a little bit, even with stylized. But
Yeah.
with this one, it wasn't as bad. And it still looked like it could have been like current gameplay, like an indie dev made it, right? It was still pretty decent.
Mhm.
Even though it's an old game. But I understand, maybe muscle mommies are not their thing. Maybe they're tired of Unreal Engine physics, maybe. But maybe you should but I think maybe you should have a look at this impressive Unity real-time physics. This one has breast and belly physics if you look carefully.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing this one. Like that is my first instinct thought is that necessary? But then it's like, well, yeah, it is necessary at times.
Mm-hmm.
It's very much like there. So you've got mesh over the shoulder, you've got cloth. Like there's so many layers that are definitely uniquely undulating. And maybe from a gameplay, you wouldn't need nearly as much if you've got like over the shoulder. You're not going to see that. But for cutscenes, absolutely.
Yeah. Or if you buy an Eroge game. We'll put it out there.
Yeah.
Mikey says, my first thing is, why ask about jiggles? Just buy.
Yep. And yeah, I probably, if I like it, it probably is woke. Yeah, because like I've got half the bisexual lighting here, so I'm probably compromised.
Yep. He likes male jiggle physics.
Mail is in like a mailbox.
Yeah. But maybe Unity's not your thing too. I'm trying really hard here, but maybe you like guns. You need a spine to say you like guns. This is called Gung Fu. Spine is Gung Fu. They said there will be a demo. Spine is a single-player action game about close quarters gunfights with aesthetics of Gung Fu movies. So
yes,
Spine is Gung Fu. And what's funny is, right? You can see some physics in here, but they're also. It looks like they're also going to have a photo mode.
Yeah. I'm seeing some inspiration from not just the John Wick world, but also
John
like
Woo?
one of the characters. John.
I think it was John Woo. He did a lot of Kung Fu.
He did, but I'm also seeing. Damn it. That's Ada Wong. Let's be real. That's Ada Wong inspiration right there, which I approve. I absolutely approve.
Yeah.
There's not
I'm
enough
also
Ada
seeing
Wong
a
in
bit
the
of
world.
equilibrium in there.
Yes, holy shit. I didn't think about that.
That was a good
Equilibrium.
movie, too. I don't care how
Yeah.
accurate it is for gunplay. It's Kung Fu. None of that shit is accurate, but it's still fucking awesome. That's the whole point. That's supposed to be realistic.
I kind of wish we actually had a game that was kind of like that. Like the moment that you flatline, everyone's dead in the room.
Yeah.
Good
Probably
times.
this one is Kung Fu. But it also has a photo mode. Look at this.
Oh, I'm seeing this a lot more with games. I think one of the Resident Evils does this, where you can pause and change up angles and whatnot. Like this is really impressive that you can freeze the space and move around. Team Fortress 2 was I don't know if they originally did this, but they were one of the games when it came out that you could do this, where you could record your gameplay, and then because everything was recorded on a special like file, you could move the camera around and slow or speed up time in the world and the space. You weren't stuck to like just the player. You can move around in the world and replay stuff, which I thought was really cool for the time that it came out.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. I covered this game before, but it showed back up. So like, yeah, we'll cover this for Gamer Cake. I was looking for things, but I found something new. how'd you like an MMORPG? This one is called Vampire, which includes a mature, seductive vibe. Don't worry, YouTube. She's wearing white yoga pants. That's not her skin. All right. I looked. See right there. I looked really hard just to be sure. I was like, I can't. I make sure everything is legit.
He looked really hard. Quote that.
Yeah. My eyes were burned with her ass, making sure it was yoga pants, not skin. Humans, but she's a vampire, so it would be perfectly within her because she would see humans as prey. It would be perfectly normal for her to wear human skin leather yoga pants. Just pointing that out there. Yep. But back to the game, it's an MMORPG where humans are prey. It reluctantly repeats ruthless experiments and has utterly abandoned any sense of ethics. It's a total scumbag. So go ahead and shut down with peace of mind. So basically, very bloody, I thought it was it's sexy. I won't lie, but I thought just the concept of gameplay where you're basically a pure-blooded vampire. You see humans as prey. I was like, yeah, you're basically an undead monster, so you wouldn't have moral ethics. No more do we have any moral ethics towards cattle. I mean, so interesting. But here, you're the protagonist, a former human turned vampire. Loaded with overpowered stats, you can rampage freely, making combat feel so satisfying. So basically like an OP. It's like a power fantasy. So it'd be an interesting thing. But it's an MMORPG, so you can be male or female. And I know there could be a lot of females.
There was a shot that it's Evie. She's too young. Game's woke ban. Goodbye. Nope.
Yeah. That's another thing. I forgot to point it in my notes, but yes, Valkyrie's right. It isn't for the West yet. But how many times have I mentioned games that aren't available yet, but that you could wishlist on a Steam Storm or anything like that? I'm just showing you a game that's out there that's got big titty, beautiful women and asses. And I understand you like Fuda's Val. You could probably ask them if they could put a Fuda in there. I don't know. But this is a game for people to watch for because, I look for games.
These are high quality assets, ladies and gentlemen.
I love how you said that right when her ass was shown. I'm going to make sure that when you say that in the video, her ass is showing, like bending down. I'm literally going to say it. I'm literally going to make sure it's time for when you say it. I will. I
was not trying to time that, but I'm glad that I just paused perfectly. I don't think I could have gotten that in 100 takes. That is excellent.
Well, my YouTube shorts now, when I do the game highlights, I put the trailer videos for the shorts. So you don't see us. Yeah. You just hear our voices. With me, if they have video, like music in it, you might hear the background music of the trailer or the sound effects as we talk. So it kind of negates that whole copyright thing. But I've been trying something new just to showcase the games. Because I can't see, because with the trailers, they show what platforms are on. Good budgets is what I call them. Yeah, you can call them whatever. I call it plot armor. Or plot, just plot in general. Very good plots.
We not play plot. The game plots.
Plots. Yeah, it's a multi-layered plot system. It's got too many plots. Yeah.
This does look good though. Puns and boobs aside, this does look good. But it is it is cinematic, so let me see some gameplay as well.
Yeah. Moving on, we got some news from Lords of the Fallen 2. And I put it in there because the armor designs are gamer cake. Let's just be honest. So Lords of the Fallen 2 has been delayed and is now scheduled to release in Q1 2027. CI Games says the extra time will allow the team to improve and polish the game based on feedback from experienced Souls-like players. The studio believes these changes will deliver the best possible experience at launch, so it's going to be more Souls-like than anything, but still a gamer cake. The new release window also moves the game way from the busy holiday season. But see, that's the thing. I think they're doing that for that reason, yeah, but let's not also forget that they were supposed to launch around the same time as GTA 6.
This is a smart move.
Yeah. Everyone that does that I don't care if people say, well, you should release it anyways because that gives people options. I don't care. You got so many games out there. This is not a smart move to launch anything near GTA 6. It's still a behemoth game. So this is still a smart move.
even if there's those of us like myself who are not going to get I'm not going to get GTA 6. Not now. Maybe years down the road, but I'm not going to get it when it comes out. I'm going to be focused on other stuff, but I am one person. There are presumably 39 million people who have pre-ordered the game.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to talk about that. But yeah, look at that. I want to see more armor die, and I don't want to be Souls-like. Give me a power fantasy game like this. Give me a standard ARPG with this kind of armor. I don't care.
This is level 99 armor. This is top tier shit.
Yeah. This is He-Man armor, for crying out loud.
It is.
And a space and sorcery. No, it was a space sword and space. The sword and space is what they call it. It's technically a subgenre of sword and sorcery. He-Man is a subgenre, but it has technology in it. But he's still running around a loincloth with very little armor. Same thing here, and he's invincible. He has the power. So, there's some scientific stuff to that. Even Wonder Woman runs around in skimpy armor, and yet she only uses her bracers to block bullets. Just pointing it out there. That's 99 armor.
The only functional thing about her outfit is the giant wedges that she wears.
Yeah.
That puts her like a foot in the air.
Mm-hmm. But moving on, because we got to move. Armeria in Bloom. Here they're testing out the smug strut of the boss character, the motion, where they casually hold their weapon, slowly closing in on you bit by bit. Look at those jiggles.
Here, let's we got to get a closer look.
Yeah. And I thought about you because you said you like cats, and she's a cat girl, so I figured you might miss Dash being bisexual, and also I was like, well, I can't get you Dash, but I can give you a female version with bisexual hair.
Sure.
Unfortunately, Smash JT can't get this game because she's got bisexual hair.
She does, yeah. There's some blue in the background. There's like some cyan. We've got purple. There's bluish in the floor. We're 2 out of 3 for bisexual. Sorry, JT, can't get it.
Yep. And hi, Sonya. But yeah, that's it for Gamer Cake. And I'm gonna put the video on Carrots for the gaming milestones, as that's what's next. But you probably you know what's coming up. I think you can cover that one for me because I gotta go check on my son real quick because we've been at this for 2.5 hours. Like I said, this is gonna be a long episode, so I'll be right back as soon as I get it.
All right.
They're on their way. They achieve greatness. Players massing, sales climbing, legends are rising. The gaming milestones.
Yes, transitions. All right, I am happy to be able to talk about this one. So, about a week or two ago, Lady Zero and Hideworks Twitter accounts were suspended by their ex accounts. I'm dead naming it because I'm pathetic. But yeah, they were suspended for no real reason from what we were told. And a lot of us were rightly upset because we had these two devs on the show and they are fantastic. And so, yeah, a lot of us, even Yorch had tweeted the success of having their account back. But yes, Lady Zero says, "Oh my God, both accounts are back. I'm so happy. Thank you to everyone who was worried about us and tried to figure out what to do and help. We still don't know why we were both banned for several days. And at this point, I'm just glad that we were back." The interesting thing about this, is there are technically 3 accounts. There is Lady Zero, there is Lord Zero, and there is Hideworks. They do a lot of their marketing from Hideworks. Hideworks and Lady Zero were removed, but Lord Zero was not. Why? The only thing that I can think of is someone behind the scenes, some dumbass bean counter, looked and found a correlation between all 3 of them and decided to get rid of 2, thinking that they were bots or they were redundant, and thought, oh, well, they only need the one. We can just get rid of the other 2. That's the only thing I can think of. The other reason possibly being they're retarded at Twitter. Staff on a back end can be absolutely dumb retarded. But yes, they are both back fantastically, and they're gonna still keep making their game, which is great. And I don't know if I have much else to say about that other than it's nice to have them back. I don't know of any other devs. There certainly aren't devs that are this controversial that have this level of popularity yet. Like Hideworks in the scheme of indie devs on Twitter that know other people that are making the rounds, Hideworks is getting up there. Like they are getting a reputation. I wouldn't even put it past trolls or even some, what is it, collective shout people, cuntfuckers, to be reporting this stuff behind the scenes, saying that, oh, this is offensive, this is bothersome for children. Like, I wouldn't even put it past those kinds of people to report them. So it from my position, it shows Hideworks is gaining traction. Like, they're getting up there, and people are trying to take them down. That's usually where like, once you start developing enemies, that's when you're getting successful and you're starting to do something right. Which says volumes because I don't have a lot of enemies, but Levistro has a lot of enemies, so he's doing something right and I'm not.
Maybe I'm doing something wrong and I don't know about it. I just beat
No.
mind.
You're doing something right because you have enemies. I'm not pushing the boundaries yet. But I was making the comparison that Hideworks is starting to grow a reputation, and they're evidently getting some enemies out there that don't like what they're doing, even though they're just making a video game.
Well, I talked with Lady Zero in this feed, and we came up, like, we both agreed that it must have been AI derps.
Okay.
Because that's what happened to me. As an AI derp. And they got lucky. I'm still waiting, and I just gave up. I'm like, I don't even care anymore. I just made sure to have all my alternate contacts, all that stuff. Because I didn't have an alternate contact for them to with this one. Because, like, that Believe Bistro 84 one I had when Dorsey when it was still Twitter. And I got banned. And I wasn't even streaming back then. I just said something. I spoke my mind on something. Nothing, most of what I even told her, it's like most of what I say is pretty tame in comparison. I just speak my mind. And I got banned. Yeah, so Hideworks, Devil in the Details, which I still got to stream that one day. And Luminal Point. I was trying to stream it last week and this past week as well. But, things happened and couldn't do it. But yeah, I also want to say that if it wasn't for their supporters, this probably wouldn't have happened. A lot of people
probably not.
And, made us think about it, tagging X, tagging Elon. I didn't get that. All right, I'm not jealous. I'm just saying I didn't get that. This is why I think it was their supporters that helped them.
That's what I was mentioning. That
people that I used to call friends.
I was mentioning that Hideworks has quite a reputation now. They from my perspective of indie devs out there in the world, Hideworks stands out. They've got some attention. They've got people that want them to succeed. Yeah. And seeing this, we all collectively came out and said, "No, you will not do this. We want Hideworks back."
We want Hideworks back, and we even had them on last month. So they were a pretty chill couple, very family oriented when they're not working. Even included their family when it comes to making the game. So they didn't like insert them in the game. They just say like, "Oh, our kids know about the game," and stuff like that. So they're very chill couple. And the one guy has 14 years of experience, so I'm very excited for this. He even Lord Zero, the husband of the two, right? Yeah. He even showed a level time lapse of him making one of the levels. So they're very focused on this game. I'm very excited for it, and I haven't played Devil in the Details yet. But when I saw Carrick's gameplay of it and talking with him, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a really good game.
Oh yeah, like I was telling him, I willingly admit is like I am terrible at this game, but I love its idea.
Yeah,
I need to go back again. They literally recommended that I play with modifiers. I'll take their advice. I'll play it again with modifiers.
Yeah. But because I know some people are confusing it, there's another game that reached a milestone. Not Lumina, but Luminal, but Lumina Veil. Lumina Veil has now reached a very positive rating on Steam of 79 reviews. And by the way, it's out and free.
Yes, that's a
You don't
shocking
have to
thing.
pay shit. So we do have the Steam link that we're gonna give in the description. But the dev said if you do want to support them, go buy them a coffee. All right. So here's the Steam link, and the dev support link will be in the chat, and maybe I'll remember putting pinned comments for the YouTube short. I'm terrible at that because I'm so busy.
I do need to say something about some design aesthetics that I'm noticing making the rounds, and some are definitely doing it better than others. You look at Lyra here, red hair, leather jacket, a little bit similar, red hair, leather jacket. I've seen a few. I have other games in my wish list, and not everyone does this look well. I have to compliment Richard and Hideworks for their design aesthetic of how they do it. Because there are some people that I look at some of the characters and it's like, I don't want to shit on it, but this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. But yes, great design.
I got asked Richard for his press kit so I can make sure I get that gameplay trailer. But yeah, it's free on Steam, and because it's free, I'm going to say I recommend getting the game, at least giving it a try. You don't have to pay anything. If you feel like paying something, you instead of buying a $100 GTA 6, you could give $100 to the devs instead.
Yes.
Just putting it out there. I'm not saying do it, but I'm just saying, if you want to put $100 somewhere, why not support the devs? Especially for somebody who'll say, I support the devs. That's not fair for you to go after the Nuvo and all this stuff because you need to make your money. Okay, then fine. Why aren't you supporting this dev? Where's your $100 for this dev? Just put it out there. You say you're rich. Okay. But did you speaking of which, I saw I think it's the Barber playing this game. Can't remember.
Yeah, Mega Herp.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he was playing this as well.
Not Lumina, but there's this other game we're leading up to. But he was playing Mecha Chameleon. Mecha Chameleon has licensed 7 million copies in just 12 days after its launch on Steam. Now, yes, they're an indie dev, but the Steam TOS says licensed not sold as well. Yep, that is true. As much as we like to give Gabe a lot of credit and praise him for doing good, it's still licensed not sold. But still, that's quite a feat for an indie game. 7 million
still
copies
changing
in
hands.
12 days. Yeah.
Let's see. Subnautica 2 did 1 million in 1 hour and 2 million in a day. Yeah. So for Mecha Chameleon, those are some damn good numbers. Mm-hmm. After 12 days. Like not even half a month.
I guarantee you, just like with the past few games, this one also has more features than a mixtape.
That's going to be the punchline. Oh, yeah. Mixtape is it's the floor. It's the fucking floor of standard by which we measure all other, not just games, but bad games in general.
Yeah, that's on me. I set the bar too low.
Oof.
That's from a movie. I can't remember what movie, but that was a popular meme for a while too. But yeah, Mecha Chameleon. If it sold 7 million copies, you must be doing something right. I'm just gonna put that. I haven't played it yet. Don't know if I will. Not my type of game, but still, pretty interesting. Maybe
I'm actually curious of something. I'm gonna see if I can pull this up real quick. We'll do this while we're here. No, don't. Come back here. Come back. My mouse is going all over the place. Can we search this? Mecha Chameleon. How many active?
Oh,
153,000 in game.
that's more than Mixtape ever had.
Yes.
I'm trying to think. I wish I had my notes if I knew we were going to go this out. Like, there's quite a few games that were supposed to be like AAA flavored games that hasn't even met this number yet.
Yeah.
Just pointing it out there. Indies are starting to become the new already starting to become the new measure of gameplay, the new generation.
Yep. Which also means we're going to see a lot more pushback.
Botrix, I gotta fix this. Oh, by the way, people, do not donate to this. I'm monetized right. Do not donate to this. This is inactive. I won't get it. If you have money in there, I'm sorry. I don't know how to get rid of it because I don't remember my password to Streamlabs. I got it, but I do remember my password to Botrix. I just gotta go in there. Maybe I'll do that tonight. Sonia, if you can remind me in the DM chat so I can do that. Oh, I missed this. I'm sorry, Val. Amelia Blue can't be played with a keyboard and mouse. Well, that's shit. Well, that's fine. There are some games that are meant to be played with a controller anyways. You can remove that's good, but but it's automated. I have to make sure it gets removed. But anyways, moving on. Today's the 30th birthday of Quake.
Wow.
Yeah. So happy 30th birthday, and thank you for all playing. See you later tonight. There's a lot of Quake games. So instead of giving you one game, I went and found out that you could get the Quake bundle at 64% off on Steam.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you want to relive the good old days of the Quake, yeah. I don't know. To be fair, I did this early last night, so it's just some bundle should still be good. But when I looked it up, 64% off.
Hell, I need to go take a look at that once we're done here.
I might do it. I've played Quake 1, but not like very, very much of it. But they have they've been making it since the last title I saw was like 2019, 2020. So they've been still making Quake games for a while.
2022.
I think the latest title's free though.
Yeah, free to play, which take that for what it is.
Yep. But back, I remember a lot of people were waiting for these games and were excited for them. But you know what people are excited for right now?
Dinosaurs.
460,000 players have wishlist Dino Blade, the meme game, and the wait is almost over. It launches July 23rd, 2026. To be fair, I'm going to point out the dev. All right. Go ahead and click his account. He works for Sucker Punch. But you need to understand, when he made this thing, it was a meme. If you scroll down a little bit, his pinned comment from 2022, it was a meme. It was just an animation thing he did for a demo reel, right? This is what turned into the game. And when he was making it, Sucker Punch hired him because of this. All right. They might be funding the game, sure. But it's a Souls-like dinosaur RPG. And I covered it quite a bit of time. I think it's going to be an interesting game, and I'm going to be curious how it works. But I know someone's going to say, well, there's Sucker Punch. Okay, fine. I believe in nuance. I haven't seen what Gene Nguyen has made in games, but I've been following his meme dinosaurs for a while. He has a T-Rex that does gun fu with Uzis. A T-Rex, short arm, two Uzis, spins around shooting with Uzis. All kinds of cool stuff.
That was a sentence that was just uttered in 2026. A T-Rex with Uzis.
So this looks like an interesting thing. It is a Souls-like. I might still try to get it and play it. I'm not sure yet. But just because the concept is interesting. So now we had a bunny, a rabbit, monkey. We're gonna have a horse. I think not today, but maybe today. We'll have a horse showing up, and now we have a dinosaur. So I think we covered much of the Zodiac.
The demo's out, people.
Mm-hmm.
Gaming's getting good.
Yeah, Dino
I-
Blade.
Everyone who puts a video out saying the game industry is crashing and burning, you're fucking full of shit. I'm just saying that.
You're saying that the AAA, and that's understandable. All things must
Yes.
die to let the new things grow. Even forest, people don't realize that a tree grows up, crashes, decays, and that decay feeds the nutrients for the new plant that grows up and becomes trees and makes the forest grow.
Yep.
Just pointing that out there. But yeah, Dino Blade.
Get it. Wishlist it. Play the demo.
Speaking of demos, there's one demo I've had over 60 hours in. And well, it reached over 40,000 wish lists, and it also broke the top 1,200 of wish list games. This is an indie dev that we're going to be having on July 18th.
Yes.
All right. And there's more. I got some more news that we're going to talk about in the main topic coming up. Actually, it's going to be it's going to be next week because it's more related to Sharma with the GameCube and stuff. But I will say they're also focusing on optimizing, and I will mention that next week. But yeah, they strictly call themselves the Temu Fable, right? And remember, I recommended this game, and I said I got wood, and I was all bummed out because my game couldn't play it very well, and they needed some more polish. But I talked to those devs; they listened to me. They showed me some interesting behind the scenes things because they realized I'm not just saying it just be mean. I'm saying it because I wanted this game to be good. They listened to their player base. They listened to the people that supports them, and I think that's why they got this many wish lists. All right, so yeah,
And that is
and we covered them
fantastic.
so many times, but that just shows how the popularity this game has been getting. And if you're watching this and you're Indian, it's like, I wish Lavisha would cover my game. Well, why haven't you responded to my tweets? Just saying, I have an X where I mention these things. Why don't you say anything? It's like you want another game to recommend? Check out my game. I'll look at Karis and I like Karis. Even he'll make tweets about it. Well, we cover games for a reason. So, but yeah, Luminary, it has a demo. Get it now.
And if you want us to cover your game, talk to us.
Yeah,
Bug us.
bother
Fling
us.
something at us.
Yeah,
Like we're not reclusive people who are just like, no, go away. Like that. I made a post the other day. I miss stuff. Tell me things. Share stuff. I want to see what you are building.
yep. I'll give you a platform to talk about it. We'll talk to you here about your game because we want to hear you spurg out about the game you created. Sell your game. Use our platform to sell your game. But just like y'all are the future of games, we're the future. As much as we spit at this word, we have to come to terms with it. We're the future game journalists.
With a J, not a U.
Yeah. We try to be the journalists that the journalists used to be. But speaking of that has awakened a lot of roots when it comes to game design, don't you think?
I would say
Like
so.
this one. Wake Roots. This is prepared for the Crusade, the Nandori Brave defeated. It has reached 3,000 wish lists. And you're like, Lavisha, that's not like 30K. That's not 300. Why did you celebrate it? Because, it shows that they're celebrating the smaller victories. 3,000 is still a lot. Not a lot of games get. If you don't understand how many games come on Steam, 3,000 wish lists is still something to celebrate.
Yes, that still is a lot. I'm getting a lot of, not a lot of, but I had flashbacks to Final Fantasy Tactics, except with a twist. The land's not generated. You have to generate it by just walking on it.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a demo of this thing?
Yes,
There is. I'm sold.
there is.
Sold.
And you can get sold. You can get it for 25% off.
It's $5, but it's less than a coffee at Starbucks or Dutch Bros or wherever your favorite place is.
I guarantee you it has more features than a mixtape.
Well,
Eventually, I'm
we
going to
need to
overuse that. Today's not.
No,
that day.
you need to like record that and then just have that as like a button that you press. You can have it
Yeah,
play
one
it
of these
over
days
and
I'll do
over.
that, especially with when Mikey does the sticker thing. I have the right speech of, and Mikey pays $2 to give me shit. Like I'll say
Yeah.
it the right way, where it's like snarky, sarcastic, dead inside, and yet still funny at the same time. But
Yep.
the Steam controller came out and people have bought that, right? But some people are fucking lazy. I'm one of them. I don't want to go walk and put my thing in a charger. So this is from next year, but a Steam control owner, Ray Frost, created a website, and I checked it out, and I put it in there if you have one you want to try out for yourself, right? So the web, I did find a website because they didn't show the website, but it uses its internal vibration monitors to make it walk back to its charging pack, and you have to use a camera to help create the guiding path, but it will literally walk it to its charging port like a Roomba.
I've seen this kind of tech before. This is really cool. I first
Yeah.
saw this on it was a Shark Tank episode. This guy made an app so that you can have your phone, like it was an iPhone, sit on a table, and it uses the vibration to take a panoramic image. It was so cool. I love little tech being used like this. That I'm pretty sure Valve didn't anticipate this working this way, but leave it to be nerds to build their own stuff. This is awesome.
Or even lazy nerds. Let's be honest, he's probably lazy. He's like, I don't want to go put it on there.
Yeah, that could
It happens.
How can I do this? Oh, I need to go check on my food, but my controller's dead. Let me set it here, and it'll go back and find home.
Yep. But yeah, that ends the gaming milestones and enters our news segment.
Shut up and take my money.
Yes. So these ones are basically in response to GTA 6. So I hadn't heard GameFly in a while. I know who GameFly is. I haven't heard about them in the early 2000s. I thought they were shut down, right?
Same.
But it says here they made a statement. Since 2002, GameFly has focused on bringing physical console games to players at rental prices. Try it first, love it later. If a member rents a game they want to own it, they can buy it. Simple as that. We love this and the power that they give to gamers. You can collect this, trade them, and sell them to strangers safely. And yes, you can rent this out for a fraction of retail cost. This fall, we're excited to offer our members games like Marvel's Wolverine, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, Silent Hill Townfall, Star Wars Zero Company, Castlevania Belmont Curse, Splatoon Raiders, and many other AAA disc cart-based games that members can rent, buy, and truly own. When games are released on discs or carts, GameFly will be there carrying them. And yes, notice how they say you can truly own. I guarantee you they're in support of protect their games and stop killing games because it's in their business. They need the physical copies, right? They could probably sell digital copies, right? Mm-hmm. But their whole purpose is physical. It's always been physical, right? So yeah, it's in their interest to say all that, but it also tells you how, like, people say, oh, we want to support the devs, we want to support these people getting their money. Okay. When the devs remove the physical copies, people that sell games are hurt. People will lose jobs. So before you tell me or character or anyone else, how dare you not support the devs and buy this game? Well, how dare you not support people and want people to get out of work? Just putting it out there. But there's also another one. This is in Portugal, by the way. They say, this is from this member, but it's a store. You can go ahead and hold on. Don't scroll, please. This store is based in Portugal that still stocks physical copies, special editions, collector editions, versions, stuff like that. What makes them special is they actually delisted GTA 6 for not launching an actual physical edition with a disc. As a store that specializes in video games, we've always defended the physical format and believe it must carry on to provide real value to gamers. We can't condone a strategy that devalues the physical format and creates a concerning precedent for the industry. We believe it's important to act in accordance to the principles we've defended since day one. Press start. And yes, in both cases for y'all, and then thank you, Debs, as well. Thank you, Alan. Gamefly, Slink, and press start, Slink. So I don't know if they'll serve English countries like American and stuff, but You never know. We some of our followers are in Europe, so you never know. But it's a great way to support them. Good night, Lord Drag Neil.
Have a good night. I think this is. Some people might see this as gaslighting of, oh, you're just going up against the. There's this presumption that GTA 6 is going to be the best game in history. I don't know. I don't care. But for someone to say, well, we're just not going to stock it because we don't have official physical edition, I think that's a pretty bold statement for current day.
Yeah.
And I think it's fantastic that we actually still have people doing that are just saying, no, we're not going to bend the knee. We're not going to try and, because they absolutely could, like you were saying, LaVista, they could just make that extra money and give out, or not give, but license out the keys.
Mm-hmm.
But no, they're like, well, we deal in physical stuff. You don't have physical stuff. We're not going to stock you. Come back to us when you got physical stuff.
Exactly.
Like, I think that's fantastic.
It'd be like going to a store, like an auto parts store, and buying an oil bottle that doesn't have oil in it. Just put it out there. That's like, so why carry it? Well, it's an oil bottle. Yeah, but people bought the oil bottle expecting there to be oil in it for their car. Same thing here. People see a game. Okay, there's people out there that say, "Oh, I care about the environment." Okay, cool. You do realize these game cases are made out of plastic.
Yep.
So basically, they bought this game case with no disc in it. There's no purpose. The activation code. There's no purpose for them to have it anymore. So what are they going to do? They're going to toss it away. 9 times out of 10, there's very few that are going to keep it. They're going to toss it away because it serves no purpose. The reason those game cases exist is for the physical copy discs or microchip chips, SSD cards, whatever, right? Cartridge, something's in there that needs to be protected from the dust. They keep it safe. That's why they have it. They close it up and lock it away and have it. So people say that these companies say, we want to make money. We need to make money. Well, they just wasted money with all these cases, and they know that. I'm going to talk about later, but they know. I'm going to tell you why they did that later. But it's a waste. And here, these companies are like, we're not selling those things because our customers expect to have a physical disc inside of the case. You don't have that. So, yeah, I would say if I was, because I don't play consoles anymore, but I probably will reactivate my account for GameFly because my son likes playing games. He still has a Switch. So I probably would rent games from GameFly just so he could play them. You know, I didn't realize they existed still, but it would save me some money. And at the same time, my son plays a physical copy and we can see what he likes without wasting too much money, but still supporting somebody.
Very nice.
Yeah. Continuing on, because like we need to move fast. We're spreading out too much. Dragon Hop is out now with 3% sale. I covered this game before, right? But one reason is this dude keeps constantly updating this game. I mentioned this game is fun. It's like Spyro, but you get to customize your character. It's a only up style platformer, and he's constantly updating the game. Constantly. It's a solo dev. So he's added multiple save slots, improved jumping, new tools to ascend quicker, and more. Check it out on Steam. Like I said, definitely check this game out. It's when I got it, it was like $5. I don't know about now, but it was $5, and he's constantly updating this game. So
Sonya, this is a game for you.
Oh, I told her about it. I even told Pouty. Like if you don't want to get Spyro because you're afraid it's too woke, well, I can guarantee you this game is like Spyro as well.
Spyro's too woke.
Yeah, because you heard some guy who doesn't play games who has a Nintendo Power Glove as part of his intro, who thinks Halo's woke or Halo's bisexual now or something like that. Yeah, that guy convinced you that Spyro's bisexual, then yeah, play this game. There's no bisexual lighting here.
Can I go on a small, tiny little tangent?
Go
You
ahead.
need to blame James Rolfe for starting that shit. He started a lot of that shit with the whole doing your intro and using the power glove to represent you. No one fucking played with the power glove because it didn't fucking work on games. I never got it to work. The power glove, the super scope, the laser black, none of that shit properly fucking worked except in like 5% of games. And James Rolfe is one of, if not the one, who popularized using that as like a cool thing. And now fucking everyone does it. Stop it. You're not cool.
I
It's
have
not
a power
cool.
glove, and it doesn't work. And I thought
It
maybe it was
never
a garage
did.
sale until I looked at the history of it and realized it never works.
No.
So sometimes when I see people want to play against a power glove, I want to take my power glove, go to their physical location, and bitch slap them with that glove. Hard. I don't care if it breaks it. Hard. Just because like mine doesn't work. How dare you? I have a working one. That's the only reason. But moving on, we can skip the pocket pair one because we've already covered that. I forgot to delete that. But we have and we'll skip the gaming mods because we're moving to. So we'll go to GOG. Good old games.
Oh, yeah.
GOG is having a sale, everyone. If you don't want God of War, the Laundry Edition, you'll find out that GOG has God of War, Days Gone, Uncharted, Legacy of Thieves Collection, and Stardew Valley on a summer sale for GOG right now. And I guarantee you they don't have the Laundry Edition.
Nope.
No.
I'm curious how much is. Oh, those are pretty good.
Yeah. And even have Divinity 2. God of War. It's God of War Ragnarok right there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And if you like both games, they even have Horizon Dawn. Oh, but you know what? Since you have it there, just show it there. You don't have to show anything. Also, Breach of Trust, the new scenario expansion for Frostpunk 2, is also on GOG. It shows it up there, right there. So see, it's right there.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So yeah, two GOG news right there, covered in one thing. So we don't have to do that no more. But we'll definitely, when Carrots is ready, because I'm pretty sure he wants to say something, cover something that Carrots would really love.
Is it this one?
The Mound. Omens of Cthulhu. This game uses your sanity itself as a resource as you play as a group of explorers in a cursed jungle. The more horror you experience, the more your mind breaks and causes solutions. Oh, too late for that. I'm already there. You might end up seeing allies as monsters or safe areas as deadly traps. Already experiencing that on the other end. Paths, sounds, and environments can mess with you. That just happened today, not too long ago, when we were streaming. The longer an expedition lasts, the more dangerous things become. Every creature has its own behavior and triggers, limited inventory, and basic weapons. It also has a demo, but I will point out it has a third party, and I checked, licensed, not sold EULA.
This does look really good, and it's something that I've actually thought about when was it Borderlands 3 came out? That was the one that started doing like client end stuff, and the like ramping up of levels of thing would happen on your end but not on someone else's end. The first thought I had was, how's this going to work with like co-op horror games where you can make one person see a bunch of shit that the other person doesn't, and then you intentionally force the confusion like that's what it looks like here, and I love that.
Yeah.
And I'm also probably going to hate it as well. Like, Levistro, do you see that monster? And you're like, no, I don't see anything. Like, and I'm running for it, about to die.
Yep. But one thing I want to know is probably the consumption of meat in this game will make you hallucinate as well.
Yep.
Because these are elder things, right?
Yeah.
But being someone who loves eating, trying new things, especially food, I wouldn't mind having an elder feast. Okay, yeah, sorry. No, my son was talking to me. This is a co-op monster hunting cooking game called Elder Feast. Track and carve an array of Lovecraftian-inspired horrors across the galaxy. Dismember limbs, tentacles, and organs mid-combat. Use weapons like limb chopping butcher knife or an organ extracting harpoon gun. A unique immersive in-world cooking grid rewards can't speak, clever placement and creative combinations. Dishes enhance your abilities, or you can feed monsters poison meals. Single player or online co-op. It's scheduled for 2027. It kind of reminds me of that anime or manga about cooking in a dungeon. I think it's like, can you eat your way out of a dungeon or something like that? That's what I was thinking. I can't remember the actual title, but that's what it made me think of. Still, I'm like, that's interesting.
For me, this looks like Monster Hunter Worlds, but they used every color of the color palette properly.
Yeah. I will also say this is a very masculine game because what's the first thing men think of when we see a new creature? Can we eat that?
Kill it. Yeah, kill it and eat it.
Yeah.
Well, there's two sides. Can we kill it and eat it, or can we fuck it?
Yeah, that too. Or the Spiegel, to use the Spiegel meme, can we fucks it, precious?
Can I bone it? Roll for initiative.
Yeah. But maybe you don't like elder things, Lovecraftian things, and you're like, ew, I don't want to eat a monster. Okay. Well, how about pizza?
Can't say no to that.
These indie devs are making a pizza restaurant simulator where you run your dream pizzeria with up to 6, not 4, 6 friends. You should show by hand, deal with fires, thieves, and the mafia. Which, yeah, that's cool. The mafia. Keep customers satisfied. It's called Pizza House Simulator.
Oh, this would be hilarious to stream. To have all of us trying to run a place like this and deal with, like, this is the sort of thing that I thought I would eventually run into with Retro Rewind, which is like people stealing stuff, competition. Like, here it is. Also, I might be manifesting food. I'm hungry now. Seeing all this food.
Yeah. But I will say, we can deal with rude customers in Retro Rewind by throwing video cassettes at them.
Yes, we can, as I found out.
It's not an actual game mechanic, but it's a mechanic that's in game that we can use. Sometimes, though, I just want to remind myself that these people are very soft and weak, so I just throw pamphlets at them. They still say "ow," and I was like, "It's just paper. Grow up." Oh my God, boomers are, because you got to remember those are the boomers. It's the early '90s, so these are the boomers.
Yep.
So I'm like, yeah, the boomer generation is so weak. They get hurt over a piece of paper hitting them in the head.
Paper cuts were deadly back then, apparently.
Yeah, they were. You know, back in their day, they didn't have a biological healing factor for paper cuts. They bled out and they bled fast.
30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds, you were dead.
Yep.
You know, that's just the thing about glass houses. But you know, speaking of glass houses, in this RPG, you're a plumber trapped inside a crime scene, a triple murder under your roof, and no way out. Investigate the tenants of your apartment building and uncover the political conspiracy. Team up with your flatmates or go your own way.
What? I was distracted by the fact this guy was like vomiting blood or something, and I'm like, what is? Does he have consumption? Like, this is wild.
Yeah.
Also, it's heavily stylized, which I love.
Exactly. And it has that, I think it's in the 1920s or the 1800s, 1920s. It has like industrial age, and I forget what they call it, the Art Deco type aesthetic.
Yes.
Almost.
I love Art Deco. I am unfortunately a sucker for it.
I have a mix. Sometimes, like, if it's done well, I'm okay with it. But usually, I don't like Art Deco styles. Like, I like Batman, even though I had Art Deco. But sometimes playing Bioshock, it also has Art Deco, and I it's not one of my favorite designs, but when it's done well, it's good. The late 1880s, I will say I do like, or early 1900s.
Unfortunately, films like Sky Captain and The World of Tomorrow ruined Art Deco for the rest of us, but those of us who understand what real Art Deco were like, no, that doesn't count. That doesn't count.
But Yeah, so Glass House. I thought it was a pretty interesting. It's like a true crime. I want to see it when Hataru screams. I want to try. I want to try to convince Hataru, Sonya, Pouty, and it says I think it's like up to 6, 4 to 6. So we got 3. We need 1 to 3 more women, or maybe just women streamers that we know that are big on true crime. Stream this game because I know most women like true crimes.
We could find some. Slip them a gift card.
Yeah.
Will you play this game on stream with our friends?
Where were you, Philip Morgan? We were showing a lot of stylized games. Calling you out. Speaking of stylized and cooking, maybe you didn't like the cooking idea, and maybe you didn't like Glass House. But what if I told you could fish with guns and dynamite? This indie team is making a co-op fishing game where you can fish with an assault rifle and dynamite the Texas way. You crash your boat drunk and must fish your way home. Sell your catch, earn money, buy better fishing gear, defeat the boss fish to unlock new islands. It's called How to Fish. And yes, guns and dynamite. I won't be surprised he had grenades later. Look at that.
Wait, whoa. Hold up. I gotta mute it because it's like playing retro shit. Was that a fish or a bird that just flew off with someone? It was
flying
like
fish.
No, it was a bird. I think.
Yeah, you picked up a person. Look at that. You see that? That's a seagull picking that thing up. That's a seagull picking up a dude.
We're going half speed. There it is. Yep. Fucking seagull just picked up a person. Damn.
Yeah. Maybe I don't want to touch grass no more.
Grass is dangerous. This is unfortunately one of those.
I'm gonna get this video, download it, make a clip of it. Whenever someone tells me, because it's rare, but whenever someone tells me on Twitter or something, say you need to touch grass, I'm just gonna respond with that seagull picking up that dude.
This is what happened
like,
the last
no,
time.
this is why.
I can. There's unfortunately this like derogatory phrasing that people put on these kinds of games, and they label them as friend slop. I feel like this is going to get that label, even though I don't know why friend slop is a thing now. Like we didn't vote on this, but it's just like a thing that people use now in
and
videos.
I guarantee it's those people that only play Call of Duty. I'm a real gamer. I play Call of Duty. I've been playing Call of Duty since I was 6, yo. Okay. Have you ever played Battlefield? What's that? Got it. You're not a real gamer. No, I'm a real gamer, but you're not a real gamer. You like to play those friend slots. I play any game, bro.
Call of Duty.
I call it a cozy game.
Call of Duty is the gaming equivalent of like how people will say that if you've got like a massive jacked up truck that's 20 feet in the air, that your dick is non-existent. That's what Call of Duty is the equivalent of that, I think. Call me out. Fight me.
Nah, I think you're right because a lot of them they don't play a lot of games. They play Call of Duty because they're afraid. They're afraid to play another game because when you play another game, right, you lose your skill in that game. You get something that you have to maintain. And they're not. Some of them studied this. It's kind of like the irony joke about people who force their kids to play sports because they themselves wanted to be a linebacker for the NFL, failed that dream, so they're pushing that dream on their kids. Here, they had this dream as kids of going pro, and with the Major League Gaming back when it was a thing, they stopped. I don't know if that's still a thing, but they still have professional gamers. But I don't know if the MLG is still a thing. But
I don't know.
They couldn't do that. So they still play Call of Duty, hoping that some team will recruit them, even though they're sad 40-year-old men who think that real men do these other things, right, or something, or whatever, and end up being losers their whole life because they think they want to be called a gamer. But then, like K-Med is like, I'm not a gamer because I'm ashamed to be even associated with gamers. K-Med said that. So remember, K-Med said he's not a gamer. But he showcases games. That's the same with these Call of Duty players. They're not gamers, most of them, because they only play one thing. It's just fine if you play one genre, but when you only play one thing, and then you get mad because someone else is playing a friend slot game that has gameplay and has the actual definitions of what a game is, and you're gonna say, "Oh, that's friend slot," or "That's a girls' game." Okay, fine. Girls will play friend slot. Got it. I play it. It's a cozy game. I like it. And I'm pretty sure shooting a fish with a gun is not very comfortable or cozy to that fish.
No.
It is to me.
Yeah. Like this is I just thought of, remember Dorf Goes Fishing?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I just thought of. It's like the extremist version of Dorf Goes Fishing. Just gets a shotgun and shoots the water and the fish come up to the surface.
I thought the guy was strangling that dude's throat. I wonder if you could throw him onto the grill. Your own friend, just like, I'm hungry.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
I refuse to be a vegan, a bad hunter, so I'm just gonna grab my own friend and resort to cannibalism.
I gotta eat something. I'm gonna die in 30 seconds.
Oh, but moving on, maybe fishing is not your thing, and maybe you and your friends are playing this game, right, and you're just fed up with each other, but you want to settle it once for all. But you want to use memes like testicular torsion, emotional damage. This anime battling game lets you shout spells like testicular torsion and emotional damage. And Super Shout Showdown, you fight each other online by shouting or typing spells out. Discover over 25 unique spells and launching energy blasts, teleport around, wield the elements like fire, ice, and more. So basically, it's a wizard duel game. Emotional, dude. When this game comes out, I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna get you it. We should try this.
We should. This is for those who didn't grow up in the 80s and 90s. We had something called Mavis Bacon Teaches Typing and Mario Teaches Typing. We should have had this instead. We would have learned how to type so efficiently.
None of this. Type, tap, 2-finger tap on keyboard.
The quick brown fox jumped over the laser. No, fuck that shit. Give me emotional fucking damage.
And testicular torsion. Or 3 a.m. doom scrolling. Like, do you follow Punky Doodles? That's where the testicular torsion comes from. He makes wizard duel things and witches. He go, I cast testicular torsion, or I cast not 3 a.m. doom scrolling. All these random things. And just like, or like even in front of Fireball. I cast Fireball. It's like, you're not casting Fireball. You're literally drinking Fireball. Fireball! He just shows the scene of the wizard drinking a Fireball.
Wow. Damn.
Lenny, hello.
Welcome.
But I know these are things that probably doesn't interest Karis too much. But I know one that will, being a crazy cat dude.
That one would show. That would interest me.
This is called Cat Chess. This is this indie day is a game where every piece has been replaced by cats with its own personality and breed. Stray cats versus house cats. Play with your cats while watching the opponent's turn. The perfect chess game. But if you look, they move as chess pieces, right? They look like, kings, queen, all that stuff. They move their chess pieces. But when they go through, like this one here, right? He walks over to the cat and just does the cat attack.
The high five. Yep. Oh wow. I love the cat in the corner had the clip's gone, but there was a bowl on its head. Let me see if I can. Oh, that's loud. Right there.
Yep.
The bowl on its head. That's great. I would play this. I would definitely play this.
I figured.
I
just
know
thought
a
the
lot of
concept
people
was
that.
interesting.
Yeah, like interesting chess. We don't really have a lot of that, and it's cats. When they defeat each other, do they knock each other off the board in typical cat fashion?
I think they just, as you see it when they defeat it, the cat just walks off the board. See?
Yeah. It's like, I don't want to play anymore. I'm walking away.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Renaissance Fair human chessboards, but here you have cats.
Yep.
Still, though, I thought it was interesting, and I thought it was something for a lot of crazy cat ladies, and Karis included.
Crazy Cat Karis, absolutely.
Yeah. But, and the last but not least, unless you had something you would add, is a game called Breath Edge 2. Sent on a reckless mission, you find yourself in outer space filled with numerous dangers and things to explore, build, craft, manage your crew, look after the chicken, and defeat the evil space corporation in this new breathtaking survival game. This game is orbiting in early access this August. I like this because it kind of reminds me of Jump Space a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, there's a few other games that reminds me. I just can't get the name of them on the tip of my tongue.
There's one that does come to mind. It was based on a book. Do I have it installed still? The aesthetic is very like Soviet era ish, like it's very retro, and I like that. What the hell was it? Do I have the damn thing installed? Well, I can't remember the name of it, but it was actually a book that was turned into a movie. George Clooney was in it. It's like Solaris or something like that, but
Yeah.
reminds me of that.
Yep.
This is cool.
Yeah. And that's the end of Dragon Bites. These games are out there available now. I did try to speed through them. We did have a lot of interesting conversations with them, so we went way over for Dragon. This is the record of going way over Dragon Bites. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting games. And this isn't even realistic. It's like stylized realism. I want people to notice that. But still, a lot of good games out there. That's why we do it.
Growing early access soon.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
But we were going to cover this. I know the description probably says it, but we were going to cover the Steam Machine. But I had a feeling that the GT time was going to be too big, so it's not going to. We were going to skip it. I'm kind of glad we did because ironically, this was the big one to skip it. But Carrot, if you don't mind, if you go down the notes, I have one that says GTA 4 no disc. I'm going to open up the conversation. So if you want to take a quick bathroom break or something, you go ahead and I'll cover you real quick.
Yes, I am definitely going to go use the bathroom.
But just can you bring the GTA no disc on the screen for me?
Yes. They don't actually have. Is it this one? No,
yes.
It doesn't. Oh, it is that one. Okay.
Yeah, it's IGN. So Rockstar will be selling physical copies of Grand Theft Auto 6, so you only get box containing the digital downloads. You can go ahead. I'll cover from your characters. I'm going to point out we're not buying physical games anymore. Retailers are literally just selling us cardboard garbage with a receipt inside. How does the panel feel about paying $80? How do y'all feel about paying $80 for a box that doesn't even have a disc in it? Think about the absolute trap Rockstar and most retailers have set up here. They know casual consumers prefer physical media because it feels like actual ownership, right? Even though it's a physical license. So what do? They put a piece of paper inside a physical box. As Karis mentioned, right, not a lot of people watch gaming news. They don't watch us on YouTube. They do their own thing, so they don't know about a lot of these things. Maybe they don't even know that Rockstar's doing this, right? They don't know it's going to be $100 games, but it's Rockstar's $100 game. They might think, okay, well, it's just inflation, whatever, to justify their mind, and they'll buy this thing expecting a disc inside. But when they open up, it's just a piece of paper, an activation key. And that's the fucked up part here, right? They put a piece of paper inside a physical box. A casual player or buyer walks into the store, sees the box, and buys thinking they're getting a disc, right? Like I said, they then take it home, rip out the plastic off, and find it's just a digital code. And guess what? Like I said, I've been mentioning this before. All those times I've been hinting about this. Here's where I think this is false advertising, borderline illegal. It's not illegal in general, right? They can't even refund it. Store policy across the entire industry says once the seal is broken, you own it. You can't return it. It is brilliant, really. It's a malicious way to force digital adoption on people who don't know any better, all while hiding behind the illusion of a retail store shelf. Okay? This is exactly why companies like Rockstar are shipping empty boxes. A digital scratch card on a store peg screams, "This is digital." So those little cards like Steam key codes, right? That even Steam's getting away with, getting rid of, right? Those plastic cards look like credit cards or gift cards. Remember, there are games that have that, right? Games that have the scratch key activation key on the cards. Well, when you see that, you're like, "This is digital," but this box here looks like it has a CD in it, right? Maybe they'll say it contains a digital code inside or whatever. Right, but they probably won't read that. Remember what we covered in Sonic the Hedgehog fiasco with Sega, right? They say you must be 18 years or older, but it's in small print, and they don't even ask you to verify. So a kid can go on that site without their parents' permission and register with all that information, and they're registered to play the game. All right, corporations don't really care about that shit. They're not going to do anything as transparency for the customer. A thick plastic console case sitting on a retail shelf creates a subconscious psychological explanation of a tangible product. By keeping the box format, publishers successfully trick casual customers and parents buying the games. Because let's be honest, a lot of parents are going to buy the game for their kids. The ones that can afford a $100 game. The ones that can, right? Just checking the chat to make sure I don't miss anything. But like I said, by keeping the box format, publishers successfully trick casual consumers into a sale they might otherwise hesitate to make. Consumers cannot refund the game once open because the store policy requires it to be sealed. This is standard across the industry, as I said before. This includes Walmart, Target, Best Buy, and GameStop. Due to its historical copyright laws and ease of copying software, retail return policies strictly dictate that open software and video games can only be exchanged for the exact same title if defective once open. Once the customer tears that shrink wrap to find a paper slip, they are legally stuck. Retailers will not give them their money back, forcing the consumer to redeem the digital license. Because they open it up, maybe, like I said before, because characters came in here. Like I said before, maybe it's on the box that says does not contain a physical disc. Maybe it'll say that, maybe not. Maybe people won't notice that, right? And they'll buy it, and they're like, "Oh shit!" Because like I said, Karis, because you just came in, we pointed to Sonic where they said you must be 18 or older, and it was in small print, and they did not do anything to verify the person that's making the account.
Nope.
Verify it's 18 years old. There were, granted, we gave a fake number, all that stuff to just experiment with it, right? Because it's live on stream, so we don't even know more about it. Like they didn't do any checks, right? At that level, right? So there could be other checks, but from that level, there's no "Are you 18 years old?" on that site. Same here. Due to historical copyright law, software retailed from publishers. I'm reading my notes here, guys, because I want to make sure I keep myself within focus. Companies prefer this because consumers about the return policy is because customers end up leasing the digital game without realizing they lose the physical ownership rights. Legally, when you buy a digital game code, you do not own a copy of Grand Theft Auto 6. You own a revocable license to access the software via Sony or Xbox servers or later Steam. If a player's PSN or Xbox Live account gets banned, they lose all access to the game. If the servers go down, because I think Explosive mentioned his account was banned. If the servers go down years from now, the game cannot be reinstalled offline. By forcing digital adoption via physical storefronts, publishers bypass the secondary market entirely. No used game sales, no borrowing from a friend, and 100% control remains in the hands of the publisher. This is called a retail illusion. Rockstar and Take-Two know exactly what they are doing by putting a download code inside of a plastic box. They don't care about the environment. They don't care about you buying a game. This is not a physical existence sales of, we are still here. They know you would prefer, because they read the market industry. They know you want physical copies. They know there are stores that sell physical copies. And that's why these stores that we mentioned earlier and Shut Up and Take My Money are saying, and even in the thumbnail, if there's no disc in the game, we are not selling it and delisting GTA 6 because their customers expect a physical disc. This is not Rockstar devs finding a brilliant strategy to earn a little extra money for a game that they fucking overbloated. These are this is a corpo shill and fucking shady advertising. This is false advertising. That's what I'm going to call it. All right. They are weaponizing major retail return policies against their own customers. They know that the moment a parent I'm repeating myself, but the point is like, hey, there's no disc in here. You're trapped. All right. It's brilliant. It's predatory and designed to force people into digital ecosystem where they merely lease a license to play, completely destroying the concept of consumer ownership. And when this goes what I said, what we were talking about last week, right? And I'm going to say it again, why I disagree with Asmongold. Yes, there's no point in today's ecosystem. I even had this talk with Mikey. I'm going to point this out. I agree. It makes no sense with today's ecosystem to have a physical a platform exclusivity unless you have physical copies. And the only physical copies until recent generation models were consoles. Consoles were the only ones that still had the physical copies. You bought it, you put the disc in the hardware. Nintendo Switch, the original Nintendo Switch that I bought 6 years ago. All right. All my son's games are physical copies. Yes, you could download a game with the Nintendo Switch, but you still had a physical copy. They're trying to get rid of that. They're trying to dictate when they can have it. And a good argument of that is Nintendo itself. There are many people that would pay top dollar for Nintendo to release The Legend of Zelda, The Legend of Link 2, even though I fucking hate that fucking game. Old NES titles, the first Super Metroid game, all those titles, but Nintendo won't do it, so they emulate it because it's abandoned. It's not coming out. But I guarantee you, because people point out, if it came out in the store, they would buy it. And when they did come out, people did buy it, but they don't release all their library. So now they can control what's going to come in and come out. But the days of you buying a game and saving it for your kids, or maybe playing it later on when you have nothing else to play or for, and you just want that nostalgia feel. Once it's gone, it's gone. That's all I was going to say before you popped in. I was trying to.
No, I was letting you go.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting for an emotional response from you, so I could be like, okay, I can stop rambling.
I was thinking you mentioned Nintendo, and like people were waiting for Nintendo to do this or Nintendo to do that. I learned about a Nintendo-ish product that was canceled. It was a remaster of this little prop that I keep joking about. Xbox was in the process of remastering this entire fucking game with multiplayer, online multiplayer. But apparently you can still get it because like I guess the binaries or something were leaked or released or uploaded somewhere, so you technically can get it, but it was never actually a fully released product apparently. And it made me think, what would happen if they actually did release that and then decide, oh, because of licensing, you no longer can have this thing that already was amazing back in the day, and people would right now, people would love to have a remaster of GoldenEye for Xbox. That would bring people, be it Xbox, there's the newest console for you. Either Xbox or Nintendo. If they did that, that would get your exclusivity back in. But no executives seem to care about GoldenEye anymore, so it's not going to happen. But yeah, the physical... I was thinking about the physical releases and how they really forced you to choose. Like, not many people remember the StarCraft release on Nintendo 64. That was not great, by the way. I played it. It was not great. I much prefer the PC release. But that was a thing. It didn't happen very often. And now, like, as much as I appreciate some bleed over, because of the bleed over, you don't really have to be, you're not forced into an ecosystem. So it's like, I'm torn on the whole ecosystem thing. But as far as the physicality of the box, that dictated a lot more of a purchase because it was a physical fucking thing that you could hold in your hand. And even long after the developers had either retired or died, guess what? You still got that physicality. you can go back and replay that thing over and over and over again. And that the physicality is a real strong indicator. Like when you go to certain hardware stores and you want to buy something, you see a card there. That card is there because, well, one, it's a high theft item, and two, they want you to go up and like get the item from customer service, and they pull it out from a box. But there's that card. Every single person, including me, like I worked 5 years retail, I've seen this. That digital card there, people hesitate for a moment because their brain is not like, wait, why is there a card? There's supposed to be a physical item there. It's not registering. And a similar thing is happening here where people are like, wait, why is there a box, but there's no game inside? Like, it's that same like jank where the gears are grinding so much that the teeth are chipping off. This is something that, yeah, Rockstar's still going to make their money. Unfortunately, the common people who don't know to look at something, they're just going to go up, they're going to grab it, they're going to buy it, especially if their vision's not great. They're going to realize what they got. Like, what? No, what is this card? I don't want to act. What is going on? Like, they're going to go through those motions. And unfortunately, it's going to be too late because Rockstar still got the money.
And
that's all that matters.
This is the ultimate hypocrisy of GTA 6 launch, okay? When Take-Two Interactive does their quarterly investment call, they are going to brag to Wall Street that they sold 20 million copies of the game. But the second you open that box, right? Like when you and I buy the game, we open a box and look at the EULA legally binding our console. Not just because it's coming to console first, right? And I'm going to explain my theory on that policy. I mentioned it to Mikey a while back. Right. So when you the script completely flips. Legally, they didn't sell you anything. You just paid $80 to $100 to rent a revocable license. They get to claim a sale for the stock market, okay, for the investors. You strict retail return policy to keep your money and still tell you you don't own your game on your shelf. I know I'm repeating this, but I'm going to keep repeating this. I don't like the idea that I paid full price for a game and it's a rental. This is why, yes, I agree to the EULAs, but I don't agree to them because I will accept that I bought the game on Steam to play on Steam. I got that. I will accept I bought the game on Xbox to play on Xbox, say with PlayStation, Nintendo, whatever, because I bought that copy of the game specifically designed and programmed to be played on that specific platform. But it's still my fucking game. I didn't buy the IP rights. I didn't buy the blueprints for it. I bought a copy of that game just like I did when I was a kid in the early 1990s. It's, to me, it's a still staying mental concept. And we covered that. PlayStation removed all those movies. And it's happening on Amazon too, right? They're revoking what you paid for with no refunds. And that's what I'm saying. Like when I covered the California state law, people just focused on the game part. I said, this covers Amazon. This covers Nintendo. This covers ebooks, for example, digital books. Covers everything, right, in that law for Californians. And in that law, it says you have to say lease. You have to tell them this is not a copy that you own. You're not buying this product. Because corporations have been doing this for 20 years. They've been doing this forever, right?
Long time.
And I'm gonna point this out. So a while back, I forgot to put who they are, but people who follow this stuff might know who I'm talking about here. But Matthew Ball and Michael Pachter were looking through this for a corporate credit sheet, and they saw a $2 billion budget and assumed Rockstar deserves to charge $100 to recoup it. But let's look at this as a real world service. Okay, I'm going to use it as a real world service. All right. If I hire someone to fix my roof, or in this case, my yard, right? Because that guy fucking knocked that car, which I did take a look before I came back. Miraculously, the stuff will fluff back. It was not as my yard wasn't as totaled as it seemed, right? They already picked up all the fiberglass and stuff off my yard, so cool on that, right? But,
cool.
But let's just say it was damaged, right? And I hire a landscaper to fix it, right? They spend 10 hours doing it, but still leave a massive. Let's just go back to my roof example because that's a little better for me. Back to the roofer, right? If I hired someone to fix my roof, they spend 10 hours doing it. They leave a massive leaking hole in my roof, right? I don't care how long they worked on this, right? They could work 10 hours, they could work 24 hours, they could work 1,000 years on this, right? They didn't earn their money. They didn't earn it. Take-Two pushed the envelope to $79.99 or $80, $100, whatever, because they want to leverage GTA's massive IP gravity to establish a new industry-wide baseline, essentially normalizing games at $80 to $100. But that doesn't mean there's quality of work. We're seeing cinematics, and I just covered in a video. We talked about last week about Ninja Theory doing the same thing with massive cinematic things, 50 million budget that they fucking failed. And I point out if they did a $25 million budget, they would have made their sales, and anything on Game Pass would have been profit. They didn't count for that. Okay. We're not seeing gameplay. And how many times over the past 10 years, I'll just say 10 years since Gamergate, because Gamergate was 10 years ago, we've noticed when a game company shows cinematics with no gameplay, the game is usually shit. We have seen that time and time again. I'm not saying this gameplay is going to be shit. I'm saying there's enough evidence to suggest why haven't we seen gameplay? Why is there no gameplay trailer? It's all cinematic. All right. There was another thing that I wanted to point out. I think I sent it to you in the DM chat. But it was Legendary Drops. It was a short from Legendary Drops. I don't know if we can play that one. We can try because I have G Fiber now, so we can test that out.
Oh yeah, try it.
But yeah, I'm gonna try to bring it up on mine. I want to test it out because it gives me a perfect example. So hold on here, everybody. Give me a second. But I was watching Legendary Drops videos on this one, and because if it lets me load it up, I typed it wrong. Oh, what the fuck are you doing, YouTube? All right. It's not letting me. Why are you not letting me? It keeps doing HTTP. I just deleted all that and it's still doing it.
Want me to try?
Yeah.
I'll go.
It's not the video, it's just YouTube. So this is Legendary Drops, right? I don't know if anyone follows them, but I do. But they talk about what if GTA actually let us prepare our burger order to be prepared instead of you basically wait 6 minutes for your burger, like in real life. And he says, what if it actually made you wait 8 hours? Oh, yeah, now it's finally working. But basically, you wait for your order to be ordered, right? Instead of just handing you at the window, right? And he goes, what if the game made you wait hours for your character to sleep while you actually do it? He points out it's like that's the stupidest idea. Many of these people aren't gamers. We covered it. The people that do like the immersion 50 cal bullshit. Yeah, it's neat and all that stuff, but at some point, you might as well just go join the military. You might as well just go drive a real car, right? Yeah. You don't need that level of immersion. Blake Man, hello. I wonder if we're going to get a disc version of Max Payne when it comes out. I don't know. They might not do it. It's setting your precedent because whatever people don't realize when Nintendo did it with Mario Kart with the $100 thing for Mario Kart or $80, whatever, it set the argument. We knew once they did that, we knew everyone was going to do it. And then it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. It came true because now investors want GTA to do it because if GTA does it, everyone will follow suit. Everyone will do it, right?
You know what's going to happen though? There's an argument that no one's talking about. Starts at 80, but 80 was the goal to get it to 100. It won't stop at 100.
Nope.
It will eventually go to $150. And Mike of Red Letter Media will have been right, or he would have been coincidentally proven right when he said that the Star Wars experience needs to be $150 to $200. That's
Yeah.
what it's going to be to buy a game that you will never be able to own. It'll be an experience, a temporary thing that you rent.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, remember, I saw I purposely reported on the or did that Dragon Bites earlier about the $1,000 game. Congratulations on your purchase, right? It's a joke, but at the same time, it's a joke about this because eventually we will be paying $1,000. I mean, because it's not the fault. This is why I wanted to mention the GameCube thing, but we'll talk about it next week. But it's not the fault of Gabe or even Xbox that these consoles are becoming expensive. It is the fault of Microsoft and people that wanted to push AI and everything because we had the ROM apocalypse, for example, making these things expensive. But Devs think I lost my train of thought,
too hard.
Yeah, it's just this thing just outrages me, right? Because it's not quality over it's quantity over quality, not quality over quantity. The industry, the AAA industry, has confused immense scope with high quality. When I was in game design, one of the first things we learned was a word called scope creep. Most gamers call that bloated games.
Yep.
We have to keep a game within scope. If we don't keep the game in scope, the scope creeps. They're trying to make things like online store purchases, and some stores won't be accessible unless you have the $100 game. Literary drops mentions this, right? So it's like going to an arena, right? You're playing. Let's say you're playing an RPG, right? You go to an arena where there's a boss supposed to be, and it says you do not have this content. You need to buy this content to play the game. We've seen that before. It's called microtransactions. This is the same damn thing. Capcom, Dragon's Dogma 2. I mentioned this earlier today. When Dragon's Dogma 2 came out, they removed the character creator and they put the travel system behind it, air quotes, DLC. Right? And when you bought all the little DLCs, the game totaled $125 for the full game. And I bitched about it online. People said, well, you can play it against, yeah, but I guarantee you, because I was a game developer, I know how this works. They would not just have it in there and then also add it as well as a monetary thing if you had to do it easily. I guarantee you, because I haven't played Dragon's Dogma yet, the character creator system that they talked about and all this stuff, you have to grind for it. And they made it so tedious for a grind to get to that thing that you're like, it's better just to pay the money anyway. So you will cave and buy the thing. That's how microtransactions work. That's where pay to win comes in. All that stuff, right?
Yep.
It's just because a game is massive and expensive doesn't make it good. All right. It might just be what I like to call Baroque. If you don't know what Baroque is, you ever heard the frame? If it's not, it's comes from being a beat. It's not Baroque. Why fix it? It's because it has too much shit. There's nothing to fix. You have to remove shit.
Yep.
All right.
It's turning into a golf course of uselessness.
So GTA might seem good, and I'm not going to say it's not going to sell. I'm pretty sure it's going to sell.
Oh, it will
sell. It's one of those things that I believe it's too big to fail. All right, I do believe that, but it might just be because we haven't seen any gameplay, just so Baroque, over-engineered, bloated, and buggy that the actual fun is buried under corporate excess. Okay, we are being asked to hand over this money purely on brand loyalty with zero gameplay proof. Think about it. When Steve Jobs was around, Apple, iPad, even the gaming industry used iPads and Mac machines. Right, that was the standard. Not too many people use PC. Once he died and passed away, the corporations took over for Apple. Right, and I always disliked Apple. I'm not going to lie. All right, but I'm going to admit that it was the industry standard, just like with Adobe Acrobat and not Adobe Acrobat, Autodesk, 3ds Max, and all that stuff. Right, those were industry standard software. In that same sense, Apple's machines were game design standard hardware. Okay. And now they went back to PC. Okay. It's because Apple got greedy and it was an IP thing. People still buy Apple because IP, because they remember the good old days and they think Apple's superior And then when you look at the comparisons for Apple versus Android, Android had with things Apple's come out now. Android had 2 or 3 editions earlier or 10 years ago. All right, I'm not trying to like sparkle a cell phone war. I'm just saying that these are the facts of the matter. Okay, same with this game. I only played 2 titles for GTA. San Andreas, and that was because Hillary Clinton said there's a hot coffee mod, and I bought the console version just to see. It's like I'm pretty sure because I knew even as a teenager, I understood that the ESRB rating wouldn't be the rating it is if you could have sex in it. Yes, I think it's still considered mature, but if it had sex in it in the early 2000s, it would have been AO, adult only. I bought the game, played the whole game, nothing. I liked GTA. I played Saints Row. Then I played GTA 4. I never completed GTA 4. But when GTA 5 came out, I was like, this isn't for me. It doesn't feel like a GTA game. So I never played GTA 5. So I don't have any skin in the game. So people say, aha, I got you. Lavisha, you don't know anything about GTA. No, I do. I played the games. But I only buy what interests me, right? Here, you're buying. I argue, if you're going to buy the game, you're not buying it because you find something that's interesting to play because unless you haven't seen any gameplay of it. You just see these cinematics. Like here we see gameplay footage, right? He's walking around, shows gameplay footage. This isn't cinematics, it's gameplay footage.
Yep.
Right?
I remember this trailer being aired everywhere.
Yeah, and it was mostly gameplay. This is before Jeff Keighley days, if I remember correctly.
Yep. It was 08.
Jeff Keighley pushes cinematics. This is why I keep calling it Doritos Pope. Because all his games were 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 because they had cinematics. And as we see here, yeah, this is still a walking thing, but it still shows you the power of the engine of that time period. It shows you what you can do without really showing you too much. It shows you where you can travel. It shows you there's going to be chaos in the game. You're just seeing walking, but they show you all the features. And then it shows you, other things you can do, like quick time events, steal a car, the glass breaking, which back then for 360, glass breaking was revolutionary. It was a big thing. All right. Well, 159 francs or whatever that is, pounds, shillings, whatever. But we're like I said, we're being asked. I know I'm rambling here. On brand loyalty with 0 gameplay proof. If any other industry tried to sell a premium product using cinematic trailers and a strict no refund policy, they would be laughed at out of the market. Let's just point that out there. They would be laughed at, right? Why are we letting video games get away with this? Historically, long development cycles do not guarantee stability. Look, we just talked about it once. Like I just talked about my head, Cyberpunk 2007, and then let's go with Starfield. All right, proved that massive budgets and lengthy timelines can still result in severe optimization issues, proving that proof of quality is really tied to time spent. Did we actually win by avoiding a $100 base price, or did we just let Rockstar trick us to thinking an $80 game without a physical disc is a bargain? Because people are trying to do that now. At this rate, I'm going to put this out there, and you can show this way. It's like, at this rate, if Rockstar really wanted to, and I guarantee you they could get away with this, they could sell the strip clubs separately for $300 special. I saw a tweet on that. All right, and it still makes sense. They could sell it as a tweet. They could pull a fucking Bethesda. You want the strip clubs? We'll add them in there as a $300 DLC. I wouldn't be surprised if the thought crossed their mind.
Probably. Someone somewhere has discussed it.
I wouldn't be surprised. But what's even funnier? Sevi put this out there, but people are trying to say that according to the polls, people are willing to buy this game at $80 to $100.
Yep.
I have a link. I sent you the link on that one. But polls can be deceiving. I'm not saying that people won't buy it because there are people who are getting scalped, right? There are scalpers already buying a game and selling it for double the price, and people are buying it. All right. But IGN poll reveals 70% plan to buy GTA 6 Ultimate Edition over the standard edition. I'm going to point out there these aren't gamers. Not all of them. Right? There's probably some gamers that don't. I'll agree there's certain tiers of gamers. There's people that have like a baseline gaming. They're not really fully into it, but they would be by definition a gamer because of the hobby. They just don't read a lot of magazines. They don't watch movies. Or maybe they're new to the hobby, so they think IGN is still the staple because just like GTA, they're selling the brand idea. And some of these are kids who don't understand what happened during Gamergate. They're starting to become teenagers now, and they're able to interact with IGN and everything else. Then you had the people who play the games, right? They play games, they play like Call of Duty all the time, or they play the mainstream GTAs. They play it because of nostalgia as a kid, the feeling of being a gangster, the escapism that it still provides, right? But they're not gamers. They do it as a pastime. Are they going to play this game? Are they going to play another game? No, not until Madden NFL 2026 comes out. Just pointing that out there. They play specific games, and only when they're bored, and only if they have nothing else to do, right? Some of them might not even finish the game. They probably don't even play Crimson Desert. They probably don't even know what Crimson Desert is. And yet we do. 7 million copies sold, right? So the polls can be misleading, all right? But I do think that in this case, the people that answered, 70% of people that polled on their easily accessible website did it. But did you join that poll? Not just you, Sharon. I'm just saying the viewers in general.
Nope.
I guarantee you they didn't do it. I didn't. The remastered GTA versus with GTA 6 version, they would have sold way more copies. Yeah, maybe. I'll say that. Because Rockstar has fallen away from what Rockstar used to be. I'll put this out there. Back in the early days, on the front of the Rockstar's website, they would have mods. They would showcase mods for their game for people that made over their games, like the mod of the week or the mod of the month on the front of their webpage. And then when they did GTA Online, they removed it. They started banning people for making mods. All right. There's a whole, like the GTA fandom itself, there's a whole big lore war going on in GTA outside of just us gamers. Just the fandom itself is tearing itself apart. And Rockstar's at the heart of it.
Yep. Did we ever talk about this?
I don't think we talked about this. No.
I had found this, and I thought, you fucking cunt, you arrogant bastard.
Mm-hmm.
But
he's not
right.
wrong, though.
No, he's not wrong.
He's talking about, he's saying the quiet part a lot. This is his modern audience, or her modern. I don't know who the Take-Two boss is right now. But that's their modern audience. Shut up and take my money. They want that, but they want to say we made this slop. We took a shit and put it in a disc. Shut up and take my money. That's what they want.
Yep.
Because remember, fandoms will buy anything and apologize for anything. For example, Star Wars is one of the best examples. No, actually, no, PlayStation. PlayStation is one of the main examples. There was a poll where someone says, which is the worst fan base? And the worst fan base was PlayStation. All right. People said that PlayStation Pony Boys were the worst. And the Pony Boys in the comments were salty as fuck about it and say it was Xbox ganging up on them. I was like, okay, if it's that still doesn't maintain your argument, because if Xbox is gaming up on you, that means there's more Xbox fans than PlayStation fans, for one. But you're ignoring Switch fans and PC players. I haven't played an Xbox game in over 10 years. I have the Xbox One as my last one. Not Xbox One S or Xbox One Series X. Xbox One. Not Xbox Slim. Xbox One. All right. When my son was born, it came out around the time my son was born, I hadn't been able to play a console. As he got older, I went to PC anyways. And I still been playing PC. I don't play Xbox anymore. I haven't. I think The Witcher 3 is still inside the Xbox. I haven't checked. I haven't plugged into my computer since I moved here to my house 6 years ago, but I haven't checked. I've been playing this. My son doesn't want to play Xbox. He plays Nintendo Switch because he likes Minecraft. It's already in there. And I also forgot the passcode to my Xbox. I don't even remember. I don't even know if I still have to log in or not. I think I'm not even going to bother. It's just sitting there collecting dust, right? But I remember Pony Boy, Sony PlayStation fans being insufferable. And my view is, well, PlayStation 1 may have came out with the disc, but Nintendo was still the golden age of the 90s. When people think games, they in the 90s they think Nintendo, and in the early 2000s, when it's still golden age, it wasn't Sony, it was PlayStation. If you need
Yep.
proof, let me know when you saw. I don't remember seeing a God of War vending machine. I saw a Halo vending machine. I saw a Halo on chip bags, everything else. Halo, Call of Duty, all that stuff. Mostly done on Xbox.
Halo and Star Wars.
Yeah.
That's what
And
we said.
Sony wasn't part of that. So I think they're salty about that because the golden age of gaming is gone. And they have some good games, don't get me wrong. But they hate the fact that even though PlayStation accounts were internet was always free, it was still shit. They hate that fact. So they're gonna get mad about it. In the same sense with the GTA. GTA fans are afraid of their IP dying. They're afraid that it's not going to be bad. So they don't want it. If it didn't matter, why talk about it? Why get upset that someone's not buying a GTA? It's because they know there's something going there, that there's a big possibility GTA will not live up to the hype we expected. And the only way to make it do good is to lower your expectations.
It already isn't. Again, let's go backwards to 4. Four was it.
Mm-hmm.
There, I don't think there was a definitive edition. You later had Liberty City Stories.
Yeah.
But that was released later. And it was a little janky of actually how to get a hold of it. There was a physical copy, and you could get a digital version, but getting digital versions back in 2008, there was some jank to it. We didn't have distribution platforms. Steam had just come out like a year earlier, I think. We didn't have the efficiency of, like, you still had to go to certain websites to get WoW patches. The Battle.net downloader wasn't efficient yet. So, yeah, it was a lot more janky back then. So just, you got this game. It was in the box. I have my copy. It's in storage somewhere. I got to go get it. But you weren't going to find the template version of GTA 4 and then a version and a half known as the Ultimate Edition. That just didn't exist back then. It wasn't a thing. Yeah. Now, it's a thing for some reason. Would you stop doing that? Quit fucking me over with GTA 6. Get fucked. It wants me to auto-roll into the next version.
Yeah. Well, what about GTA 5? Shouldn't we go to GTA 5 before you go to GTA 6? Is 4, 5, 6? You know?
Apparently not with this autoplay, not with V Trio. We're not talking about 5. But yeah, I don't know if, like, was there a vote that was done on people saying, "Oh yeah, we can we're good with getting just a demo version. We're good with the developers putting an $80 demo."
Interesting. Why not put a demo out?
Shareware is becoming a thing again, which is actually pretty cool. The idea of, like, you have 6 episodes of a game. Haunted Memories, the Slender series, did this. The first episode was free, and you pay for the next ones. Do that.
I'm just gonna say, if Rockstar and Take-Two Interactive are so confident that their game is worth $80, why not give me an hour demo to play, or a 30-minute demo? Just a 30-minute demo. Let me run around a little small portion, give you the intro, whatever you have to do, right? But show me why it's worth $80, so I can make my mind and say, you know what? I'm gonna bitch and groan about the $80 I'm gonna have to spend, but it's worth it. If you're so confident, you should be able to give me a demo so I can check it out. You know, let me sample it. But the polls, right, I want to point out, is like they don't reflect the casual parent walking into a real estate store or the millions of average consumers who don't follow gaming news, as I mentioned before. Mm-hmm. The industry wants us to believe everyone is, even the journalists, right? They want us to believe everyone is happily handed over $100, so we feel pressure to do the same. It's called keeping it. In the 90s, it was called keeping it with the Joneses. If Mr. Jones, Mrs. Jones, the Joneses had a pool, everyone had to buy a pool, right? Because their kids was like, well, the Joneses have a pool, why don't I? So they go to the pool just to keep their kids quiet. So they have a pool too, because it's the in thing. It's the next thing. This is what GTA is. It's no longer a game for the gamers. even though it's built off of us gamers. It's the in thing. It's the fashionable thing. It's the trendy thing. All right. But the reality on the ground of launch day might look very different once the real wallets start opening. They might. Here's what I believe. I think the numbers are reversed. People are going to buy the standard edition because they're seeing $100. Like, fuck no. The $80, like, it's $10 more than this $70 game over here. So I'll buy this. I was like, because parents, I guarantee you, as a parent myself, I'm not gonna fork over $100 for even if I didn't cover gaming news. If my son says, "Daddy, I want Minecraft 2," and I had Minecraft the standard edition or Minecraft plus 2 Ultra Super Deluxe edition, the notch reality times 3 at $100, I'm getting Minecraft standard. I'm just gonna put it out there. I don't know who Notch is. Oh, I do, but let's just say as an average parent, I don't know who Notch is. I don't know why my kid needs a $100 game. Maybe it was a Christmas gift. Yeah, but is it launching on Christmas? No. That's another thing. But the whales will probably buy it, but there's not a lot of whales, right? They're going to buy a $100 game unless they're super fans of GTA 6, but the whales still do not outnumber the average consumer that will buy this game.
Star Citizen is proof of that.
Yeah.
Like your average person is not spending $10,000 on a digital ship. Whales that have millions of dollars, though, and trust fund money, they will do that. Just look at these numbers. This misleading bullshit, 70%. Well, how much are the 70%? 7,000 voters. 70%.
There's more people where I live in my neighborhood alone than that.
Yeah,
just putting it out there. That's not even a good estimation. So they don't tell you that 72% of what, millions of voters or thousands or hundreds. They don't tell you that because it's called framing, narrative framing. But speaking of journalists, I have on there a tweet from Sandy of Cthulhu, Sandy Peterson. He points out something very interesting here. He said, and this is a guy who created the Call of Cthulhu series, and he worked on Doom and all this other stuff. He points out video game journalists have always been mainly grifters. When I was at Microprose 1988 to 1993, gaming magazines were upfront about it. They would literally phone us and ask for bribes for reviews. I did not know this. Okay, I did not know this. By the time I was at Ensemble Studios, they were more circumspect. They'd say something like, "We plan to review Rise of Rome in November. Would you like to accompany it with a full-page ad?" Often with hints that failure to pay for the ad results in worse reviews. We all need video reviews to know what to buy. Get them from people who grew up out of fandom and play the games, like Sophia Northwish, Josh Drake Hayes, Civic. Like he's just naming off a few content creators and stuff. Let the major review sites die as they deserve, right? IGN, we defended IGN a couple of times because of nuance. Like there's some times where we read the articles and realize, oh yeah, it may sound like they're trashing Crimson Desert, but they're wondering if there's too much bloat. And what do we find out? There's a lot of game in there. So there's people that haven't even finished the game. It still made its money. It's still a good game, don't get me wrong, but there's so much to it that people's like me myself, I haven't gotten past chapter 7. I didn't get back to that game. But they're trying to they're paid by, like, this is why Gamergate and Doritos Gate existed. We exposed it before. People say, "Oh no, this is about sexism and sexism, gamer sexism and racism." No. It's about ethics and journalism. It's about an industry calling its people sexist because they got mad and got busted for the incestual relationship they got caught as, right? Paying for reviews, bribing game developers, bribing journalists. Journalists are supposed to have integrity, right? Which is why I say integrity in DragonCast. There's why there's a meme, error 404, Kotaku's journalistic integrity not found, right? And the thing is, like, even us content creators, there's many of us that we will see that, like, for example, making. I'm not saying that that specialty isn't integrity, but there are people that are similar to Jet Smash. Probably a better example is Yorch Torch, who says he's a gamer, but as we find out, he's pro censorship. He has so many bad takes. If it's not based on his political affiliation, just like with Kotaku, right? JDA and Yorch Torch and Michael Trent, right? fandom polls. This is why I don't use fandom polls. They're just good talking. If it doesn't fit their tribal and political views, they want the game banned. If it doesn't fit their vision, their worldview, I don't care about that. I want is the game good? I don't care if it's got a gay man in it or not. I don't like it. I won't lie. I don't like it. But is it good? Is it a deal breaker? No, it's the quality of the gameplay.
Yep. And the story.
Yeah.
How are they putting that gay person into use? Are they going to do... I know I brought up Mass Effect 3 a few times, but that's a good example of it. Like, they don't flaunt it over your head. They don't beat it over your head. Oh, this character's gay, and we're moving on. Like,
no.
Well, that's actually refreshing.
Yeah. And the thing is, like it's back then, it just tells you, like, we have a name for it, but term for it now, right? However, the tactics just got more cleaner, right? It's not as it's become the norm. But this journalism stuff, right? It's called access journalism. Like I said, Gamergate, all these stuff, right? They aren't paying hundreds of bucks out of pocket for a cardboard box instead of a paper inside. They get free codes. They get exclusive event invites and insider perks. They don't look at a game through the eyes of the consumer who worked 10 hours to afford it. All right. They don't look at it through the lens of protecting the relationship. They look at it through the lens of protecting the relationship with the publisher. They are protecting a system where corporate PR feeds them content. Okay. Yeah. This is why people went to YouTubers like us, right? Even before us, like Total Biscuit, for example, Geeks and Gamers. Back when before, I don't watch them anymore. But back then, I used to watch them. Right? They went to people that like, okay, these people clearly do not have insider access, so they're speaking based on their knowledge and expertise, and we judge them in accordance based on their experience as a gamer and their knowledge of the industry, and those that were true to form, right, and knew what they're talking about, survived. The ones that are being exposed right now are the ones that grifted for decades as political party members, as partisans, using politics. They use gaming as a platform for politics, not because they love gaming. I have my politics. I don't fully share my politics. I guarantee you, Karis and I will probably disagree on a couple of things in politics-wise, but we don't even talk politics to each other. We usually talk about games out of respect to the fact that we're not always going to agree. Mikey and I don't agree on console exclusivity. I'm just going to mention that. I'm still friends with him, right? It's not World War III. But the thing is, like, we know our stuff in the industry, and there are times where Total Biscuit got things wrong. There's times where Markiplier got things wrong. There's times where Legendary Drops and all these other guys got things wrong, but they had the integrity to say, I was wrong about this, or I didn't think about this. Let me address this real quick. And they moved on, right? Game journalists don't do that. When they got exposed, they try to silence and cancel people, right?
Oh, they did.
The reason why they want these $100 games to work is because they get more access, they get more prestige. It's the same way that game journalists, like content creators, it's the same way. All right. There's I told you about this, Karis. There's a song by Hikaru Utada, and if people don't know who that is, she did the song "Simple and Clean" for Kingdom Hearts. And this one was called Paper Planes. And she talks about, can we pretend like paper planes are like moving stars in a night sky could use a wish like now? And it's a co-op with a rapper, I forget his name, Jay Feet or something like that, I can't remember. But he sings about how at time in the past when he was younger, he was rapping to be relevant. And now that he's top dog, he's rapping to stay relevant. That's how celebrities are. That's why they say anything, whatever the public opinion is led to believe. So if everyone completely believes in environmentalism, like, we need to do our best to save the screeching, hooting owl turtle. Only you can prevent forest fires. Same with games, right? Same with anything. It's the common popular opinion that, and journalists are ironically the ones that spin this stuff in the past, right? If the whole thing was, I hate Trump. So everyone said I hate Trump. If they said the popular thing is like the most gamers are women and most gamers are gay and bisexual and stuff like that, they're gonna go with that because money talks and stuff like that. But also because of relevance, they're gonna repeat the same thing. That's where you get the NPC mentality. Right? We do the same thing here as content creators. Like this is why I'm like, I could easily run around and say, GTA is woke because of the purple color code system. I know I'm beating Smash GT over the head, but it's the easiest one to use, right?
It's so fun.
It is. But also, I know that Smash GT knows that when I say it, I'm not really attacking him. I'm being critical of him, like I do of. I'm critical of Hypnotic, and I respect Hypnotic, right? But I haven't heard Hypnotic say it. So otherwise, if Hypnotic said it, I would say it too. I'd be like, if Hypnotic said it, right? But I say, why cover everything else everyone else covers when I can cover my own thing? Yes, I'm covering GTA. We're covering GTA, but I guarantee you, no one's covering it the way we're covering it. We're asking why the investors want, and we're showing you why they want. I'm talking too much. You're not talking too much. I'm sorry. Starting the screen.
You were zoned in. How many times have I been zoned in on something? No, it's fine. It's a lot of bullshit.
You covered Roblox. I just let you talk.
I slightly held back on Roadblocks, but no, it is GTA 6 is a product of its time, and the time now is that AAA knows they can act like iPhone. I don't care if I offend people by saying this. You know I'm fucking right. iPhone knows they can charge $3,000, and a lot of you will pay for that, whether it be a phone, a laptop, or whatnot. There is no gameplay footage of this thing that has been not even put into a box, a product code put into a box, thrown onto, well, it's not even thrown on a shelf, it's on a store, it's not even sold yet, it's pre-ordered, and people will buy it because Rockstar knows what it is licensing. I had to catch myself there. They know what they have, they know their audience, they know their cultural impact of society. They can dangle a thing in front of people and people will buy it. Is it right? I don't think so, but this is where we are, unfortunately. And you all, me included, have to be the ones to decide. We have to be smarter. I said this in one of my own streams like a year ago. We have to be smarter. We can't just blindly let people tell us what we need to buy. Like Levistro and I will promote other developers, other games of what we like. And sure, I may jokingly say, go get the demo, go get it. I don't expect you to go get what I recommend just because I told you to. Just because I told you to. Do not get something simply because I just fucking said it. Go play the demo.
Go buy GTA 4 right now. Go buy GTA 6 right now, the $100 edition. Because Levistro said so.
Yes, go buy GTA 6. Someone's going to fucking clip the hell out of this.
I guarantee you the AI for StreamYard just did because you said clip.
We have to be smarter, people. I'm going to pull notes for my own streams, my own Pixel Talk from a year ago. We cannot be... I bring up names like Edward Bernays and Walt Whitman. They are the grandfathers of modern day marketing. You go get books like Propaganda from 1927, and you see the thought process that a lot of corporations, politicians utilize in their marketing because these people wrote the blueprint that companies like Rockstar use. That the public willingly gives up their independent choice and lets other larger, more influential companies decide their decisions for them. And Rockstar knows they can just decide, we're going to decide that you are going to get the better experience of spending $100. Don't you want to have, no, it's not even that. Do you like GTA 6? Well, here's this basic standard version, but do you want to feel better in life? Your life would be a lot better if you got this $100 deluxe version. Look at all the things that you're going to get. Look at all these bullet points that we've got, and look at the standard edition. You're going to get the full game, but you're not going to get the full experience unless you spend the $100. These motherfuckers know what they're doing.
Karis, you don't have to get the $100. You don't have to get the $100 one. That's just an option, though, dude. The full game
is just
$80.
an option. It is, but you'd feel a lot better. Once you feel better, getting that version. You can tell all the people, look at all the amazing experiences you got by spending $100 plus $8 a month for 10 years at about $30,000 down payment to get the full experience of the game. Yes, I ran the numbers, by the way. 10 years at $8 is just shy of $30,000.
Yeah.
Good luck. Take a down payment out.
So there's something I want to point out there, and I'm gonna probably forgot this one because you put out a couple things that were on my notes that I knew that if I don't keep it in notes, I'm going to forget. Okay, but I want to first off, I want to go back about the culture war. I want to talk about the elephant in the room. Okay, regarding this culture war nonsense. Yes, I don't get me wrong. I do agree that that people have there are activists in the game industry. I've seen them, but not everything. Like the culture war part is not independent with swinging, but the corporation. Or you got people to understand corporations will give money to both parties politically, right?
Yes.
Because whoever wins, they have in their pocket because money. They care about their money, okay? And when you think about how corporations run, all right, like I said, they don't care about inclusion. They care about money. They did the inclusion thing because they were led to believe it's going to bring them money. They don't care about the modern audience that the culture warriors are talking about, right? They care about creating absolute slop, charging you $100 for it, and ensuring you are too corporate brainwashed to complain. They want you to defend their honor. All right. And how many people have we seen defend the honor of Take-Two and Rockstar and not one ask, show me the gameplay? Okay. I just want to point that out there. Okay. Because it pisses me off. All right. They want the customer loyalty of an Apple product launch. But they forgot one fundamental rule. Right, this is what pisses me off. Video games require active engagement, not passive consuming. They spent years hollowing out the gameplay, okay? Slapping yellow paint on every fucking puzzle and charging premiums for digital licenses, all while calling us names when they focus test junk flopped, okay? All right. The market responded. All right, they bought. This is why I say I'm not going to buy a game that I know is shit. This is why I'm so critical of culture wars today. All right, it's not because I'm woke now. It's because I see the hypocrisy in everything, and I don't want to. All right, like yes, I have Patty's my friend. She played, but she was at least honest when she played Dustborn. She's like, just for the ratings and the views. She didn't say I'm playing this because I want to see if it's really good. When we saw the videos, and you know, and people, y'all know who I am exactly talking about. I don't have to say her name. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Y'all know the guys I'm talking about. Okay?
Lizzie McGuire.
No, I'm talking about content creators.
Yeah,
I'm so fucking heated right now. I just realized you're making a joke. Yeah, because I'm so focused on this. It pisses me off, right? You, culture warriors, because I know someone's going to clip this or say mention this to people. Go ahead. Because I'm going to say these culture creators, content creators, these culture warriors are the ones that let the investors win. They bought the fucking game. I'm going to give you a story. This is not my notes. This is going to give you a story. This goes back to Little Levistro when Mortal Kombat was in controversy. The original Mortal Kombat. My dad. This is what made me originally an atheist before I converted later on. My dad, right, defended me on this, but we went to church, right? And the pastor's wife was offended by Mortal Kombat, all the blood and gore, right? And the Congress were trying to ban it too. So so she got her husband, the pastor, to convince the congregation to have a spiritual cleansing bonfire where they would go to Kmart and go to Walmart and go to any store that sold Mortal Kombat and throw that disc into the bonfire. I had a copy. My mom wanted to throw that in the bonfire too. This is the only time I ever stood up to my mom. Only time. And I was a little kid. I didn't care if I asked to get busted. And my dad let me know to ask me. He goes like, okay, this is not normal for my son. He does not usually talk up to his mom at this age. So he sat me down. And remember, this is the guy that thought games were a time waster and a money waster. He would like frown like when he saw me play my Game Boy and stuff. And I had just gotten a copy of Mortal Kombat because I had my friend gave me his console, the Sega. What was it, Sega? I can't remember. It was long ago, but it was I think it was Sega. But
yeah, it was Sega.
Anyway,
Mortal Kombat was Sega.
Yeah. anyways, what I'm trying to get is like he talked to me about it. I told him, it's like he watched me play the game. He's like, do you feel like ripping people's spines? I was like, that it's a game. It's like a cartoon. It's like if I watch Tom and Jerry or this other thing. Like I was explaining, it's like it's not real. He took me. He's like, you're gonna keep. He's like, I'm gonna tell you something right now. You're gonna give me the game. You're gonna keep your mouth shut, and you're gonna learn a lesson. Because if you fight me, I'm gonna spank you. That's what he told me. I know my dad well enough to know, shut up. So I shut up. We went to that bonfire. My dad was a deacon. If you don't know deacons, they're like they work with the pastor, like, up there, right? For a Baptist church. And he went up there, and everyone was throwing it and cheering as they throw their games of fire. My dad held up the game, and they thought he would do it, right? My dad. He's like, all of y'all just fucking did the most foolish thing you ever did. You didn't go out there and made a stand against evil. You told evil, as you call it, that you want more of this. You bought all the games out. You bought more than one copy and threw it in a fire. They don't care what you bought the game for. They care that you gave them what they wanted, money. That's how market systems work. And unlike most of these people, my dad was a tree trimmer, which means he was a business owner, which means he understands what market was. It's like, how many of y'all talk to your children or grandchildren about this game? I sat down with my son. He told me, yeah, it's violent, but it's not real. He doesn't have any desire to go out there and to rip kids' spines out. He's not possessed by some devil. He's just a kid playing a game. And when we talked about it, I realized he understands the difference between real life and stuff like that. He's not going to go out there and do violence first because I talked about him and I'm confident in my parenting and raising him better. All right. And the reason I'm pointing out is the point of when you play this game, they don't care why you're playing it. They don't care why you're streaming it. All they care about is the fact that you gave them money. It's the same in 1990s. It's the same now. You want to hate play it? I'm not telling you not to. I'm saying just know that you gave the marketers, investors what they wanted. You need to understand the consequences of the choices you make. And if you're still okay with it, you have my blessing. Go play it. You don't need my blessing, but you have it, right? But at least be fucking honest about it. Don't say you're going to play it because you want to, so no one else has to. You're playing because you want to generate content for yourself. Let's be honest here. You're playing it to mock it, and people are watching it to hate play it because that's what social media does, right? People don't realize is that while games aren't addicting, right? There are underlying factors. Doom scrolling is a proven sign of an addiction because it doesn't release dopamine. I forget what they call it, but it releases something else that's an addiction. And you get satisfaction. Yeah, serotonin. Thank you. You get that satisfaction of owning somebody, right? Social media itself is an addiction, and so you're feeding into that when you're hate playing. That is not how games are supposed to be played. When I stream a game, I don't care if it's popular or not. Yeah, I'm worried why no one shows up to my stream, but I don't care. I stream because I want to play that game. I want to share that game. So I want someone to come into my stream, watch the game, and maybe just chill out for a little bit and feel better about themselves. I'm not about to play GTA 6 and say, oh, look how woke this game is, or look how crappy this game is. Because I already know about it. So this is why I never played Dragon Age to Velguard, for crying out loud. Because they said, defy the gods. If you play Dragon Age 1, Duncan tells you in the first cutscene, the reason why the Darkspawn existed was because the mages in their hubris entered the holy city. Therefore, the Darkspawn was formed. They defied the gods, and the Maker was not there. He stepped away from because if you come into my house, right, and you expect me to be sitting on my couch all happy to see you there, right, that's going to be nonsensical. You're probably going to see is me not on my couch. I'm probably not in my room, and because of the Cats Extra ones, I probably went to my home defense system to go get my home defense system machine and come after you for it because of Castle Doctrine. You violated my property, you violated my rights and my privacy, and I have a right to defend all that. I'm just going to point that out there in Minecraft, okay? That's the same.
Narrated by C418.
Yeah, because someone argued about that, trying to argue that there's no real Maker because he was an atheist. He wanted to believe that there is no God in anything. I was like, well, it's fantasy, so there's going to be gods. Regardless if you believe in God or not, it's a fantasy. There's mostly gods. You want an atheist thing? Go play a sci-fi thing. Go away. But I'm the investors won all this, right? because of several things. Like I said, um, actually, I'm going to step back because I forgot something.
I know where you're going with this.
No, you
Investors
don't.
won.
No,
Oh.
no.
No? Okay.
Hold on, because the investors did win, but I want to point because I always want to point something positive. All right, this is the reason why I mentioned content creators. All right, so obviously, they spent years hollowing out gameplay, slapping yellow paint, and stuff like that. Right, the market responded, and gamers didn't stop playing; they just migrated. The gamers migrated. Content. I'm not saying every culture war warrior isn't a gamer, but I always say it's the intent. Okay, it's always the intent. Why are they streaming this? Why are they talking about this? Why are they doing this? That should tell you if they're a gamer or not. If you're doing it because you for the love of the game, you're not going to play GTA 6 unless you really wanted the game and you have passion for it. And if you have passion for GTA 6 and you think it's worth it, go ahead and get it. I'm not saying don't. I'm saying know what you're buying. If you don't agree with that, you love GTA 6, sometimes we have to sacrifice the things we love for the greater good. I hate saying it that way, but there are times where that is. And I was a soldier, so I know I sacrificed my body for the greater good. All right. So don't tell me I don't know something. You can do that too with games. If I can do that with my life, you can do it with something you love in the game to hope for to make it better. I love my time playing GTA 4, right? But the numbers don't lie. Okay. There's I had to write this down. I forgot to give Karis the link, and I'm kind of glad I didn't, but I'm just going to mention it because you can go look this up. According to a landmark Bain and Company global gaming report, AAA studios are officially trapped in massive pincer movements. Okay. Their data shows that 75% of the highest rated games are now indies. And we covered that with the analytics, right? Earlier this year, right? 75%. Yep. All right. Gotta put my notes here. 70% of the highest rated games are now indies, while traditional AAA growth has completely stalled out at a stagnant 8%. AAA has stagnated 8%. That means the gamers left. You got the players playing AAA. You got the players bitching about the culture war. You got the players bitching about wokeness and everything else, and the crappiness of games. The gamers, they said their piece for 10 years, and they're like, you know what? I'm out. We're done. We traded the over budget, unpolished corporate spreadsheets for $15 indie titles where passion, creativity, and actual fun come first. You know what, Karis? I was playing Dennis Disco, right?
Yeah,
because I played it. Yeah, you want to get it, right? Because I played it, Mikey bought the game. You played Retro Rewind. Because you played it, I found it curious. I decided to get the game. I played Librarian, right? Tidy at the Arcane Library. 3,000 books sitting there for 8 hours. You remember seeing the British guy that's always usually drunk when you see him?
Yeah.
Because I played it and it said it looked interesting. He bought it, downloaded it, and it looked fun to him. So he played it. These are indie titles. All right. Remember we covered one of the Resident Evil deaths. He says he wants people to, the purpose of streaming games is to advertise, right? To advertise that game. So when players stream it, it shouldn't be to they want to spoil the ending. It should be because the game is fun and makes them want to get the game themselves. That's why we stream. That's the thing we stream. If you're streaming the game to hate watch, to make fun of the game, right? You're just giving them free advertisement. Why would you do it? Why? If you don't love the game, why suffer? Play something else. And it seems like the gamers are already saying, we're going to go play these indie titles. Yeah, they're a buggy mess too. But many of them have passion and love of their game. They update constantly. Dragon Hop, right? Indie version of Spiral, I'll admit, right? And only go up. So when you when we say the investors won the argument, they played the gaming community like a fiddle. They played us like a fiddle, okay? For a year, Wall Street analysts dropped hints that GTA 6 would cost $100 minimal just to anchor our expectations. They condition us to expect the worst. It's called the big ask, the Donald Trump business philosophy, okay? Just because corporations hate Donald Trump now doesn't mean that he wasn't a shrewd businessman. Yeah, he had bankruptcies and all that stuff, but he used the bankruptcy laws to keep his business growing, all right? And corporations saw that and like, how can we use that, all right? I'm not saying Donald Trump is good or not. I'm just acknowledging the fact of his businesses. He was a shrewd businessman who worked within the laws and was never arrested because he never did anything illegal. All right. So when Rockstar announced the standard edition of $80, the internet sighs in relief and calls it a win. But look at the stock market. If you want to go look at Take-Two stock prices, if you look at it right now, the investors know that they successfully normalized an $80 base price in the Ultimate Edition while offering 0 physical disc and completely stripping away customers' ownership. Take-Two Interactive's prices went up. All right. Because their game's going to go for $80. They know it's outsiders know GTA is the game. All right. If you look at it,
makes sense.
Yeah,
there was a delay announced, and it went down, and then it was fumbled a little bit, and then they start teasing some stuff, and now it's going up again.
Yeah, look at the past 5 days. We don't have to go with that. Let's go to the past 5 days. You see it drop a little bit, and it spike up a little bit. It's going back up. Look at the past day. It's going up again. You can still argue it's like the leases are still in the red. It's still down. Yeah, it's still down because when you look at year to date, it didn't make its gains. It's improving its cost because the launch is coming. And the investors know if people buy the $80 ones, that's why the journalists are trying to say everybody wants to buy GTA, the Ultimate Plus Extra Nickel Bello Edition. No, they don't. But they're going to say that because if the developers win, they win. And if the investors get their money back, they win. All right. But I want to also point out, I think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to make an astronomical amount of money. I think they're going to be a success. I won't lie. I do believe that. Okay. But there's a reason for that, and it goes into the launch dates. So let's expose that exact strategy why the PC version of GTA is delayed. All right, I'm going to tell you why. This is my theory, all right? But I think everyone else is saying the same thing on this one, all right? Because we've seen it. The Zeus wants you to think it's because PC optimization is hard, and that's a lie. We've seen some really good games, right? That's later, but yeah, I'll point out if I don't know if we're going to point that out, but I brought that in there because it is something to talk about. But the real reason is the intentional retail strategy to manipulate sales data. By forcing the entire gaming community onto PlayStation and Xbox on day one, they eliminate any consumer recourse. You can't torrent it, you can't mod it, and you certainly can't refund it because the console digital stores are notoriously dead ends for returns. They lock in that 20 million that I mentioned before, right? That they'll say 20 million copies for the investors. They'll pump up the stock price, and later they release it on PC. So the exact same audience pays another $80 to play it under 140 frames a second. It's a double dip. Except if it fails, right? They say, well, the real reason isn't because no one wanted to buy on PC. It's because everyone bought it on console. That's the reason why the sales didn't do so well for PC. Because would you buy another $100 game if you already bought it for a console? I mean, let's be real here. How stupid could they be? Right? And the reality is, Xbox and PlayStation aren't as transparent about their numbers. How many times have we mentioned that? Like just not too long ago, we meant not too long ago. Des also mentioned, like GameIndustry.biz, right? Mentions that the reason why these studios failed is because of Game Pass. They finally admitted to that. And we acknowledge that too. There were sales, but Game Pass, right? But they're going to say, but they when with these three, like Psychonauts to South of Midnight and Hellblade 2 came out, they said X amount of copies. We had these many players. They don't tell you how many copies were sold. They don't tell you how many copies were Game Pass, and we're not going to get those numbers. They keep those numbers close, but they say players, right? To the investors, players equals copies sold. That's what they think. So that's so when the truth comes out and they're like, "Oh, you lied." It was like, no. We didn't say sold. We said we had this many players playing this game. We didn't say whether or not they were in Game Pass. So that's where they covered their ass. So now that lawsuit does not exist because they didn't lie.
Yeah.
right? But it's because it's the same strategy. When you think about it, that's why they're going to do it with PC. And I'm saying it now. They're going to say, well, that's the reason is because too many people bought the game on console, not PC. That's the real. And the GTA fanboys who are desperate to have a win, right? And especially the PlayStation fanboys and the Xbox fanboys, right? It'd be the reverse. It was PC. Except it's kind of hard with PC because Steam is too transparent. They're going to say, well, you do realize a lot of people bought it on console. That's why the Steam numbers were less. It's going to feed into the PC versus console, the PC master race versus console thing, right? It's going to feed that, and it's going to get the devs and corporations a chance to walk away. And instead, we should say, let's cut the shit. We can debate about which is better, PC master race versus console later. Let's get to the thing here that you like GTA, I like GTA. We used to have good times as a kid, but let's be honest and say this GTA 6 is a crack of shit.
Yep. Couldn't have put it any better. I'm going to laugh on the day that it's released. And you're going to see a flood of first impression videos saying, what is this? Because we never got any gameplay footage. And people paid for something without knowing. They paid for a picture. Like, if I take this tissue and I draw video game on it, that's what you're paying for, essentially. I'm going to laugh when that day happens in November.
And the thing is, like, when we justify all this stuff, we're focused on dividing ourselves as a community than we are on telling a corporation, hey, show some fucking gameplay. Why are you show us why this game is worth $80? And because of that, it created a classist war. I hate saying the leftist terminology, but it's true. Go ahead and show that Hotep Jesus.
Yes.
I want to put something out here. If the game's value is so evident, why is the corporate defense force panicking? Look at this shills on X. Like I said, Hotep Jesus here, right? Aggressively jumping to defend Daddy Corpos by calling anyone who objects to the pricing poor or a pirate. He says here, all the brokers are complaining about the price of Grand Theft Auto 6 Ultimate Edition. If you can't afford it, you don't need to be playing it. You need to be figuring out how to earn more income so you don't have to complain about the price of video games. And, you know, if you scroll down, I didn't put the guy's name in there, but if you scroll down, you're going to find out in the comments, right, that others not in agreement, trying to claim that if you spend, there's one that says if you spend about $50 with the game, the value is $1.60 an hour, and still doesn't come close to $80. But as I mentioned before, quality, quantity, that's him right there. And go ahead and click on this page. You know what's interesting about him? He's not a lefty. Founder of the LP Mises Cocket, disciple of Ron Paul. Yeah, he doesn't sound like someone who understands free market. He sounds like someone trying to justify getting the game. He's not a gamer. He's a party man. He's a libertarian party man. I'm not saying it's bad to be libertarian. I'm saying no to partisan, because a certain founder said parties are the greatest evil under the Constitution. Not that they're outlawed, but that they're the greatest evil allowed under the Constitution. Because he says, I'm a nerd. I love games and RPGs, but games have gotten whiny lately. So if you're a nerd, you're whiny too. Because you said you love games and RPGs, right? That would make you a gamer, right? But notice how you said, I'm a nerd. I love games and RPGs and stuff, but gamers. So he's not a gamer by his own words, right? I want to point that out there. If the game quality is shit, even if you give me $100 for this, the value isn't equal. All right, that's the argument of libertarians. That, like, the free market argument is there has to be that value is subjective in a free market. You can say I want this game for $100, but I, the customer, has to, in capitalism, has to say the mutual assent of, yeah, I agree it's $100. I will give you $100 for it. He thinks $100, but he hasn't seen any quality. He just saw cinematic gameplay, right? The value isn't equal. It's borderline criminal. And the fact that these people not agree, even Hotep Jesus, it's the ultimate corporal shilling rhetoric of Yveska Mo, or even Todd Howard. You remember Todd Howard? He said, when it came to Starfield, it's not our problem. The Starfield's not broken. You just need a better PC. But if you look at Starfield's patch history, they're still updating with performance issue fixes since 2026 or 2025 or 2026 was the last one I looked into, right? I don't get me wrong. I like Starfield. I really do. I like the shipbuilding. I like some of the things. I think they made it, some improvements over time. But the game itself, ugh. Like, and it's also a Bethesda game, so I wasn't expecting much. But there are games that were better than it, and this was supposed to be their masterpiece, right? Their next new RPG title series. Mm-hmm. But what's funny is he calls us smooth brains, right? Jesus, right? But this is the most smooth brain corporal echo rhetoric I ever heard. These aren't gamers. Yeah, they play games. I don't know if he does, but they play games. But these are fans of GTA, not games. These are fans of the end thing. I guarantee you tomorrow, if Senua on Hellblade was the it thing, they'd play that.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Because he's a streamer. He's a streamer on Kick. So he's going to do what makes him content. I'm a gamer like you, fellow kids. Like that fellow kids meme, right? That for his name. The actor, he says, "How you doing, fellow kids?" He has a skateboard in his hand. Like an
yeah.
Yes, thank you. Right.
Greetings, fellow kids.
Yeah, but if the game is worth $80 or $100, you shouldn't have to insult your audience to force a sale, to pressure them to buy the game, to make you feel happy, to make you feel like you're smart and everyone else is smoother. You don't need to do that. The game should sell on its merit, and that libertarian guy should have known that because he's in the market. But you see where his loyalties lie, where he's in it. He doesn't understand the market. He's not defending the game's value. He's putting down everyone that doesn't want to get the game because they think it's too much, right? They are terrified. That's why I say they're terrified of watching a franchise they love fall. So they bully the consumer into compliance. But like the modern Disney, you can only protect a bloated, overbred project for so long based on brand identity alone. Let's look at Star Wars. Star Wars in the 90s, Star Wars in the early 2000s. Hell, Star Wars before Kathleen Kennedy came out. I know people hate hearing this, all right? But Star Wars was the brand of brands. That's why Disney bought it. It was the brand. It was literally an IP that will print money. That's why it's easy money. That's why corporations wanted it. But when I saw that Disney bought it, I was like, "Oh fuck, we're doomed." I still gave it a shot. Right? I still gave it a chance. Right? I was like, "Fuck, we're doomed. Disney's gonna change Star Wars." Even before I heard Kathleen Kennedy, and I remember this because I was reading the article while on CQ duty in Korea. And CQD is basically I was at the security office, keeping an eye on the soldier's safety, make sure no death was happening and stuff like that. If there's an emergency, I would answer it. So to keep me awake, I was reading gaming news, Star Wars news, all that stuff. That's how I heard of it. I remember that. And then Kathleen Kennedy ruined the brand. Star Wars, people don't care about Star Wars anymore. There's a time where it didn't matter if it was a male or female character. They would buy this stuff. Raised action figures, like Scott Chief puts this up. Raised action figures have been sitting in the Ollie's lot near Neon's place for years, dry rotting. I can guarantee I go to my Ollie's, I'll see the same thing. I remember an Ollie's when I was a kid. There was books. I remember there was books about Star Wars in the making of Return of the Jedi, where Carrie Fisher said that the skimpy slave outfit was George Lucas' idea. And I remember that because I wanted to get that book. Because it talked about Star Wars. And I was just a kid, but I didn't have the allowance money. And my mom says, "Well, when it wasn't allowance, it was like money I get paid for chores and stuff." She's like, "Well, at the end of the month, when you get your money, we'll come back here." We went back there. It was in the end of the month was only about 5 days. 5 days, and there was a mountain of books there when we went there. 5 days later, every book of that Star Wars about the Return of the Jedi was gone, behind the making scenes. I couldn't get a copy. I don't remember because I read about because I was like every kid, you open it up, you sample it, you read it, you see if you want to read it. And I found some interesting things about it, right? But it was gone. Nowadays, people hum and haw before they decide if they're gonna get Star Wars or not. That happens with a lot of franchises. People used to get BioWare because BioWare made compelling stories. That's what's gonna happen here with GTA, and they know it. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid if this game doesn't do well, and it's gonna do well. Don't get me wrong, it's gonna do well, but they're afraid if it doesn't do well. Hotep Jesus' reputation will be sullied. He's afraid you're not going to watch his stream of GTA 4 or GTA 6. You might not watch future streams because the games he chose because he doesn't know what a good game is. And I'm willing to put money on it. He doesn't know what a good game is. He just plays what's popular.
I should stream GTA 4. I'll have it labeled GTA 4, but then I'll say, yeah, I'm playing GTA 6.
Yeah, so I'm going to put this out there for everyone knows. We had a plan for talk about GTA, but then we realized this is going to be a long stream because more data just keeps coming out. But I think we're close to wrapping things up. I think we are.
We're at 5 hours, yeah.
Yeah. Because unless you had more notes, I don't have too many notes to point out because I'm basically about to beat dead horses.
I'm grounding horses up. GTA is GTA. It is an overrated cultural icon that is, the developers are now self-aware. Bear in mind, these are not the same developers because developers get old, retire, and die off, and so they get new developers, but this is a developer that is well aware of what it can sell without even producing a single shred of actual in-game footage, and many will buy it or license it, or they'll attempt to buy it. They'll think that they're buying something, but they're not actually getting an ownership of something. And so the fact that you're not going to get, like, we're not going to get a physical copy in the sense that we'll be able to completely disconnect from the internet. I can go get my copy of GTA 4 right now from storage, install it, and play it without ever needing to go online and connect, most likely. Maybe I might need to activate something. I can finagle my way around that. But, not with this new one. You're going to be perpetually online, which is what they want, and some people are okay with that. I don't care. I have no interest in GTA 6. It is too much of a stigma for me to give a rat's fucking ass about this now. Like, it is so divisive now. Like, the fact that we're getting heated over this, I'm just like, nope, I don't want to play this. I want to go pet my cats, watch a movie. I would rather go watch Lord of the Rings in its entirety on extended edition than ever play GTA 6. Well, that's not a bad. No, that's not a bad comparison. That's a bad comparison.
Yeah, but I want to point out because I didn't point this out and it just caught to my head, but I didn't really say why the investors won. I mean, we talked about it, like, what's going to happen, but they won the short-term battle. Yes, they're going to get their monies from. I'm not going to lie. They are going to get money from this, right? And here's what's going to happen. They're going to get their launch day billions, right? They are going to use GTA 6 massive metrics to look at every other AAA studio and say, see, the market accepts an $80 to $100 baseline. That's what they're going to say. Just like keeping with the Joneses, right? And every other corporate board will blindly copy it because this isn't capitalism. It is corporatism. There is no consent between the consumer and the merchant. This is consent between the investor and the merchant. You don't get a say in shit. You don't get a say. So there's no consent here. So don't give me, this is capitalism, why you're angry. No, this is corporatism, which is a form of socialism. So yeah, I'm going to mention a little politics here. All right. If a studio here's why. If a studio shuts down from budget bloat 3 years from now, the investors aren't going to cry over the developers' lost jobs. They don't give a shit.
Nope.
All right. It's just, they're going to say it's just business, right? They'll just sell their stock, take their profits, and buy into a completely different company. When people online aggressively defend these multi-dollar empires, do they actually care about developers? No. Hotep Jesus doesn't. They care about the $100 gain. They desperately want to validate their own identity because they don't understand what a game actually is. They want the cultural status symbol. The box wine at Walmart can sell millions of units, okay? Those little famous box wines, right? You remember what what I'm talking about? I don't know if Hatar drinks wine, but my ex-wife loved the Walmart wines. All right.
We do not drink alcohol, but I know of them, yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, what's box wines? Yeah, they can sell millions, right? And generate billions of revenue, right? But that doesn't mean the quality matches the truly refined vintage, right? So like, the aged wine that was aged to perfection, all that stuff. Like a connoisseur will not touch Walmart bottled wine, but they'll touch something like a vintage Martha's Vineyard 1892 bottle, right? That's been aged to perfection, right? They don't understand that. just like with Walmart one. They don't understand that. People like us, the real connoisseurs of this of games, right? Know what makes the video game valuable. It isn't the budget; it's the art, the fun, and design. If you don't have those in balance, you got slop. You could have a. It's like saying putting lipstick on a pig, and it's still pig. You could put paint, put jewels on a shit, and it's still shit. Okay, you can do full cinematics, and the game is still not a game, like mixtape. You could make the most beautiful cinematic movie, and the game can still be shit. We've seen that many times. All right, and the investors want numbers to grow. Publishers want to service their debt, and AAA developers want to build beautiful things. I get it, right? Like let's go with let's hedge a little bit, okay? But they get trapped in a nightmare of scope creep and corporate bloat. The answer isn't to spend 10 years making $80 game wrapped up in unskippable Hollywood cinematics and brainless QuickTime events. Looking at you, God of War. That's one thing that pisses me off. I'm trying not to tangent because I'm trying to wrap this up. The solution is to go back to the fundamentals of rules of play. Design games with 50. I would say design a game with $50 to $60 in mind, right, for sale or lease, whatever you want to do. Like I will concede to say at least 50, 60. That's what I think a game should be worth, me personally. Okay. Use that price point in mind. Focus on interaction. Focus on the player choice, the pure unadulterated gameplay mechanics. When you trim the corporate fat and focus on pure design, you ship higher quality games faster. So you will pump more games to where you get the same value of $100, maybe with less years. Because let's see, if you spent 4 years making a game and you sell $50 a pop, right? That means in 8 years with 2 titles, you'll have $100 right there. 2 years less time than a $100 game. Just pointing that out there. All right. It's very simple mathematics. And I understand it's complicated, but it's also very simple because that's what made the golden age of video games grow to these big beasts, right? It was on our backs, but it was because they made quality games at a smaller budget. And they taught future game developers about scope creep that they just threw out the window. All right. But when you focus on player choice, right?
You're getting tired.
More buyer. I'm just trying to make sure I don't because this is in my notes. It's just me repeat. I'm making sure I don't repeat myself. More buyers. When you focus on the players, more buyers will enter the ecosystem, right? Regardless if it's exclusivity or inclusivity, right? When you do the content exclusivity or inclusivity thing, right? Mm-hmm. When more buyers enter the system, if it's good, if the games are good, right? It'll act. Developers will actually keep their jobs. Legendary studios stay open, and yes, the investors still see their money grow sustainability. But you need to say no to the investor and say no to these people. Like, no, we need to focus on smaller jobs that make good quality games, tighter budgets. True gaming isn't defined by the price of a digital release inside of an empty cardboard box. It's defined by whether or not you hold the controller to that game. And I feel it's time the industry and remember that. And the thing is, AAA has forgotten, but Indie and AA, there are signs that they remember that and they continue that because indies do. I've seen it. Garrett, you've seen it, right? And that's why I believe that these are the new generation of the gaming industry, the future rock stars, the EAs, the Ubisofts of the world. They're the future. Yet, which I had to acknowledge, one day they might get so big where they will be also the future of Eskimo, the future Take-Two Interactive, the future slot makers, and then there's going to be a new generation of indies coming out, and they're going to eventually take over from there. And that's just how the industry is going to be designed. That's how I feel. So I'm saying I have already said my goodbyes to GTA 6 or GTA. I don't have any interest to buy GTA 6, and you're going to be hard pressed to convince me to buy it. It's not because I'm poor. If I was so poor, should I not be doing anything for clout? Should I, instead of yelling at people for giving me $50 and $100 super chats, encouraging it more? Just pointing it out there. That's all I got to say on that. Because it's so late, we don't have to do games we find interesting today. But I do want to.
I have one. I have one. The only final thought that I have is I'm going to call this here. I'm probably going to be wrong, but I just looked up Take-Two's history. I don't think I'm wrong. Few months after the release of GTA 6, you are going to see a series of headlines of quiet layoffs at either Rockstar or Take-Two after a big announcement of billions of dollars coming in for GTA 6. And there's going to be videos of people saying, "Why? What's going on?" I'm predicting that is going to happen because it
Yeah.
has happened time and time and time again with this fucking publisher, this owner, Take-Two. This is going to be, because the game's going to come out, it's going to be successful, and Rockstar and Take-Two are going to see, okay, it's successful. We don't need to keep on all of our staff. Let's quietly get rid of everyone like a film production does. Like you go look at any film production, Marvel, Markiplier, whatever. Those people aren't employed anymore once the production is complete and everything is done. You don't need to keep those people on payroll. This is what's going to happen with GTA 6. And people are going to be fucking furious because they don't understand how this shit works anymore. It's all about money.
Yeah.
I just had this thought as you were talking. I was like, oh shit, there's going to be a bad headline coming out maybe December, maybe early next year, but we're going to have a bunch of layoffs.
Well, it took what Ubisoft a year to admit maybe they were wrong about Assassin's Creed Shadows.
That's not going to happen with GTA 6. They're going to make their billions.
No, I think they're
It's-
gonna make their billions. I'm just saying, based on what you're saying, it's gonna take. It took Ubisoft a year to admit they were wrong about something. We might see that a year later with GTA. Not necessarily that they were wrong about the story or they failed in making millions, but that maybe they shouldn't charge $80, or maybe someone's gonna do an undercover and realize the game was a scam. They used AI or something in it. Like there's gonna be something. It
Oh
might just
no,
take a year.
I actually think it's going to be the opposite. I think because investors want this to be a thing, they're going to lie. And they're going to say, no, this absolutely works. They made a bunch of money off GTA 6, but they didn't make enough money. So they're going to lie and say that it absolutely worked to try and keep convincing AAA to charge $100, even if it causes the studio to fail, because the model is very much like private equity. It's not about saving the IP. It's about wringing money out of the thing and shoving it off and moving to the next thing. It won't matter to investors if Rockstar goes under for this. All that'll matter is how much money they made off Rockstar before it went under. And that is what will be the end. That is, Rockstar's not going to go under.
No.
But if it did fail, it won't matter. The model will still be, this is how we needed it. We need games to be $100. We need them to be $150 because we, the investors, need to make money, not that you need to get a good game. And that is what, for me, that is what I will always see with GTA 6. How investors made money rather than how we got a good game. But I think I'm done with my ramble of Grand Theft Auto. I have a game to share. Unless you had other
I do
thoughts.
too, but it's been 5 hours and 12 minutes, and like Sideshow was, I called it. It was going to be a long episode. I called it.
Yeah,
but it was still a good
we have
talk.
lots to say. You're gonna have a
Yeah.
lot of clips to put up after this.
I'm pretty sure.
And no, Sonia, I was not making. My brain is tired, and I was trying to make like a thing. My brain thought, oh, let's compare to something we'd rather do than to play GTA 6. And then after I said, oh, I'd rather watch Lord of the Rings, and I thought, no, that actually puts it in a bad connotation. I just enjoy Lord of the Rings all the time. Why would I say that in like a negative connotation? No, I didn't have like an actual
Sonya,
bad
to be
thing.
clear, he's talking about the movies. He's not talking about the Amazon series you love, the Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. He's not talking about that one.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I don't really care to see that because they completely changed a bunch of lore things.
Oh yeah. All right. So time for games we find interesting or games we recommend or whatever. I have so many games I wanted to recommend that just popped up from the Steam sale, and some I could actually tease you on. But I was trying to find one for that would be a GTA clone. I mean, there is scheduled one, but I was like an actual GTA clone that was indie developed. Couldn't find one. Let's see what you got here, shall we?
This one, I don't actually remember where I found this, but this is Cosmic Holidays. And it is a side scroller from I Am a Dog Studio. Very heavily stylized, reminds me a lot of if you've ever played Machinarium from a good while back. And I don't exactly know what you are, but this art style I call the Kwoon, which Kwoon's an artist that does really interesting music videos. But I also wanted to compare to Machinarium. But yeah, it's just a platformer full of jumping puzzles. But just, it looks absolutely gorgeous. Weird things can happen, evidently. You get stung by a bee of some sort. But yeah, I
know what you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be Amanda Heard. She got stung by a bee.
Yeah, her dog. Her dog stepped on a bee. But yeah, little jumping puzzles. I'm guessing this is all hand drawn. I presume this is in the layer of my list. This was likely found on Twitter, and a lot of the games that I find on Twitter tend to be the art style is done by hand.
Yeah, looks pretty good. I just can't. I see some gameplay, but some of it I can't tell if it's supposed to be cinematic gameplay, especially with 2D. Like this could be gameplay, like those plane simulator, old 2D plane simulators.
Yeah,
like, that could be it. But still,
yeah,
really nice.
I think it's gameplay mixed in with like scripted sequences using the engine.
But the thing is it $100?
No, but
yet,
it's not even out yet. This thing will run on Windows 7. Apparently. That's actually impressive that devs are still building around the idea of Windows 7.
Mm-hmm.
That is fantastic. But yeah, Cosmic Holidays. Probably more of a cozy, but
I still say platformer. I don't usually consider platformers cozy. You'd have to really convince me. Because it just kind of reminds me of, well, not the aesthetic, but the play stuff. It kind of reminds me of like Sonic and Mario the Classics. I know that's an easy way to say it, but it has that feel of it for the gameplay.
They do have experience. They've done another game, Sibos, very similar, which you can actually get right now. But yeah, Cosmic Holidays.
Get it now. Or the Sibo demos. I think Cosmic Holidays might be the sequel. Maybe.
Maybe. They're very similar art style, and they're probably a series. But yeah, that's my recommendation. Which I'll put that in the little chat before I forget.
All right, we'll see how this works for me, because I'm going to test out the videos on this one. I'm kind of nervous, but this one, okay, I'm not expecting too bad. This one's called Species Unknown, and it is still lagging a little bit. Not too bad though. So there is something going on. But Species Unknown is a 1 to 4 player co-op survival horror. You complete high risk missions and abandoned ship. So it's kind of like another jump space to be and search the ship. Right, you got to upgrade your gear. It's overall. It came out last year. I didn't know why I didn't see this one, but also, to be fair though, it did come out around the same time Jump Space did. So it probably got overshadowed. And like you and I say, there's so many games we miss. Cool. Why didn't I know about this? When did it come out and realize, oh, it came out last year. Oh, it came out around Jump Space. It's really cool. It's got that horror thing. I think it would be fun to play.
Is this
I can guarantee you it's not $100. And it's got more features than a mixtape.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's cool.
It looks like
though.
this looks like Dead Space meets Mass Effect meets. Oh, there was another one in there. Dead Space, Jump Space, Mass Effect. Ooh, there's a demo. I'm sold already. Got to play it.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I will say, because like I said, I don't recommend anything with Denuvo, and I didn't see that in here, but does have a EULA.
Yeah.
All right. And yes, it
Open
does
it up,
say
though.
license not sold. All right. Yes, I harp on that, but I harp on that so people will know, because I would like for this game to acknowledge that I bought a digital copy and I own that digital copy. But it's $7, and at full price with the sale off, it's not even. It's like $10, give or take. Give or take. Just the regular. If you get the special, obviously there's more. I don't know what the support package. I'll have to look that up. But still, not even $20. So that gives you $80 to $90 to still go buy GTA Standard Edition if you really, really want that, or get this copy to your friends and have money left over for something else. Just putting that out there. Yeah, I'm salty about stuff, but I think Species Unknown, while it's not a GTA clone, looks very interesting, and
It
it's
looks
something I
very
might
shiny.
buy later on because it is not. Yeah, well, I might buy it later on. I haven't decided. It's on sale, but I might buy it later on and test it out. And if it's good, I might get copies to a couple of my friends so I could play co-op with them, because it's, like I said, $10.
$10.
Whoa.
Taco Bell.
That's
Doesn't
10% the price of GTA Super Plus Ultimate Edition plus Extra Deluxe. But yeah, that's my recommendation. Well, thanks, Alan. He got the link first. I didn't get him, but yeah, he got it. Anyways, that's my edition. So hopefully next week we won't have a 5-hour episode. I do apologize. I do think though that 6 o'clock Eastern time is probably a better choice. What do you think?
So we started, I'm guessing 7 then today.
Ye-
Or
No, we started at 6. Actually,
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. We started at 6 my time, so it would be 7. Yes, it would be 7 Eastern.
okay.
Um,
Yeah, 6 definitely works. I just needed some extra time today because I was flying out from Houston, went through SFO, and I was tired. So
yeah.
sorry, people.
Yeah, so yeah, now the DragonCast will be 7 Eastern Standing Time or 6 Central Time my time. Because Karis is on the far end and I'm on the other end, so it makes it easier. We'll try not to do too many 5 to 6 hour streams. It's probably the longest we've done.
This was a special edition. This was
Yeah.
the extended edition.
And plus, it didn't help. It's not that we had too much for Dragon Bites. I think when I look at everything, we still didn't really have too much, but we had so much to say on a lot of those things.
Yeah.
So I didn't realize we'd have so much to say on those things. I really did. I apologize for that, guys. I should have thought about it.
Never be sorry.
Yeah. But you got a lot out of us. And next week you'll get more. We're gonna give our thoughts about the GameCube, and we're gonna give our thoughts about Asha Sharma and Xbox. And is she a wild card? Is she good for gaming, or is she a industry plant like a mixtape?
D, all the above.
Yes. Well, I'm pretty sure it's not double D. I'm pretty sure.
No, probably not.
But yeah. So, Karis, what you got going on next week and where people can find you?
You can find me at Karis Gaming, which again I need to remember to add that. I'm just like automatic go in. I'm going to be finishing up my monthly video of all games that came out that, well, not all games, in games that interested me that came out this month, all of June. I have until I think Monday or Tuesday to get it out. I'm going back into Jump Space or Jump Ship. They changed it. I can't remember because they changed a bunch of stuff in the game, and it's even more interesting now.
Yeah.
I need to go back in and and level stuff up.
I got the hammerhead.
Oh, you got the hammerhead? I don't even know what that is, but cool.
That's the third ship.
Create a Rumble account, and I have a Kick account. I need to get on my my multi-streaming. Thank you for.
Can you remember count? The
I
content
have a
the
Kick.
online community deems offensive. I don't know what that means, but it's in the terms of service for Rumble for content creation that's not allowed. And until Rumble explains what that means, I'm not going to promote it too much. I asked Chris Pedwisky to on Twitter to explain, and he never did. He just hid like a bitch.
But I will do those things, Sonia. You owe me a video, or at least I would hope that you make the video so I can pay you for it. So that's the trade-off. But yes, that's what I got going on. I thought we were going to be doing something with Camelot, but maybe he's busy as well. I'm going to be home this coming next week, I think, anyways. So I hope to get a bunch of people together. Maybe we'll do some actual jump ship.
Yep. Well, you know me. I'm always down for that. Yeah. For me, I'm trying. I'm not like 60 to 70% done with organizing my studio, because instead of just putting things back where I found it, I was like, I have a perfect idea, because when I moved in, this furniture has not moved since I moved in this house 6 years ago. So before I started streaming. So now, like, you know what? I might as well organize my studio so it reflects my game design and streaming. That's why it's taking so long. But I do have a bunch of YouTube shorts for the past few episodes coming out, all for the week. And obviously I'm going to spend time making shorts from this.
Have fun.
I might get some. Well, I'm probably not going to do too much this time. Mostly just probably the earlier Dragon Bites and some key points of our arguments, because we spurred out a whole bunch. But we did. I know mostly me. I'll say mostly me, but because I did, like, it's not that I hate GTA. It's just I hate when people get taken advantage of, or when I perceive people get taken advantage of. It just pisses me off.
People don't realize they're getting taken advantage of.
Yeah.
That's the worst part. It's like, it's easier to con people than to convince them they're being conned. I hate how true that rule is.
Yeah, it is. But for me, I probably make some videos this week. I won't lie. It's hard with my son when he go out because it's a sunny day and I want him to touch grass, especially since he's getting older. So I learned from his doctor he could gain weight easier if he's not active. So he has to move. So that's hard, right? Because it's 90 degrees and it's going to be 100 degrees here soon where I live. So it's going to be hard to convince a child. So if I keep him going outside, it makes it easier. But I do want to make some videos. I have some in mind. I won't mention any yet, but I do want to make. I kind of got an idea from you, Carrot. I want to make a top survival games I find interesting upcoming. Just by looking at it, doing some research, this and that. But aside that, I do plan to do some late night streaming. You might see quite a few jump spaces. Because Mikey, Cena, them want to do jump space. I also promised jump space a few, so I might have 2 different streams for that. We're also doing Dark Tide, which was fun. I won't lie. Yeah, but I had a weird, interesting time with Dark Tide streaming. So that was interesting. Like, it was a failure. I'll say that because of technical issues. Because I just get everything up that night for streaming. But I also want to do Devil in Detail. So I'm going to try to. I want to try to do at least 3 to 4 streams this next week. That's what I'm promising. Nice. But I also got to work on the Discord. But if you guys find things that you think I should cover on Dragon Bites, or news you probably think I haven't thought of, or probably are not aware of about Sharma, the upcoming topic, let us know. Or if you have a topic you think we should cover, we will definitely add that in this discussion. We're also trying to get the Luminary devs on. Mm-hmm. And you said, are you still going to get a hold of Richard?
I'm going to reach out to Richard again. I don't know if they saw my message and got distracted or what, but yeah, I'm going to try, and I'll give a little reminder if they suddenly aren't interested, I'm not going to press the issue.
Yeah, I focus on one dev at a time. So I got to deal with Luminaville. I'm waiting on news from Karis, but I can definitely talk to other indies. And if you're watching these shorts and stuff, or watching right now and lurking in the chat, if you went on, tell me your game. We'll look it up, and most likely we'll let you on. Not because we're desperate for an indie dev, but just because we're like, we like hearing about devs being passionate about their game. So we like to use this platform for that. Other than that, everyone else, if you want to get GTA 6, be honest about it. That's all we're asking. Be honest about it. No, it's gonna be $80 or $100, whatever. Don't try to say it's because you're rich or you're a real gamer. Just say you want it because you're excited about, you're curious about, whatever. All right. If you do, you need to understand that you're giving the investors what they want. So you need to figure out what's more valuable to you, your principles or the product. What's more valuable to you? That's all we're asking. In the end, play the games your way, and happy gaming, everybody. You're still here. What? You thought there'd be a post-credit scene or something? This isn't a Disney movie. Show's over. Go get some sleep. Play a video game. Watch another YouTube video. I gotta take care of the Dragon Wing and possibly get some sleep myself. Goodbye all, and thanks for watching. And happy gaming.